the board a full update of where the project stands.
Okay, thank you. And so we are going to go ahead and move into director reports, starting with Director Wind.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Seems like I'm first often. Is there any truth to that? No. No. The months just fly by. Well, thank you and good morning. And thank you all for your hard work yesterday. That's appreciated by many. Just a few topics coming from the South Platte. This was mentioned a couple times, and this dilemma we seem to find ourselves in which kind of what's average look like, and average snowpack doesn't mean average runoff. And I heard comments from other parts of the state in which that was true, and certainly those same things played out in tributaries important to northeastern Colorado and more specifically perhaps northern water. In looking at just some data from the Poudre River, Big Thompson River, the St. Vrain, and Boulder Creek, again, making up a lot of supplies for northern Colorado, where in April, things from a snow water equivalent snowpack perspective looked, as Luke Shawcross and Northern Water staff calls, very averagey. It looks like a very averagey year if you looked back into last November, and averages a victory in the water business. The snowpack kind of runoff data doesn't look too much different than averagey, other than the fact that the snow melt came off early. However, when you get into, as again was described yesterday, of what really came off from the watershed in those same tributaries, not so much. And this dilemma of just having a hard time predicting from snowpack that's average to runoff, in which it shows the bar is showing what average is, and across those same tributaries, you're at 81%, 74, 71, 81% of average, even though that snowpack, at least in late April, early May, looked good. And how are we going to wrap our minds around planning for this is a quandary I think we all find ourselves in. So again, more specific data to northeastern Colorado, but appreciate the comments were made by several of you yesterday in your updates. Familiar face, Director Sakata. Over the course of the last few months, several have sponsored a Mirasol showing in northeastern Colorado, northern Colorado, promoted by the Palmer Conservancy, Colorado Open Lands, Larimer County, CWCB, the Water Center, in showing that film both in Fort Collins and also in Berthoud. This happens to be at our office at Northern Water for an evening showing of Mirasol. This has been a few weeks ago. Presenters included Director Sakata, a local producer, Chris Gomans, an ag economist from CSU, and Karen Schlatter with the Water Center to facilitate a conversation after the showing of the documentary. And it really, in my opinion, has brought together a really broad array of folks around the challenges of land planning, water planning, implications of when water is taken from the land. Sometimes that generates nearby economies. If it's taken too far away, maybe not. But I really appreciate the dialogue that this led to, and I think certainly will be a plank and a platform that is described in northern Colorado about expressing our concern as water leaves the landscape for other uses, both locally and from far away. Wanted to a couple pictures, and I was appreciated. Aurora staff had sent along some of their appreciation and some of their hard work and investments from CWCB funds, both in the forest, upper South Platte forest through water supply reserve funds. And they wanted to express their appreciation for the work that allows them to do in the upper South Platte in terms of making our forests more resilient toward wildfire. They're doing that not just on the South Platte, but also some good work in and around the Homestake area. And also they asked for kind of recognition of the ASO project and how it helps them manage their supplies as it does for many of us. Kind of understanding again, someday it'll lead to a better understanding of that gap between the snow we have and that which doesn't make it into our reservoirs and our streams. So again, Aurora's matches up lots of dollars with CWCB funds, and I think it's fair to say expresses their appreciation to the board and to staff for allowing those funds to be fed their direction. Well, what's a conversation without talking about uranium? Certainly causes a little bit of a pause at Northern Water and for participants in the Chimney Hollow Reservoir project. So what you see here on an October 16th image is the dam almost fully done. There's a little bit of work being done by some subcontractors. There's a little bit of work done by the primary contractor, but by and large, the equipment is leaving the space inside the invert of the reservoir, which is to the left, obviously. You see an intake tower, what little the tower is sticking out of a small water body. That's the water body that in large part is the result of a few years of processing rock, washing rock, and it's that rock that, when fractured, exposes a new face to each and every rock, whether it's yay big or microscopic. It exposes that mineralized uranium that's of concern. And that water in that green area is some of that water, some of that processed water, which as of late last week has actually been repositioned to the quarry, which is kind of right to the left, upper left of that picture, and into the quarry, which is deeper than the reservoir floor, to move it out of the way, dealing with it at some future date as we kind of contemplate how we might elect to fill the reservoir, how we might mitigate the uranium, not just the uranium in that water body. That's probably the easier piece. It's a reality that within that dam and upstream of the asphalt core is rock, newly crushed rock that'll get saturated over time upon filling the reservoir that, as I understand it, when the reservoir is surface elevation is lowered, that uranium moves out of the dam. And that's what we're trying to get our hands on, our minds wrapped around, monitoring that, modeling that, what is the mitigation approach. It's likely that, at least in the short term, there'll be treating of the uranium kind of within the water body that ultimately is introduced into the reservoir, and that perhaps midterm, I hope not longer term, the treatment would occur outside of the reservoir as water ultimately, once satisfactory, is released from the reservoir, and that might not be for 3 or 4 or 5 years. So just kind of a little bit more detail. Here's a core sample that kind of highlights that distinction between, on the left of that core is a fracture that it might have occurred hundreds or millions of years ago, and the uranium on that face, so the diagonal face, as compared to the other end of that core, which is a fresh break. And that uranium hangs on the end of that, as you can see, is at a much higher concentration. And primarily, again, it's that newly cracked rock inside the dam that is of concern. So lots of modeling going on. We had planned to start filling the reservoir a couple weeks ago with a small amount of water to begin kind of that monitoring, the engagement with the water body into the dam and from the dam. As we've learned more about this, it takes time to understand it, model it. We're really focused now on interactions with groundwater as we move forward, and we hope by the end of this calendar year, the participants will enjoy some water going into this reservoir, and we imagine it'll be 2 to 3 to 4 years of understanding that engagement and coming up with a good treatment plan that will make this water and the supply it's that it's needed for in northeastern Colorado. So, thank you all.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Wynn? Director Felt?
Director Wynn, I've been wondering about this, and I think maybe I understand it now from your presentation, but the uranium in the freshly fractured rock, there's no difference in the decay rate of the uranium, I guess. It's the fact that new surfaces that are exposed to the air or water sort of mobilize the uranium. Is that really?
Exactly,
Yeah.
that new face, the uranium that exists on that face, which of course existed in my view kind of in the rock when it was a full rock and was immobile. Once that face gets exposed, then it's off to the races. And once engaged with water that ultimately seeps into, of course, into a dam, not beyond the asphalt core in this case, but the dam, once that happens, it becomes mobile. And then the question is, when you lower that reservoir, how quickly might that come out? And over 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, I'm convinced it shouldn't be too much longer than that, just given other reservoirs in our state that were and dams that were heavily in which granite was heavily used, don't seem to have really to any degree uranium in the reservoirs now. So somewhere it got captured or we didn't know about it. We collectively in the Intermountain West didn't know about that uranium at the time in the 40s, 50s, 60s, up until really a couple of decades where you could sample uranium at that concentration.
Director Combs?
Actually, Director Felt asked the question I was wondering about, just the exposure cost. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's the concentration in the pool that's behind the dam?
The concentration in the water body that's shown on this picture, which has again been moved to the quarry, 2,500 to 3,000 parts per billion. The standard is 30. And of course, the participants in the project, 30 doesn't feel good to them, and I understand why they're encouraging as the project moves forward and we think about treatment of targeting much lower levels of uranium and filtering that out, if you will, before water departs the project. And that's the beauty. We can figure this out before we release anything from the reservoir. A recognized challenge is the infrastructure in which this water is delivered to those participants is it's a common pipeline, or they're common canals, they're common reservoirs. So the conversation is much broader than those who paid for and enjoyed this facility. It's engaging with all stakeholders, folks who get water out of Horsetooth, out of Carter, all the Colorado Big Thompson facilities. This water engages with that water. So that adds a little bit more complexity to the discussion.
Thanks.
Okay, is there any more questions? Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to Director Felt.
No, I would just like to thank Director Wynn for the Mirasol showings. There was a lot of great conversation. People that attended really had a lot of questions about irrigated agriculture and the impact, the growth that's going on. So thank you so much for hosting those.
Thank you. Director Felt?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So report from the Arkansas Basin. Like a lot of you, we are experiencing a really slow start to winter, particularly with precipitation. I mean, you look up at the collegiate peaks from Salida and there's basically no snow up there. You go over the hill and you look down to the southern Sangres and you can see snow down there. I think probably from that big storm that came through Pagosa in that area that we'll hear about later. But and there's been a little snow way up like on Fremont Pass up north of Leadville. But basically, the bulk of the terrain there is just really dry. And then it's been really warm. I'm sure you've all experienced it. It's the longest, slowest glide path of fall or late summer that I can remember. And, that just raises concerns of all types, short-term and long-term. But we're dealing with it. It probably adds, or it's a lens or a shading to the conversations that we're having in our basin. Down at the round table, I think some themes that are currently surfacing quite a bit. One would be, I think, while there's a lot of enthusiasm about the tremendous sports betting revenues that are available through the water plan grants, there's also a lot of concern about the water supply reserve fund grants, and just the fact that we've talked about this a number of times on this board, but that the water plan grant categories are set by the legislature. We have some control over how the percentages are distributed, but a big concern in our basin, aside from just storage generally, that's a constant mantra, but is aging infrastructure. And, the fact that with each year, particularly our most senior water rights, get further and further in time from when a lot of that infrastructure was built. And we're talking about, some pretty significant, not just ditches, canals, small rivers that flow across the prairie, basically. And there's kind of more and more of a feeling that in rural Colorado, a successful water future is absolutely predicated on the success of agriculture. We have to do everything we can to make sure that agriculture remains successful, or you'll see an acceleration in water leaving the land. And, it's a one-way door. In my view, you don't really hear about ag buying water from municipalities. It goes the other way always. And so that, I think, this sort of storage concern about ag being successful, the aging infrastructure, and then the, some of the activities going on with our bigger municipalities. I mean, the two of the kind of three big players in the Arkansas are Colorado Springs, which is in our basin, and Aurora. And they're both, working on projects in the lower basin to change water from ag to municipal. I think they are trying to be creative and trying to mitigate their impacts, but it's still an impact, right? This is all incremental and cumulative and maybe inevitable, but when you hear about the work going on with the Arkansas Valley Conduit and just, all hands effort to try to make life in the lower basin better, the other piece of that is you want to see agriculture remain successful down there. And so that's kind of a lot of the theme that I hear. The other thing, and I think I mentioned this, maybe when Becky was talking yesterday, is just this new found energy and direction and mission at the IBCC seems to have already captured the imagination of our basin roundtable. And we actually have a new IBCC representative in Mark Shea from Colorado Springs Utilities. He just stepped down as our Basin Roundtable chair, and now he is taken over from Jairus Danielson, who I think was on the IBCC from the beginning, the misty early days of the IBCC. And if you know Mark Shea, he is a very very thoughtful person and very rigorous in his thinking and very rational. And so he is really jumping into this, and he's going to put our Basin Roundtable to work on these different themes that the IBCC wants to explore. So I think that's great. And I think, you can feel the energy kind of starting to get going. People are glad to be a part of it, but they really want to see their efforts rewarded with some solutions. So I am just salute that whole effort. I think it's fantastic. On the personal side, I've had some great days since we last met. I got to go out to Oregon and visit my parents. My dad's 91 and my mom's 87, I think, something like that. And, you know, I'm the oldest kid and I don't remember life before my brother came along really, but it's funny just spending time, just the three of us, nothing against my brother, but just it really, I don't know, it just was like on this cellular level, I felt really connected. Obviously, everybody probably does and with their parents maybe, but it's kind of an amazing experience just to spend 4 or 5 days with them, just talking about stuff. And great experience. I also recently, I'm almost a year into being the manager of Upper Ark, and so the board, at our last board meeting, the board handed me a 3-year contract to go forward. And that's a good feeling. I was just on a 1-year sort of tentative, we'll see how it goes kind of thing. So that was really good to be able to look out a little further in life and feel like, okay, this is what I'm doing. I do need to actually decorate my office, I guess. It's still, there's a few pictures, but it still has all these hooks on the wall where Terry Skanga had his pictures that I don't know, I've been too busy to deal with it, but it's going to happen. And then finally, just, everyone knows I have made a lot of my career with fishing, but I also am a big game hunter, and that's something I've never wanted to commercialize in any way, keep it just for myself. And I've been doing it up there in the Northern Sangres for like 35 years or something like that. I tend to go to the same places every year for this is kind of amazing, but for over 20 years, I've been seeing the same, I think it's the same one, the same golden eagle every year. And it's just a powerful thing. Every first day of hunting season, I hike up in the dark up this mountain and I know where this eagle resides, and there it is again. So it's a great symbol of continuity. And I'm not going to show any hunting pictures. I felt like that was, I don't know, maybe not the right thing to do, but I'll tell you that, I turned 60 this year, and getting older, you sort of wonder, well, you know where it's all heading, but you don't know when or how. And that big game hunting up there, it's really hard. Even when I was in my 20s, it was really hard. And it's kind of like the annual physical. You go, you see, can I still climb up that mountain, and can I still be quiet, and can I still smell and hear and hold my breath, or whatever you got to do in different moments. And then the big one is, can I still carry, a whole elk and 4 loads out of that place? And I got a bull elk, and I was all alone, and it takes a lot when you're on a slope and everything and you're by yourself. They're just so hard to move. They're really big. They're, I don't know, 800-900 pounds or something. And I realized that it was going to be dark before I was out of the dark forest. I was on the North Slope, and I just wanted to get these loads at least out into the open before it got dark. And my last load, it was really twilight, and we have the spruce beetle epidemic up there really badly, and a lot of trees are just falling everywhere. It's really hard to walk through the forest compared to how it used to be. It's just a labyrinth. And I was walking along, and I tripped and fell forward, and I caught myself like in what do you call that? A plank, kind of like a push-up on a log, big log that was on the ground with all these broken off branches sticking up. And I was like an inch or two from impaling myself. And I had this hind quarter on my back that was, I don't know, say 60, 70 pounds, or I don't know, heavy. And oh my gosh, it was really bad. Like to think about, like that could have been the end of the story. And you know, it was just a really powerful moment of mortality to recover from that and then finish the day in the total darkness and, you know, sort of thinking about what could have happened and should I be doing this alone anymore kind of thing. I often have my brother with me. He wasn't able to be there this year. But anyway, just I haven't drawn any real conclusion from what happened, but it was a powerful experience, both of sort of sustaining youth as long as I can and sort of also acknowledging the reality. So anyway, I'll conclude with that, but it's been an interesting couple months.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Is there any questions for Director Felt? Comments? Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Director Johnson.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing that exciting to report on my end, so this will be a little more boring, thankfully. But no, that's been real interesting. And I'm not going to talk about snowpack. We're just hoping for the best at this point, so we'll leave that. Did want to first mention a big thank you to everyone, especially at Denver Water, who helped with a tour for CWCB staff. This was just a few weeks ago. Went very well. I've been very lucky to do a number of tours since I've been at Denver Water of our system, which of course is expansive and a lot of interesting things to see. And this was definitely the best tour I've done. We were super lucky to have a handful of the project experts. The two main engineers, the project managers who've been working on this, were on the tour, very helpful. Jessica Brody, of course, former board member whose shoes I filled. Our head attorney was on the tour. The head of planning. We've got a couple PR staff whose full-time job is to work on this project. So we had the whole team there. We got to go to the base of the dam that you see there, which of course goes without saying is just incredibly expansive. The raise is going up to 471 feet. I don't have all the numbers handy, but it's I think going to be top 10 or at least top 15 tallest dams in the country. Right up there, I think tallest in the state, or at least second, I think with Crystal, Morro Point. So it's quite the sight to see. You have to use the wide angle as the kids love these days, but it's just to get it in the frame at the bottom there. And then that's Doug Rate with one of the head engineers on the photo on the right, who's kind of pointing out some things when we're up on top at the kind of the overlook. But just a wonderful tour. Had about 20 people or so. Great turnout. Of course, Director Riss was there. So yeah, just wonderful time. We're hoping to get out to the site with this board at some point, perhaps at the May meeting. But we'll keep you posted on that front. Not going to get into a lot of specifics about the project. I've got, I think, one more slide here. There's the group shot there. The aggregate that you see, that kind of slice at the upper right, that's from the original dam. That was very carefully quarried from a site near Nederland, I believe. They were very specific on what the aggregate size was they were looking for at the time. Very different from how we're doing the raise now. We've got the whole on-site quarry, the crusher. It's super impressive to see the whole process there. So yeah, stay tuned. We will try to get the board out there, sometime next year. Just as far as status is concerned, we were originally hoping to have the actual raise to the full height this year. Got thrown off with some of the hiccups we had earlier this year that I won't get into now, but suffice to say, I think we were supposed to wrap up last Friday, and we were, I believe, 22 feet from that 471. And the pace that we've been keeping up was about a foot a day. So we've got just about 3 weeks left when we start up again in the spring, hopefully in March. And then we'll go from there. And of course, a lot of other things around the site to finish that, again, won't get into today, but super interesting to see. And then just to transition here, that photo on the bottom right, I'm going to call this my inception photo. This is a presentation of a presentation, which should have been of a presentation to really be the full inception moment. This is not, I don't know if it's good or bad, but an old Leonardo DiCaprio movie about a dream within a dream within a dream. My kids and I joked about it a lot. So anyways, to transition to that, that's my daughter might kill me if she ever sees this. That's her artwork there on the bottom, little sculpture of what she called eggception, an egg on an egg on an egg. And so stay with me here. So I wanted to point out, so as far as our roundtable update is concerned, we're really digging in on the directive coming out of the IBCC to really get into the no and low regrets action plan, which I have been on record many times saying that that's not my favorite term. I think Director Felt, maybe some others agree with me, but I have not been able to come up with anything better. And of course, I was on the other side of this years ago. So it is what it is. Also, this may be a term that we use at Denver Water as well. So all that to say, I'm living with it. It's great. And the other part about the inception is that there's just many layers to this. This has evolved so much over the years. I've been, lucky to be involved in lots of different aspects of it. Back since before the water plan, SWASI, if folks remember the statewide water supply initiative. And it's really cool to see how these layers evolve and interplay. And there's just so much excitement going on right now with our roundtable. It was honestly one of the best discussions we've had in years to really dig in on that. I think one of the challenges is managing the new hybrid environment, which has been helpful in so many ways to get folks to the table, but really needing to have that kind of in the room conversation, which is what was so stimulating this time. Also, again, to my inception thing, we had a roundtable of roundtables. We were set up in a weird room. We got kind of kicked out of our boardroom this time. So we were in the, another big conference room. It was literally a bunch of roundtables in a roundtable fashion. I don't know if that helped the conversation, but it was a wonderful conversation. So really excited to see where this goes. And that picture is just, it happens to be Strontia Springs Reservoir spilling a couple years ago. Just a pretty picture, and always nice to see when, the system's running well and full. And finally, just a few updates. There's a lot out there now. I had mentioned this briefly, I believe at the September meeting when it was pretty fresh news that this was the preferred location for the Broncos' new stadium. And by this, I mean smack dab right next to Denver Water. Not even next to Denver Water, literally on our property. So a lot going on there. They are taking, and of course this is very much in motion as far as all the legal details and transactions and whatnot. But they are acquiring about 2/3 of our lot, which is kind of narrow north-south rectangle. And these photos are both from the large development review. So this is kind of the initial conceptual plan. It's on the city's website now. This came out just, I want to say a couple of weeks ago, or maybe not even. So again, lots of things are evolving. It's been in the news quite a bit. That from that map, you can see they are right up against us. So one thing's for sure, we will have an amazing view of a lot of big construction. The photo on the right is kind of their initial look at the view shed, the view plane, which is kind of part of city planning from the Capitol, especially. There's a handful of them downtown. It's pretty interesting. It's something I had never known about really before getting into more the city planning, but kind of the building height and kind of what may or may not impede the view. And so all that to say, showing kind of that maximum height, I think it's 180 feet. It's going to be obviously a huge structure. So sorry, this is not really a water update, but this has a lot to do with the city and county of Denver. Obviously with our operations, we have been promised up and down that we will be made whole. It will be like for like with the trades. We've already acquired other properties. So the main one being up at 40th and Clayton, so up by Bruce Randolph Middle School, if you know where that is, Northeast Denver. That will be kind of the main site for a lot of those other buildings that will be moving. But as you can imagine, there is a lot going on. And our organization's doing its best to accommodate this, but it's moving very quickly. So stay tuned. I probably will not do an update on this every time, I will spare you. But yeah, all that to say, it's been fascinating. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Greg, the two blue buildings at the top, are those your headquarters or?
Right, yes. Sorry, Director. Yes, so the blue building, so just north of that stadium oval, the blue building running east-west at the very top, that is our main admin building now. And then the narrow north-south rectangle just north of that stadium oval is our parking garage. And so the three structures that were, basically sacred that we wanted to really keep were those two. And what's not labeled there, kind of where that Denver Water label is our Three Stones, which is the historic building. I think it was an old pump station, dating from the, I want to say early 1880s. Been a lot of things over the years, been mostly conference rooms over the, last handful of decades, but. Correct. Yeah. And that's where the board met a year or two, of course, prior to my time. Yeah.
So they're staying.
Those three buildings will stay. What's not shown on that diagram is a dozen or so, maybe not quite a dozen, but other buildings, our fleet, trades, other storage, all sorts of things that we've got on that property north-south, which is basically underneath the whole left side of that stadium oval. Which we had just built prior to COVID. So.
Okay. Director Ullman?
I was just, Director Johnson indicated he wasn't sure if it was the first or second. Unfortunately, for people that were from the Gunnison Basin, Morrow Point is currently the tallest dam in Colorado at 468 feet. And Denver, I think, made it just barely higher at 3 feet higher to be the tallest dam in the state. So.
Thank you, Director Ullman.
Okay, is there any more questions or discussion? Thank you. We'll move on to Director Combs.
Right. So this is a little bit different. There wasn't a whole lot going on that I wanted to brag about. Some of the things going on in the Rio Grande right now is SWAG, a Sustainable Water Group. It's a group of well owners and farming within Subdistrict 1 in the Rio Grande that's trying to kind of find their own path for sustainability and depletions. When you think about the interaction we have there in the valley of trying to kind of control our own destiny of how we manage our groundwater usage versus the implications to the surface water. And one of the biggest challenges up there in Subdistrict 1 is their sustainability, which is the aquifer levels. If you look down there, Subdistrict 1 is proposing their fourth change for a plan of water management. And the way it works is pumping fees, to curtail some of the pumping, to then that money is raised to do dry ups, to do fallows, to do temporary processes. The SWAG group doesn't feel like that new plan will work for them. So there's a plan for them to try to basically stay in control of their own destiny and develop their own plan. And so that's a big case coming up. I think Jason's going to be busy. I know Craig is going to be busy. That's starting in January. Also in January, at the end of January, is going to be that Subdistrict 1's changing of their plan of water management. And so some kind of contentious, tough things going on that are going to have some implications for how the rest of the subdistricts work on their sustainability and all that. So it's kind of an interesting time. We're watching everybody's watching to see how these court cases go and what it's going to mean for the rest of us. That third bullet point there with the confined aquifer subdistricts. So if you're not familiar, in the San Luis Valley, we have basically two layers of our water. We have a shallow aquifer. It's around 100 feet deep at its deepest places. Has far more connection with the rivers, with the lakes, that sort of thing. It's a sub-driven aquifer. Subdistrict 1 is in that aquifer, that shallower layer. And then we have other subdistricts that pump from the deep water. That's between 230 to, 800, 900 feet deep in that confined aquifer. And it's a confined aquifer, just like what you think. It has artesian pressures. It has a lot of different dynamics in it. When our subdistricts first started, the hot topic was we had to get river depletions paid. That was the number one thing. So that was the fire that was burning the hottest. And so all of our subdistricts really worked hard at getting enough water supplies and agreements made so that the wells could run at diminished levels, but the wells could still run as long as they were keeping the rivers whole. Phase 2 of what the obligation is, which came out of Senate Bill 04222, was a sustainable aquifer system. So our confined aquifers for the last 6 years, we've been within our pumping numbers, and so we've been mostly sustainable. However, we are seeing that our pumping numbers may not line up exactly with what we're seeing in our aquifer levels. And so they're really working hard to come up with some plans to incentivize, if we can, less pumping out of the confined. And so there's a lot of plans, a lot of processes. Something to keep in mind is none of the money that is charged, we charge ourselves for every acre foot. We pay a fee to the subdistrict, and then the subdistrict uses that money, like I said, to purchase wet water for stream depletion supplies. We buy and retire wells to, diminish pumping, that sort of thing. So the money is not used as a stick. It can have that effect, but that's not why it's ever raised. But right now we're kind of going through some struggles getting everybody on board of what is a fair cutback. We have some farms that have really done a lot of their growth based on groundwater. They have surface water supplies, but the ability to purchase more ground to farm is because they had good groundwater. And then you had smaller farms who had a lot of surface water, didn't have to depend on their wells, but don't want to lose the value that well is. And so you can imagine it. I have to take my hat off. It has not been as contentious as I thought it would be. But we're working through a lot of processes of how are we going to move into that next step of we're trying to not divide, but we've all got to feel a little pain here. And we're working through some processes there. So for most of our confined aquifer subdistricts, we're kind of hitting that next step we've got to rise up onto. So I'll keep you informed of how that moves forward. And then on top of that very last thing, all of our issues that we're dealing with, whether it's our court cases, changing our plans of water management, dealing with less dependence on groundwater, is really difficult because of our climatic conditions. Those wells were put in there to finish crops, to be able to have a full season use. And now it seems like our full season starts in May because the river's done. So we're really having to throttle ourselves back, but it's what we signed up for, right? We pushed for that Senate bill to give us that hand on the wheel. And so now's where it's got to happen. So I'm glad we had at our last Subdistrict 3 meeting, we had probably 85% of the well owners there, first time ever. I mean, so we've got a lot of participation, a lot of interest. Nobody threatened our lives. It was a pretty successful day. So, but we're working on it. Even though the challenges are there, we're working on it. So if anybody looks at that date, this was in my presentation last year. So that we thought was going to be a fantastic start for the year, but that's really the only snow we got all year, was right there in November. And then we went all winter with no other snowpack. And then in the spring, we got a huge amount of rains and snows that carried us through. And so if you paid attention to Director Ullman's presentation yesterday, you saw the really crazy swings of how our moisture is coming now. We're getting these shoulder events. In October of this year, we got the snowstorm or the rain, and I'm not taking any thunder from Director Hawes and what happened on her side of the Continental Divide, but on our side, that storm hugged the 10,000 foot elevation, and above 10,000 feet all along the Continental Divide, we got a minimum of 6 inches of rain. Who's next? Is that? Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene, but, it, are you, you may wanna reconnect if you got kicked out of the internet. And I'll wait for the rest of the board members to rejoin. And sorry to anybody online, we did have some technical difficulties with the internet.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so most of us are back online. A few of us are still struggling to get back onto Zoom. But I'm gonna go ahead and let Director Combs finish his report.
Honestly, that was kind of the end right there, yeah. so-
Okay, well, is there any questions for Director Combs? Okay, we'll go ahead and thank you. We'll move on to Director Hawes. Director Camblin.
I don't have much, so if Director Hawes wanted to go next, but I'll muddle through this. And I don't have a slideshow or anything put together, but just a couple of points that's happened in our basin. And so I think as all the directors have talked about is, how dry it is.
Recording in progress.
On our ranch, we measure our water from November 30th to or from December 1st to November 30th every year. Typically, we get 11 and a half inches of rain, 12 inches of rain. This year, as of today, we're at 6.87. So we're, a little over half. We did get 3/10 Friday or whatever, which, is buckets. Feels like buckets. And it actually had puddles. I was pretty excited. Just wanted to be a little kid and run out there and play in them, but my wife wouldn't let me. Then some of the other discussion that's come up is the IBCC stuff. We had our roundtable meeting last week. And the IBC stuff that's happening is really generating a lot of talk and excitement, which I'd like to hear because I remember it wasn't too long ago, a couple of years ago, that group had felt like they were a little stagnant. And I think there's a lot of really good movement going on there. And I think that's a very good thing. And so Ken Brenner, which is our IBCC rep or whatever, any of you known him, you never give him the microphone because you'll never get it back. But he's pretty excited about it. And then we put Jonathan Baller on there. Jeff Myers, which was our old IBCC rep, stepped down because of some health reasons. And so we've got a new team member, but I think he's going to do really well also. So one of the things that I got to do after our last meeting was I got to go to a ribbon cutting in Steamboat at the college. And it was a grant that we had given, and it was for a weather station and a moisture sensors. And I've talked about the moisture sensors before on a ranch. I'm a really big fan of, water measurement and especially soil health. And to me, that's our true testament of what's going on, with our basin. And so I was really excited to go up to this water, or this weather station with the moisture sensors and so forth. And I can't remember what they told me it cost. It blew me away how much it did cost, but it was really cool. And the crowd that was there was very excited about it and so forth. And so I'm really curious to see what comes out of that, because I think it was a much needed piece to the puzzle, and I'd love to see more of that happen. I think the other big thing that's happening in our area, District 6, is as they mentioned yesterday with the measuring devices, Division 6 is was the first in line to get some of those measuring devices, and we were the first one that started getting orders and saying, hey, you guys got to clean up your measuring devices. And as an ag producer, I never realized how poor of a job we did. And so we've had several years to ramp this up, and we've given grants to these guys to get measuring devices and so forth. And I think as a whole, I think the ag community really is, embraced it, to a certain degree and tried to get a lot of it done. What surprised me in the roundtable meeting was, Aaron Light had mentioned that there is still 600 to 800 measuring devices that are needed. And that surprised me that, because I thought we were doing a better job than that. So we'll see, I think this summer will tell, because I think they're going to start tagging gates, and how that's going to go. I'm going to get a few phone calls, I'm sure, over that. People saying help, but it's, they've had ample time to get some stuff. And I do understand there's going to be some cases that are, unique. I know of one producer that I think the water runs down that creek, 25 days. And his lower neighbors actually got the seniority right, and he puts it on call, the first day of irrigation season. And they're asking the gentleman to put in a measuring device, but like he told me, he said, it's for 25 days and I don't get it anyways because my neighbor gets it, so I don't really want to put one in. So I get things like that. But I think that's, if it's required to keep his water right, he's going to have to do it. That's basically the law. But those are the people we need to reach out and see if we can help with some of these grants and get some of that done. So I'm curious to see how the summer is going to go there with these measuring devices. With that being said, I think I'll wrap my report up and move on so we can maybe get out of here before 5 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Cameron? Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to Dr. Hawes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there is supposedly a storm coming in, which we will all take happily, but some of us have to drive through it. So being mindful of that. Let's see. There was no way I could put slides together. My brain is completely mush after the last few days. So I'll do my best to make sense. First off, just a note on hydrology. I think the thing that struck me is the inflow to Lake Powell this year was 42% of normal. So that's just gives you an overall sense of how bad things were. And Lake Powell is at 29%. So that just gives you a sense of the risk that is in the basin right now. And and just kind of the stakes that are, what's at stake in these negotiations that we're having. And it's not looking promising for a good year. So I think we'll all be watching those reservoir levels pretty closely. Did want to mention that I went to the Basin Roundtable meeting, the Colorado River Basin Roundtable meeting on Monday, and there were some leadership changes that I wanted to flag. April Long passed the chairmanship to Abby Burke, so with Audubon. So that was a big change. April's been in that role and doing a great job for the last few years. And then Kirsten Carath and Merritt Linke, who you all have gotten to know now from the Shoshone hearings, will be co-vice chairs. So we'll have some new leadership there. I think that just the other top of mind things for me are these measurement rules. There are a lot of water rights holders on the Western Slope that and do not have good measuring devices. So, and frankly, Colorado's ahead of a lot of the other upper basin states in terms of its measurement and devices and flumes and everything. But it's gonna be a big lift to kind of figure out the scale of the problem that needs to be addressed. Zebra mussels, very top of mind. It's kind of like watching a wildfire of like, oh, can we get ahead of it before it becomes a really, really big issue for the whole region? And so, anything that we can be doing now as a state is going to be really important. And I think the West Slope, certainly in the Colorado River Basin, stands ready to do what they can to help curb that. But I do think there's a lot of education that's needed, right? Like, people are like, what's a mussel? And when you're talking about asking them to clean their boats, and they don't necessarily even understand. In fact, one of my friends sent me, they borrowed our raft to go down Ruby Horse Thief, and she she said, we're supposed to clean some mussels, but she spelled it like our muscles. And I was like, okay, so clearly this is a person who's a boater, and she had no idea what we were talking about. So we have some work to do.
Dirty muscles.
Dirty muscles, yeah. So, and then on a personal note, I've been spending a lot of time trying to understand this forest watershed nexus and how it impacts our water supply. And at lunchtime, I will sit with you so I can tell you a very similar story of how fast things can change. I had a fall at a mill, and it could have gone really badly. And I'm a big fan of hard hats now. So anytime you're out, take those hard hats seriously at these industrial sites, because things can change really quickly. But I'm the forest piece of this puzzle is so complex. And how do we avoid the next 30, 50 years of dealing with catastrophic wildfires? It's really, really scary. And it's such a big problem, and there's not enough resources. So how do we scale up in a way that really can address these issues? And I know that's very top of mind for the West Slope. And I guess my last thing, I kind of feel like I need to say something about Shoshone. This has been a project that has been on the West Slope's mind and a goal since the 90s. I mean, it's been just one of their big goals was to have some say in how that water right was administered. And so it is very momentous for the West Slope and for the in-stream flow program. I mean, it is a historic moment. And I just want to thank the board. That was pretty grueling for the last, 4 months, 6, and just appreciated everybody's thoughtfulness and trying to make sure that it was a good and balanced conversation. And I hope we did that. There's still a lot of work ahead, but I also want to recognize that there's, I don't think we can dismiss the fact that there are some frayed relationships. And my hope is that as we start to move past this hearing into the kind of the next phases, that we can start to repair those relationships, because there's a lot of work in other areas that's still needed. You heard Commissioner Mitchell talk about, we've got to do what we can do in Colorado to make our state resilient into the future. And we need the whole state. We need East Slope, West Slope, environmental groups. Everybody needs to be at the table. And so I hope we can kind of put the damaged or frayed relationships behind us and start to repair and start to work on these really, really important issues, because we kind of need everybody right now to be agents for change and finding ways to make our state resilient. So on that, I just am looking forward to not reading so much about Shoshone. But you all got a PhD in like Western Slope water rights. It is kind of interesting, but I'll be happy to not have all those board packets to read. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Haas? Okay, I'm actually going to go last. So I'm at, I don't have the clicker. So we'll move on to Director McLeod.
As you all know, I'm technically challenged, so we'll see if we can make this function. First of all, a little hydrology for the Gunnison Basin. We had a pretty good snowpack, above average, actually, but this illustrates something that Director Ullman was telling us yesterday. You know, good snowpack doesn't necessarily translate into good runoff. And as you can see, the major reservoir in the basin is only at 48%, and it's still declining. When you look at the two re-regulating reservoirs, they are full, Crystal and Morrow Point, but those are just small re-regulating reservoirs. Taylor Park at 61%. We have a flow regime in the Taylor River that we manage during the wintertime to protect the fishery, and we typically run 100 CFS November through April. This year, we're down to 68 CFS because of the low reservoir storage level. Ridgeway shows 80%, but that's misleading. The reservoir, even at 80%, is so low they've closed the boat ramps. So needless to say, they're closed at Blue Mesa as well. So we're going into the fall with a very low supply. Paonia is only 4%, but that's not unusual. That's an irrigation reservoir, and they release that water every year. But it's been very hot and very dry in the Gunnison Basin. Last week and the week before, we had several days where the temperature was above 70 degrees. And for Gunnison in November, that's unusual. So things are not getting better. We did have a little dusting of snow over the last few days above 10,000 feet, but nothing significant. I'll talk about snow in just a minute. So the Gunnison Basin Roundtable met on Monday, and Director Cicada, of course, appeared. He's the movie man this year, I think. But not to make light of it, he brought us this production, and this is about the mental health crisis in the agricultural industry today. This particular movie talks about Colorado. Several agricultural families were willing to be interviewed and tell their story and explain the stresses. I told Robert, you know, I'm not a rancher or a farmer, but I've worked with agricultural people my whole career, and I had no idea the magnitude of the problem that these people face, the pressures and the stresses and the high suicide rate. But it's also a wonderful documentary that explains the wonders of agriculture and the beauty of agriculture and the reason why these people are still doing it. And if you get a chance, you see here it says, if you want to see it, contact Robert. Well, I'm sure he'd be glad to share it with your roundtable or anywhere else you want to see it. It's really a wonderful experience. I recommend it highly. Thank you, Robert, for bringing that to us. And he brought some other folks along to explain the programs that are available in Colorado to help take care of the situation before we get here. And those are other things, other resources he can share with you that I would encourage you to talk to him about if you deal with people in agriculture. Since I haven't talked to you, I didn't present a report in September. Here is something that we dealt with in the Gunnison Basin in July. The South Rim Fire in the Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park. Lightning strike caused the fire. It actually ignited 3 fires simultaneously, but Park Service was able to extinguish the two smaller ones right away. But that South Rim fire burned hot and hard for several days. We were driving to Ridgeway State Park, which is south of the Black Canyon, the day it started. And we could see the smoke billowing on the horizon, and all the people who were camping in this campground came streaming out of the campground, but there was no place to go, right? I mean, all these campgrounds are booked 6 months in advance, and then all the people coming in who were supposed to be camping were backed up on the highway because the sheriff's department was saying, no, you can't do it. As you see from the second to the last line, there are major economic impact on Montrose County, having that fire, or having that park closed for all those days. And then when it did finally reopen on August 29th, it was only partially open. Several of the most popular areas were totally destroyed. You can see in the lower left what a campground looks like now. I mean, devastating for that park. The scenic wonder of the Black Canyon is pretty much still intact. So if you'd still like to enjoy that, the South Rim Road is open and you can still take a look. I showed you our Wet Meadows program a few months ago. We are reaching out. We're cross-training. We brought some people from Northern Water over to Gunnison to learn our low-tech process restoration. They spent a few days in Gunnison learning how to build, one rock dams, and our folks are going to go over there in 2027 and work with the northern folks to cross-train on projects mitigating post-wildfire. So we're reaching out with what we consider a very successful program. This is irony for you. You all know I was a skeptic of turf removal. However, the district staff is not skeptical. And they applied for the Transformative Landscape Challenge, which was run by Resource Central. And Resource Central got a water plan grant in September 23 for $1.5 million to promote this kind of activity on the western slope. Our staff applied for and received the grant. And as you can see, our offices are now thoroughly xeriscaped. All of the turf has been removed. Along the edges of the parking lot, which you can see in the diagram there, those are going to be redone next spring. But the main entryway in the front of the building, even though the deer don't appreciate it as much as they did before, we are now zero turf, total xeriscape. So sorry about that. So another thing that we just started, this is our 23rd year on the cloud seeding program. And I bring this up in part because 69% of the funding for this program comes from CWCB and Upper Colorado River Commission. So 70% roughly from state and interstate, 15% from the Upper Gunnison District, and 15% divided among all those other sponsors. We've got 15 of these manually operated generators, and then the remote generators, which I think actually belong to CWCB, and we just maintain and operate them. The remote generators are the path to the future because we have so many inaccessible locations that are perfect for the seeding. These are what we're going to be working on getting more in place. We officially initiated the seeding program on November 15th, but the storm that came in was not sufficient to really send up the silver iodide, but we're poised and ready for the winter. Hopefully there'll be enough storm activity that we can generate some additional precipitation. The 23 years we've been doing this, we've got pretty good data to show that it is in fact a benefit to produce a little bit extra precipitation, and it's the cheapest water you can find. I mean, the cost per acre foot generated by these cloud seeding generators is very small compared to what it would be any other generating precipitation or creating water any other way. So we're continuing to be the local sponsor and promoter of this project. And finally, we have a grant program, which is in its 16th year. Again, we have contributions from CWCB from the Water Supply Reserve account, Reserve Fund. What we do is each year, the board appropriates a certain amount of money. It's been between $250,000 and $350,000 each year. For 2026, it will be $250,000. And we look for projects that create new water supplies or repair and replace aging irrigation infrastructure, address water quality, develop water conservation, and research and educational projects. This is one that we've done over the last couple of years. It's the Arch Ditch, which is a major ditch on the Tomichi Creek, which is east of Gunnison. If you look at the top left picture, that's actually the ditch diversion gate, and the lower picture is the bypass gate. Now, this is a very remote location, but it irrigates a lot of ground. It has 8 irrigators that participate in the ditch. Because of its remote location, it takes a lot of time and labor to operate the gate because they have to remove the trash from that diversion gate and then operate the bypass gate in increments so that they can bypass water to senior water rights downstream. What they did with this project was automate both processes and then put in a trash rack. In the top right picture, you can see the blue trash rack on the water there, and that keeps all that debris that you see in the left side from getting jammed into the diversion gate, which saves them a lot of time when they don't have to come down there every day and pull all that debris out of the ditch. And then the bypass gate is automated, and they can operate the bypass gate from their cell phones. And they also have a remote sensor that gives them the flow in that bypass channel so they know exactly how much to elevate that gate or lower the gate. In that lower right-hand picture, there's the irrigators who operate the system are showing us how he can make that gate operate from his cell phone. So we find these projects to be very helpful for our basin. And again, there is some funding from CWCB through a Water Supply Reserve Fund grant. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director McLeod? Director Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, John, thanks for mentioning the legacy film and screening, and then please pass along my thanks to Commissioner Coons, who's current chair of the roundtable, because he's the one that really knew my passion about it and reached out to me and said, hey, let's have it in conjunction with the roundtable. And I think that's been our approach, because if you invite farmers to a behavioral health session, they don't come. You invite them to talk about water, they come, right? And Commissioner Coons' email afterwards, I think it was really appropriate. He said, I saw a couple of the crusty old guys there rubbing their chin going, this is interesting. So I think it was well received, and thanks so much for your support in that area. And then I would just pass along, as you guys know, this is a passion of mine, that I'm happy and excited to announce that at Colorado Water Congress, we're going to be showing this film. And it'll be during the general session. So it won't be at a breakout session. It'll be to the entire attendees at the winter conference meeting. So we're excited to be a part of that. And then also, I want to expand a little bit more on your non-functional turf program there, because you seemed a little shy about that for some reason, John. But listening to your board meeting, I mean, just like Northern has done, I think they've done a great job of making that kind of a demonstration garden for the community and highlighting, what can be done, and then just the challenges of what it took. I mean, that they couldn't get some of the plants locally, right? They had to drive all the way to Denver to get some of the plants, which is incredible. So,
Well, that's because the company that gave us the grant required us to use their plants, and their plants were in Denver.
but thanks for your efforts, John. We really appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions?
One for me.
Director Vasquez?
I think we're also pleased to see you've been converted.
Didn't say that.
I read between the lines.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go ahead and move on to Director Vasquez.
Okay, a few things from the North Platte Basin. It's dry. Even the deer are, I have a spring on my property and I have a herd of deer that have called it home for all fall. So we'll see what happens in the winter. This is the October 1st to November 18th precipitation. Red is bad. You all guys know this map. We have had very, very little precipitation in the fall, and we had a skiff of snow. I live at about 8,400 feet in the northern end to the west of the basin. But most of the basin didn't get any snow in that last storm. This is snow water equivalent, which, you know, since we're early November, that little black line sitting on the x-axis shows us that we have none. But I think what's interesting is to take a look at the turquoise line, which is last year, and how quickly it melted off. So it ended up being a pretty quick melt off. And I went back, I've never looked at the 110-year median data. That's the dotted line. This is a discharge at the North Platte gate, which is almost at the wilderness area near the border with Wyoming. And it is the gauge that has been in operation the longest. So that median data is 110 years. The brown line is 2024 and the blue is 2025. And you can see how quickly we melted off last spring in kind of a double hump like most basins have experienced. So never having looked at the 110-year median, I got the same surprise everybody's been living with for so many years in this 20 or 25-year drought. On Monday, that says Monday, sorry, on Monday, a new day of your week, we had a roundtable meeting. One of the applicants was the Meadow Creek Reservoir. There's a bulletin that was put out last late summer, early fall from CPW. This is public fishing that CPW manages, as well as irrigation water. But the outlet and the dam itself have some repairs that are required. So CPW started draining and capturing fish. The applicant came forward. The roundtable supports their application for over $300,000 WSRF grant, which the board will see next round to repair it. But that means this reservoir, which is the third largest in the basin behind Michigan and McFarland, interesting, they all start with M, will be drained dry. And that makes it really important to see what the refill looks like at the end of the season. In addition, the roundtable took action. Greg Peterson brought forward, after a long conversation over months with Carrie Van Valkenburg, who's been our chair for the last 2 years, to get PEPO and outreach going again in our basin. We have not had someone in that position for almost 5 years. And so this is really going to be a good move. He'll stand it up. We talked about some of the goals and objectives, and hopefully within his year of serving that way for us, we will be able to find someone to step into the role. It won't seem so overwhelming, I think, if they have somebody who's already engaged and making it work to be able to overlap with. So that's really good. And while I'm talking about the roundtable, Carrie Van Valkenburg has been our chair for about 2 years. And one of the things that's been marvelous to see is her engagement with IBCC. She's on that subcommittee, and it's a great opportunity not only for this vertical integration of know-how and perspectives, it's also great leadership training. And it has been phenomenal to see her grow into that role and bring it back to the roundtable. So I'm expecting some good things as we work on this low and no regrets. My basin, when we did our water plan update during COVID, the majority chose not to make any, put the effort into making any substantial changes in our basin implementation plan. Hopefully with the low and no regrets engagement and then the technical update that's coming, together we'll be able to get the basin to engage more in that statewide important work. And this is my watermelon sky. I'm sure many of you had the opportunity to see Northern Lights here at home. It was on my bucket list for years. This was taken from my kitchen deck. And it's just so exciting to have actually seen this and have both Big Dipper, Little Dipper, and the Seven Sisters in the photograph. So this is my holiday wish for you all. Thanksgiving if you celebrate it, Native American Month if you celebrate it. The holidays coming up. I hope you all have time with people that you love and love to spend time with in this season. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Vasquez? Okay. Thank you. So for my report, I'm going to keep it pretty short as well too, because not a whole lot has been going on, but I do want to go back to September, like Director McLeod, because my basin was really dry for a long time. We had several fires going on all at the same time. It was so bad that I was staying at my friend's house. Like went to go visit him because he had got evacuated from his house. He had just moved in. He had been there for 1 week and got evacuated. And the fire was right across the highway from him, so less than a quarter of a mile from his new home. So I was at his house looking at the fire because it was still going on, and the planes carrying water were going over us, flying to a different fire. And so it was, again, pretty dry in my entire area. So we were always watching, the different fires that were popping up and how quickly that they were getting put out. And one we were keeping close eye was at in New Mexico, but it was very rarely close to the reservation. So we were really watching everything that was going on. And then we got all the water and flooding that was on the news for a little while. And so I was at home and doing homework, not paying attention to anything. I knew it was raining. I didn't know like how bad it was raining, and I'm getting phone calls and emails asking, are you guys okay? And I was like, for what? I had no idea what was going on in the rest of my area. And so I looked on the news and everything. I was like, oh my God, is it really that bad? So I went driving around in my little area, and we didn't have like the flooding that was going on like in Pagosa and Vicedo and the Durango area. It's like completely went all the way around us. But we did get a lot of water, and a few weeks later there was like nothing had happened. And all the water that we were receiving, was getting just soaked up by the ground, and it was our area was, where everybody was thankful. Nobody complained about the flooding, even though it was, some hardships for people. Everybody was still thankful for what we were getting, and so it was very surreal just watching, going from extreme dry conditions to having too much water, and then now back to the way it was before. So the rivers still have very little water in them. It's just amazing how the environment affects, what goes on in our everyday lives, and, just being thankful for the water that we did get. It's been good. So even, like it was mentioned, what Director Allman had presented yesterday, and seeing how dry my area is, at being at 64% of 64% for our snowpack in our water. And then looking at where Mountain Ute Reservation is, and they're at 4%. And I'm hoping that this next year, and going through this winter season, that we do have the snow and the moisture that we need, because I don't want to have all the fires that we've had to deal with over this past year, because that was pretty devastating. A few years ago, gosh, it's been maybe about 6 or so years ago. On my reservation, we're just a small strip of land, 75 miles wide, 110 miles long. We had 68 fires in 1 year. And so I'm hoping that we don't have fires like that again, and just knowing how dry things can be, we're just really keeping an eye on our environment, and hopefully that our area isn't as dry. And I think that's all I really want to say. I think I'm good. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to our Attorney General's report. I didn't even give you guys opportunity to ask you any questions. Is there any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As usual, you all have our report in your materials. There is one update since we sent you that report that Director Ullman alluded to yesterday that I'll talk about for a minute here. On Monday, the U.S. Supreme Court issued an order in the South Platte Compact case, inviting the United States to file a brief and express its views on the case. I don't think that indicates one way or the other, or that the court is leaning one way or the other. That is fairly common practice for the court to ask the Solicitor General to weigh in and express their views. The one thing we know is that will take time for the solicitor to weigh in, and so we probably are looking at a few months, maybe 6 months for them to do that. So I think we had said earlier that we would expect a decision out of the court by the end of this term, which is June, and that's looking more likely that it will be toward the end of that term. Often when the solicitor's office will weigh in on a case, they meet with the states or the parties who are involved to hear from them before they write their brief. And so we will be seeing if that opportunity is available here, and we'll keep the board up to date if something like that happens. That's everything I have.
Okay, Director Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott. Could you envision what the state would weigh in about? I won't hold you to it, but kind of what would be a topic or topics where the state would have much to, or excuse me, the solicitors would have much to say?
It's hard to say at this point. The United States doesn't have major interests in the South Platte River Basin. There aren't major federal projects on the South Platte like there are, say, on the Rio Grande, where the United States became a party. But in the past, they have weighed in as amici or, for example, in the Republican River, right? They filed briefs in a similar posture and really addressed the merits of the case there and expressed their view on the disagreements between the parties, even more than limiting themselves to federal issues. But we don't know what they will say in a brief.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay. And
All right, so next I think we have executive session on the agenda. During executive session, we will consider agenda item 10A as identified on the board's agenda. This session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 246402(3A) of the Colorado Revised Statutes. I believe we're now ready for a motion. Thanks.
okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session. Thank you, Director Felt. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Vasquez. Motion made in second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? We are now in executive session, and so we're also going to take a 10-minute break.
now on agenda item 12.
Thank you. And just waiting for Mr. Wade to enter the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff. Presenting agenda item 12A and B. And so back on our August 1 deadline, CWCB received 4 applications. As always, these projects go before the roundtable for approval prior to coming before you today. So I got 2 to present today. The other 2 were approved by Director Riss on November 14th. 12A is an application from the Fort Bench Ditch Company. And we do have Chris Henderson here from the company. I don't know if he's entered the room yet, but he is here. So they serve, I don't know if you remember this, many of the board members, some of the board members are new. They came in for a loan back at our March meeting and received a loan for this project. And so this WSRF fund, or this WSF application is going to help offset some of that financial burden from the loan they received back in March. But the project is that late in the 2024 irrigation season, they found a leak in a siphon crossing where the ditch water flows underground beneath Willow Creek and then a main road in the city of Lamar. And they repaired it in early 2025, but then after doing an inspection, they found some more work had to be done. So got the loan. Now they're coming in for a grant to offset some of that financial burden, like I said. I don't see Chris here yet. But once he's in the room, he and I are available for any questions on this project. The funds will continue to go towards engineering and construction costs and whatnot. So do we want to wait until he's here? Sorry. There he is. Chris is here now. So if the board has any questions, he and I are available to answer any.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Hearing none.
Great. We'll move on to 12B, which is an application from the city of Durango. And the city delivers water to about 20,000 residents down in La Plata County. They have a 9-mile pipeline that carries water to the College Mesa treatment plant. And that was built back in the early 1900s, then reconstructed in the 1950s. And they are experiencing several breaks in that pipeline, and that causes interruptions to water supply, sometimes up to 3 weeks at a time. And so they'll be replacing that pipeline and using WSRF funds for the design and engineering. And the staff recommends full approval of this proposal, but there is one condition to discuss with the board today. The city is a covered entity as defined in the Colorado revised statutes, but they do not have a water efficiency plan currently on file with CWCB, and they have not submitted the required 1051 conservation data reporting. However, they are actively working on updating their water efficiency plan and submitting 1051 reporting. And so we are, if and when approved, WSRF funds cannot be released until that water efficiency plan has reached at least the conditional approval with staff. So staff would be proceeding with grant contracting after approval on the condition in the grant agreement that grant funds cannot be reimbursed until that water efficiency plan has reached that condition, at least that conditional approval stage, and 1051 reporting has been submitted. Otherwise, no other issues or additional needs for this particular grant proposal, but just wanted to run that by the board today. And I'll be available for any questions on 12B.
Are there any questions? Hearing no questions. Oh, Director Combs?
How long do you expect it would take for them to be in compliant with the 1051 reporting and everything? What was the time frame that you think it'll be?
Yeah, my understanding is that they're in the process of getting a consultant hired, and that timeline would at least get a draft to CWCB by July. And so, so we would work with Durango, possibly to shift funds around where the expenses incurred through this particular project would be kind of towards mid to late 2026.
Okay.
So they can incur expenses and just, and we would just hold on to the funds until they can, and they'll be working with our staff and to get to that conditional approval stage. But that's kind of the timeframe that we've been talking about with Durango and our staff.
So that was my question. If there was another way to keep the project moving, if we could just, if it doesn't stop things down. So
Right.
sounds like
exactly.
we're down.
Yeah, we absolutely understand this is a very important project for the city, so we don't want to be the speed bump, so try to keep both things moving forward and helping them out while they're getting their other plan and reporting done.
Okay, are there any other more questions? Okay, hearing none.
So I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation on 12A and 12B with the conditions of, as explained by Mr. Wade.
Okay, motion made. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Camblin. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion's passed.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon? Is it is it afternoon? Okay, good morning still then. I'm Janine Shaw. I'm our grants section chief with the CWCB, and I am excited to be here to do an information only item. And it really is offering a grant highlights of our grant programs. And this is the first time we're doing this type of update for you all. So please, as we're going through, think about for future years, because we're hoping to do this annually, what you might like to hear more of, less of, different, because we want to make sure that you're getting the information that is helpful for you all. And really the idea is to be able to engage with you outside of those grant approvals. And we have about 1 hour for this this item. I will go ahead and kick us off, and then we will hear from several grantees directly. So I'm excited to have that opportunity. And we'll have a local government, higher ed institution, and a nonprofit.
Janine, before you get started, can I just remind the board that this was actually something you all asked for dating back. So dating back to our strategic planning conversations or operational planning conversations, it was a request that we hear about projects when we first approve them, and then we don't know what happens. So this is in response to that, and just wanted to make sure that, I don't know, you knew that we heard you, and we're trying to be responsive to the requests that we get. So sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you, Director
Yeah.
Riss. So the grant section was formed in the fall of 2024, and this was really in response to the increased sports betting tax revenue coming to the water plan grant program and wanting a way to guide that growth and create consistency and efficiencies between our primary grant programs, which is the Water Supply Reserve Fund grant program and water plan grants. So I'm going to give a super quick reminder of what these programs are. I know you all are all familiar, but in case there are folks tuning in who are not, the WSRF is funded through the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund, and that is typically about $300,000 to each basin from which they can recommend projects in their basin. And the water plan grant is from sports betting tax revenue. The categories, as Director Felt mentioned earlier, are in statute, and they give preference, not necessarily, it's not a, you can't fund this if it's not multi-beneficial, but they give preference to multi-beneficial projects. Both of these, the eligible entities are the same, and both have a match commitment component to try and leverage those dollars. And the grant section, folks in that section, their primary job is grants. However, I would be remiss to not mention all of the work that goes into grants from across the organization. So we have everyone from procurement, accounting, budget, the technical expertise with all of the technical leads, roundtable coordination, data visualization, so many things, as well as grant administration. So currently at CWCB, about a third of staff manage at least one grant. So it is a huge lift across the organization, and I just want to acknowledge and thank staff for that. You know, as we grow, there's obviously going to be some growing pains and some opportunities. So I think we're doing our best to manage those and seize on those opportunities. And currently, this one, I don't know that I've thought about this number until recently, but because I was focused on the annual numbers, but we have over 500 active grants within these two programs. So that kind of blew my mind a little bit. So we are busy, and our partners are busy, and they are doing work on the ground to move the water plan forward, which is really exciting to see. And I probably don't have time to speak to the photos in the slides here, but I encourage you to take a look. We tried to highlight some different grants that we have funded throughout the years. All right, and so I want to take a look back, and then I'll take a look forward. So in the director's reports, which I'm sure you all had plenty of time to read everything in there, but in case you didn't, there are links to our annual reports for WSRF and water plan grants, and they are also on our website. Oh, okay, I will resend out the links. Thank you. Okay, great. Gold star, Director Sakata. But they also are on our website, and so we do those every year. And just to recap, we awarded 136 projects last year, over $26 million, leveraging $24 million. So that is a huge return on investment for the state of Colorado. And one thing I do want to mention, just to remind folks, because I know everybody has different fiscal years, the state fiscal year is July through June. So these numbers do not include the most recent grant cycle that is probably, you know, at the top of mind right now. Oh, and Director Felt, you had asked, and I wanted to report out on a question you had. So you had asked within water plan grants, the watershed health and recreation category, big category, how many grants are actually have the primary focus of recreation? And so I wanted to report out on that. We looked that last year there were 22 grants awarded in that category, and 4 had the primary focus of recreation. And again, most of them are multi-beneficial, so it's a little bit hard to draw that line, but those were, yeah. All right, so now looking ahead, I think I'm going to be throwing out numbers at you that are maybe going to make jaws drop a little bit. So this is the sports betting economic forecast, and this comes out quarterly, and the most recent was in September. You'll see 2 projections here. One is from the Office of State Planning and Budget, OSPB, so the administration. The other is from the legislature or Legislative Council Services. And the numbers here are what they're projecting for sports betting tax revenue that would go to water plan grants. I want to highlight a couple of things and note a couple of things. There is a 3-year cycle. And so there is a lag between when the money is earned and when it is in hand to dole out grants. And that can be tough on one hand. And on the other hand, it gives us certainty for when we are awarding grants that is money in hand and we can advertise how much is actually available. What we're really able to use this for is planning. And so I think you mentioned, or you heard that I think Director Gibbs and Director Riss yesterday shared that we're putting forth a decision item for additional staff, in large part because of House Bill 25-1311, which reduced the deductions that can be taken on free sports bets, which put more revenue here. I am feeling very grateful that Proposition JJ passed because that removed the cap that would have required us to give back any money over $29 million. And that would have been very sad. So again, really excited about these numbers and the ability to move the water plan forward with these partner actions.
Sorry, Janine, real quick question. Is there a simple explanation why the forecasts are so different?
I don't know. I think there's some different assumptions that go in there, but I don't have specifics on that. Good question. All right, so that was our look back and our look forward. And now we're going to dive into just a couple of examples of projects. So I'll be giving a couple examples of Water Supply Reserve Fund, and then we're going to hear from some water plan grantees. So the first one is the Smith and Emmons Diversion and Measurement Structures Replacement. This was a grant and loan combo, and this is a really powerful tool that we often see used with WSRF, where the loan actually counts towards match. This was about a $500,000 project. About $300,000 of that was from the grant, and this is in the South Platte Basin. And they really had some. Zach Salen was the project manager for CWCB on this, and they had some really difficult conditions, from weather to wildlife. They actually worked really closely with CPW because they ran into an issue of there was a nesting eagle near the project site, and so they engaged CPW to make sure that everything went smoothly there. So thank you to our CPW friends. And at the end of this, they now have safe, compliant, standard measuring flumes and a new diversion structure, and they are able to have increased drought resiliency because they can access their senior water rights more easily. And that was completed this past spring. And then next, the next two actually are both in the North Platte Basin, and I wanted to highlight these because I feel like we don't often get to see grants from the North Platte. And so the first one is the Prairie Gem Livestock, and this was a $110,000 grant. There's a picture of Hunter Reservoir on the side here, and ultimately this hay producer was only able to store about 30 acre feet of their 140 acre feet of decreed water. And through working with DWR, they were actually able to envision a way where they could keep the reservoir's non-jurisdictional dams and then hold their full allocation. And so they have completed this last fall and are now at full capacity and actually able to irrigate all of their land with all of their allocation. And then last, this next one is the Owl Mountain Partnership. And this is kind of a bread and butter WSRF grant. It was a $50,000 grant, and they installed 8 irrigation water check structures in coordination with NRCS on about a 1,000-foot section of Gibbs Ditch, again in the North Platte. And in this case, they had really poor water control, and it was producing some irrigation-induced erosion and sediment. And so by having these new structures in there, that has been reduced significantly, and they have great water control now. And again, NRCS was involved in that, and that was also finished this last fall. So just a couple of examples, and I am, as you probably picked up on, I am not a civil engineer and I am not a water resources engineer, which I think is a little bit of a rarity in this room full of people here, but I will do my best to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions?
I just have a comment if I might, and thank you very much for highlighting North Platte Basin. Much appreciated. I'll take that home.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Comments?
All right, so
Thank you.
next, I want to introduce our grantees who are going to be presenting. So we have, we'll hear from Alamosa County, CSU, and River Science. And the first two will be virtual. They'll be joining us online. So I would like to welcome Richard Hubler with Alamosa County.
Good morning. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So while I believe there's some slides coming up, I'll just say we were the recipient of a water plan grant and the planning category to do comprehensive planning. And for those folks that aren't familiar with comprehensive planning, that's their strategic long-range plan that a county or city does that kind of helps determine how development happens over the next, typically a decade or two. So that's what we received some additional funding to help with the other funding that we'd received from DOLA, who typically funds these kind of plans. It's my understanding that this was maybe the first time that CWCB had helped to fund a comprehensive plan, and I'll get into the kind of why here in a minute. If we can go to the next slide. So for those that aren't familiar, Alamosa County is in the middle of the San Luis Valley. San Luis Valley here on the map is the Rio Grande Basin, the south slope, as I like to call it, since we're technically not west slope, but we're kind of separated from the Front Range thanks to the Sangre de Cristos. So as you can see in this slide, Alamosa and the San Luis Valley is very dry, typically about 7 inches of annual precipitation a year. So water is, of course, a very major concern for us. And we'll go next. We are the most intensely irrigated region in the world. Next. And this, for those of you that haven't been to the San Luis Valley, is just kind of an aerial image that helps highlight that. What you see here are typical irrigated 160-acre quarter sections with about 120-acre center pivot farms. This is what most of the San Luis Valley looks like and has looked like for a long time. As we proceed to the next slides, I just do want to give some credit to Heather Dutton, who many of you are familiar with, as several of these slides are from her. So here we're looking at what irrigation looked like in the valley in the 1920s. You can see both the wells are the little dots, and then the lines that you see there are the irrigation canals. So a lot of surface irrigation. Next, and as we go through the next several decades, you can see that the number of wells kind of grows. Next. And then next again. And then next again. And then next one more time, I think. And maybe one more time. So you can see these increase in groundwater usage in the San Luis Valley. Let's go one more time next. As we go over time, and the expansion beyond some of those historically surface irrigated areas. And then one final time. So today, more or less, we've got about 14,000 total wells in the San Luis Valley, about 2,500 of which are small wells. So we'll go to the next slide. So those were kind of to highlight the backdrop that was the part of the community conversation as we got into the valley. This slide, many of you guys may be familiar with. This actually represents the unconfined aquifer storage, kind of in the west central San Luis Valley. This is our trending, not in the right way, available water, and that kind of really impacts where we know that we're going to be going. Next slide. As we move into the future. So given that background, this is Alamosa County itself. This is a parcel layer map And you can see kind of the development patterns. Most of those wells and most of those farms that we saw in the earlier pictures are in the still large 160-acre greater parcels, predominantly in the northwest and the southwest of the county. You can see all the much larger squares there. We do have a lot of development, a lot of smaller lot development. Some of it's been around for 50 years or longer. Some of it's more recently, and predominantly the eastern half of the county, which is kind of past where that historic irrigation goes and also where our center pivot farms are located. So we'll go next. So as we started working through our comprehensive plan, we started looking at what is water is available for the kinds of development that we might want to see in the future, that we might expect to see in the future. So this here is actually a map of the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District, Heather Dutton's group, with some augmentation that's available there. So this is surface water augmentation of the unconfined aquifer. The big purple blob in the left kind of follows along the Rio Grande River, and then the little blue circles are those areas within 3 miles of a recharge pit. So this was the basis of our conversations about understanding where potentially water incentives development could be supported with the augmentation system. Next. So as we took that kind of data and overlaid it over the planning type of data that we're talking about, where do we want to see things? What does zoning in the future look like in development? This map shows those overlaid. The colorful areas are our future land use. So kind of aspirational zoning in a lot of ways. The big bluish to the majority of the east is kind of what we hope to see as a natural open space kind of preservation. So not a lot of additional development. There's a lot of lands in this area that are currently state or federal lands. And then we have a couple different versions of green that represent different types of future agricultural uses. Some where we hope and expect to see large lots still. Those ones tend to have more surface irrigation and more historic water rights. And then some of the lighter greens are where we've seen some agricultural uses, but we expect that those areas might change. And then the yellows and oranges represent kind of where we expect to see residential development. So our overlay of those areas over where the water is available provided the basis to understand and kind of direct development in the future. So go next. So then overlaying that, this is actually an image of what ended up in our comprehensive plan. So focusing around the kind of development that we want to see is represented by those future land use areas, with the overlay in purple of those areas where basically you're able to augment a well to get the uses that people want, whether that be a campground. We don't see a lot of car washes, but certainly those kinds of things, whether it be denser residential development, small lot development, any of the kind of uses where we know that water is going to be the limiting factor to those types of development. This map helps to direct folks to understand that this is where that area of the county can see that type of development because the water is available. And I think that's my final slide. But I just want to kind of recap that this approach was to, yep, that was my final slide. So we'll go back one maybe. This approach was to help us as a community understand where, looking at across the landscape, where things might change and where that change could be supported by adequate water. And most importantly, is to kind of help shape the future of development to those areas where water can support the kind of development that the community wants to see, which is the purpose of strategic planning and comprehensive plans, is to help shape the future of development in a jurisdiction. So that's the completion of my slides, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. All right, next up we have Amy Kremen with CSU.
Thank you. How is my audio? Is it all right?
It is.
Terrific. Okay, I'm going to share my slides because I'm going to fly pretty quickly through a lot of images and things in order to make this happen within the right amount of time. Thank you very, very much for the invitation to join you today. I'd hoped to be there in person, and I'm sorry that I'm not, because this is a really great opportunity to be there and talk with people about what we're doing with support from CWCB. I'm here presenting on the Testing Ag Performance Solutions program. This overhead that you're seeing is of a CSU research farm at RDEC in Fort Collins. And I'm going to talk about what this is. CWCB has given us a generous grant through the Water Plan Grant Program to focus on this program, which is now just finishing its third year. This is a real life competition whose purpose is to basically bring farmers together to compete side by side on the same field. Farmers love to compete, and they love to figure out who can be sort of the best producer. And in this case, what we do in this competition is we've shifted focus from who can produce the most yield to who can be the most profitable and input use efficient in being productive, and right sizing the goals with regard to yield to the water resource challenges of our state. This competition provides people not only with agronomic practice, but also practice with making database decisions using a wide range of technologies, which may not be something that everybody has used, and also with having marketing support. It turns out that being maybe not the best marketer in the world, but doing some marketing actually makes a huge difference, especially at the price point that we've had for the last 3 years. And this approach, what's critical about it is it allows people to test tools, technologies, strategies without shouldering risk on their own operations, and then being able to take that learning home. And not only are they taking that learning home to their own operation, they get to crowdsource what they're learning, benchmarking against their peers in reports that are provided. They can see who did what, when, where, and why, and how it worked. And so it's a really wonderful program that doesn't take a lot of time, meets producers where they're at, and kind of really plays into their competitive nature and desires for excellence. The format also, because of its randomized replicated block design, supports robust research into agronomics and economic success. If you look at this overlay, this overhead here, this shows how the field, we move the competition around each year in order to cancel out different effects with regard to water and nitrogen management in the competition. And that over there on the right shows how everybody's assigned 3 plots in the field in the randomized replicated block design, and we harvest from the interior of each one of those plots. Everybody gets 12 rows of a hybrid of corn they're selecting, and then there's 12 rows of a reference hybrid, so we can actually back out the hybrid differences of people's corn choices. So there's a variable rate irrigation system, which was installed at this farm with CWCB support, which allows us to actually dial in very specific amounts of not just water, but nitrogen through a fertigation system based on the choices that the farmers make. It's a very intensive process. We could not do it without the staff of RDEC and also our partners who are co-located at the Fort Collins Agricultural Research Service for USDA, in addition to using the help of faculty members from a wide range of colleges at CSU and student support. So here's how the competition works. People get to make 6 decisions. They pick a corn variety, a hybrid and a seeding rate. They get to make irrigation and nitrogen decisions that we actually apply on the field all year. And they make marketing decisions and buy crop insurance as part of a simulated full-on crop budget. We scale all these decisions over the growing season. We keep track of all the costs, and everything is simulated to represent a 1,000-acre operation. They're using actual market data. This is just a quick screenshot of showing you the complete farm budget. This is just like an extension budget that we would give any farmer that has literally all the costs for land preparation, insecticide use. So the things that are the same are in white, but anything that the farmers are actually affecting through the competition are colored in green or blue that affects their bottom line. This is just a quick screenshot of the online portal that we use to not just provide data through all the different decision support technologies and the soil sampling and the plant sampling data, but also where they make their marketing decisions. So they actually make real marketing decisions. Well, they're making simulated marketing decisions, but using real market prices throughout the course of the year. And those are all inputted on the portal. And they have support from professionals within CSU as well as professionals through partnerships with external companies to CSU throughout the year. And here's just a quick screenshot of the kinds of decisions that people have made in this year's competition. There's some real money on the table. People get some awards. They get credibility and props at an awesome banquet that we host every winter when the season is finished. Here's some pictures from last year. And as you can see, we have a range of folks. We've got younger farmers. We've got older farmers. Our partnerships between crop consultants and farmers as competitors. That top picture is the NRCS Greeley and Fort Collins team. And they actually won an award last year for the limited irrigation, most input use efficient award. So here we have a federal agency walking the talk of what they do every day in their job. And then they get credibility because the farmers competing in the competition go, wait, how'd they win? What'd they do? What were their strategies? They must know what they're doing. Here's an example timeline of how this works. So it's a full growing season competition, but it really only takes people about 5 to 10 minutes a week to pay attention to what's happening on the portal with their data and make decisions. We have a fun kickoff, a summer field day, and then that awesome banquet at the end. And then people can come visit the field anytime they like, although many do not. So a lot of this is learning how can you manage a field, a crop, as profitably and input use efficiently as possible using the data just streaming off the field. So getting people to move from analog management to also using their analog expertise combined with digital expertise to make smart decisions. So just some quick shots from the field. It involves a wide range of technology providers, commodity groups, the local co-op, and it doesn't take a lot of time, like I said, but it does involve a ton of peer learning opportunities, comparing management, one farmer to another, lots of different connections that people take home. And we're able to actually actively demonstrate a hypothesis that we know progressive farmers have already demonstrated fully, but really showing how conservation-oriented management can not only maintain production, it can maintain profit without hampering productivity. Here are examples of the wide range of data that we collect through the TAPS program every year. And here's just a quick image showing kind of where those are implemented in the field. So everybody gets access to a soil moisture probe. They also get access to remote sensing. We fly drones every week. We're providing these data to everybody through the portal. So people are, and then we're giving coaching and webinars to sort of talk about what we're seeing and how to use these technology. We engage undergraduates. Here we have 2 undergraduate interns, one from civil engineering, one from soil and crops, looking at an analog version of measuring evapotranspiration in the field next to an arable mark, which is digitally, remotely sensing evapotranspiration. So we can ground truth the data from one device with data that we're also collecting in the field. We provide crop photos every week. And that can help people understand when they want to shut off their irrigation for the competition. And as you can see from this summary from 2024, I know I'm flying really fast, but this is what happens in the field in real life. Everybody's doing the best they can. Everybody's making the best decisions they can based on the information and their risk tolerance. They make a wide range of decisions. As you can see here in the green box there on the left from 2024, the difference between the people applying the most and the least irrigation was well over 12 inches. So, and you can see the same thing with the nitrogen from 40 to 200 pounds per acre. This has not only important considerations for learning, it has very important considerations for people's bottom lines. And so we really need to know how these widely varied decisions actually play out. And so here's an example of how those played out in 2024. This is an example going from left to right. You have the competitors from least to highest yield. And as you can see, if applying more nitrogen resulted in greater yield, you would sort of see the green bars going up in size along with that yield, those yield results. But you do not see that. We can see very clearly that there's not actually a correlative relationship between the amount of nitrogen applied and how much yield people got. This is important to know because in our dry climate where nitrogen basically doesn't get washed out of the profile, it's kind of sitting there, maybe right not at the surface, but maybe about 8 inches down. It's there for the plants to scavenge, and what we want to avoid for environmental impacts and also cost producers that they should not be paying is not applying nitrogen that will not benefit their yield. So something like this makes it very plain how this might be the case, that applying more nitrogen does not necessarily mean more yield. And as we know, nitrogen is expensive and getting more so it gives us a good opportunity to talk people through the dollars and cents, the literal sense of whether they should be applying more nitrogen or not. And we do provide soil sample data to everyone through the season so they have a good idea of where they sit with their soils and whether they should apply more nitrogen or not. One really wonderful thing that we get to test in this is hypothetical scenarios that Colorado law would actually permit. We don't actually have something like this, but under Colorado water sharing agreements, we are actually testing a hypothetical limited irrigation track, which simulates whether people could earn some extra money if they defer using irrigation. They basically limit themselves to 12 inches or less, and then they are receiving some money for that reduction. And so we had a number of people compete in that track last year and this year, and they've done really well. We modified it this year a little bit more. We're trying to make it actually as real to something that could be tested in this hypothetical scenario that could actually exist in the real world. And so can we pay farmers to agree to limit their consumptive water use and actually have that work out for them both productively and profitably? And so you can see on the bottom there, the numbers with the green boxes are those who opted into the limited irrigation track last year. Again, these are organized from lowest to highest yield. And again, you can see that now you can see there's a correlation between the amount of water applied and the amount of yield. And those irrigations are June is green, irrigations July is August. August is, sorry, blue is July, orange is August, September, October is pink, and the fertigation events. So when nitrogen was delivered through the irrigation system with some water, that's counted as well. And what was interesting in this competition in 2024 is that we had some people that actually picked the same exact hybrid, different hybrid rates, but the exact same hybrid, and you can compare apples to apples. And so what you can see is that the folks with the channel variety and the DeKalb, same variety, same exact corn, different amounts of irrigation, same yield. So this really helps people understand, again, that there are opportunities to save on water use without impacting yield, and sort of demonstrate this year over year in a dry year and wet year alike. There are opportunities to cut back on water use without impacting yield when that water is timed in the right way. For example, what you can see here in the upper right corner is how that farm 13, which did have higher yield, they watered later into the season with no yield benefit. And you can see how in the bottom right corner, how their soil moisture probe was telling them to stop irrigating, but they didn't. So there we go. Just keeping a track of the time. I think I'm okay so far. Again, that has costs. Every time you pump an inch, you're affecting your bottom line. So if we can tell people that they can cut back their water use without impacting their productivity as well as benefiting their bottom line, that's the sweet spot. And right now with corn prices being what they are, every time you can cut back on costs but maintain your profitability, maintain your productivity, that is going to help you end up being more profitable. And it is hard to be profitable right now. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Just a quick view that our folks are from all over. We have 80 competitors this year. We've had folks from across the Front Range and out east, literally the entire eastern part of the state. We've had competitors. There's many companies that are involved with this, public and private. This CWCB grant was used by our group here at CSU to actually leverage almost $9 million now to help support TAPS programs as well as master irrigator programs across 5 states, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Nebraska. And so without that CWCB investment, we wouldn't have been able to leverage this massive, larger investment on a multi-state basis that we manage here from CSU with a large team of people across those 5 states. Yeah. So, and that is part of a growing program of TAPS programs, not only in the High Plains, but we are also involved in helping a much broader group of TAPS programs now operating in Florida, Alabama, Michigan, and Maryland. And you can see that this growing network of producers who are engaging in these types of risk-free testing of strategies and tools is growing. So we have 6 companies, so across all the different states. Just a quick quote from Brian Lango, who's a producer from Idalia, who also is involved. He did Master Irrigator first, helped get that program going, and has been competing in TAPS. TAPS is huge to drive more comfort and reliability when you're using tools. If you're going to make investments, you're certainly more comfortable making that investment if you've tried it out in a simulated environment. We also help tech companies beta test their technologies in TAPS. So there's things running under the hood that we let farmers know who are competing that these things are happening. And then as those are ready to be rolled out to the public, we can sort of showcase newer tools to people, help them gain awareness of what's available on the market. And that could be reliable for them in managing their water and nitrogen ever more ethically. We have on a multi-state basis a program underway where we're doing research gathering nitrogen oxide measurements from the field to demonstrate how producers' management in the competition can decrease nitrous oxide, which is many times more powerful warming gas compared to CO2. So that's really cool research that we get to do as part of the TAPS program. And what we love about it is that it really is, if we think about a farmer in their 40-year career, they have 40 tries to get this right. And so whether they're an early career farmer just learning about new things and getting networked, whether they're a mid-career farmer who already knows what they're doing really well and they want to level up in certain ways or maybe upgrade their systems or approaches, or they're really thinking about the long term and the legacy they're going to leave to their kids and grandkids in terms of the water and the soil quality and the other aspects of their operation being as fundamentally sound and profitable as possible, TAPS can kind of speak to everybody. we're really excited about doing this at CSU and being part of this multi-state network where we're actually generating lots of really wonderful socioeconomic, agronomic, and other technologically informed data coming off of the management decisions from actual producers in this competition, showing how to get the job done and being super effective and profitable and input use efficient. We just recently got to host Lauren Bobert at the farm. She was here a couple weeks ago. Obviously, this is a topic and an approach that involves many of her constituents. And it was really wonderful to get to stand out in the field and sort of showcase how the data, how the actual community around this, both the farmers, the broad ag sector, and the technology companies all kind of comes together to be more in alignment for a sustainable water use future in profitable agriculture. The program really brings people together a lot. We would love to have you come by for any of for the field days or to the banquets coming up January 10th. If you're interested, let me know. And again, we're just super grateful to CWCB for this support. Have to say that, you know, there's been a really nice effect that we had hoped would see happen, that the CWCB investment enabling us to go for the larger NRCS dollars that now is impacting things on a much larger scale on a multi-state basis, also led Master Irrigator in Colorado to come back and also leverage the NRCS money then to get more money to help the Colorado Master Irrigator program get stronger statewide. So the impacts of this program are really massive, involving so many people, so many producers across the state, as well as so many people across the ag sector. And really appreciate the opportunity today to get to just give you a small glimpse. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none.
Thank you so much, Amy. All right, so you can see just in the first two presentations we had the variety of things that the Water Plan Grant Program is funding, from, you know, having land and water use planning actually be comprehensive together is something that we as a state have been trying to push for a long time, to these ag solutions as well, and the learning and just the multi-layers of benefits that are coming from these. So we have one more, and I'm super excited for this one. It is the River Science grant for the River Conservation Corps. And we do have folks here in person today, and I think we'll have a lot of energy in this one. So I want to welcome up Luke Javernick, and I also want to acknowledge Wendy Padilla, who I believe is in the audience. Wendy is DNR's new deputy director, and she has helped coordinate the DNR's internship program, which River Science engaged with as well. So I will welcome Luke up.
Thank you, Janine, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Luke Javernick, the Executive Director of River Science. Click. There we go. River Science is a nonprofit based here in Colorado with the mission to provide affordable solutions for improving river health. We founded in 2016, and over the last several years, we've worked really hard to create this new AmeriCorps program called the River Corps. And its mission is to provide technician level members to increase the capacity of our partners and organizations and agencies throughout the state that are facing watershed challenges. Just a kind of an overcap of how CWCB fits into all of this. It's a match between Serve Colorado, which is the state's AmeriCorps program, and the Water Plan Grant that really helped us get established. We've been working on this for several years, and that started in 2024 with a planning grant from Serve Colorado. It's a very big program to start AmeriCorps, and it actually takes a full year and a dedicated grant to get started. So that was completed in 24, and then in 25, we got an operational grant from Serve Colorado, and that requires a 24% match. And you can kind of see down below there the figures for each year and the grant amounts from AmeriCorps. But this is a very different AmeriCorps program. I'm just at the bottom here, I took a quote from our Water Plan Grant application, and the alignment for the Water Plan Grant
is that this is to equip AmeriCorps members with the necessary skill sets, equipment, and technical supervision to serve a variety of the critical water-related technical tasks that address the capacity needs of dozens of the partners involved in the Thriving Watershed Actions, kind of taking that language right out of the Colorado Water Plan. And that's those three components there, the skill sets, the equipment, and that technical supervision is a large overhead cost for this program. And that's what makes this different as well, and why we needed such a large grant from CWCB. So thank you. But it really does come down to those big aspects and how our program is different. So I'll focus next kind of on what makes us different. And it really is the technical capacity that these members develop and then take out to the different watersheds in Colorado. This is a long list. I could talk about this for hours, but I'll try to go through it pretty quickly. The training the AmeriCorps members get right when they first come is 6 weeks, 40 hours a week. It's pretty intense. It's very accelerated. They go through a water quality training where they learn the basics of water quality, but then they get the context of why water quality is important on the ecology and the river health. With that, they get a lot of hands-on training as well to really learn the protocols. And we back up on all of the River Watch protocols. That's in partnership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Moving down the list, we do a hydrology and watersheds training as well. That's kind of split into a very technical training and then a social science component as well. The technical side focuses kind of just the general recap of water resources in Colorado, but then it focuses as well on like the very technical components of how do you measure stream flow? We use the CWCB's in-stream flow programs protocols for all of our training. And then they learn hydrographs. They learn about groundwater, surface water connection. And then beyond that, the social science components are really important too, because these members go out into their community and they support projects, they support their partners. And so they have to have that social understanding of, okay, well, we understand now that snow melt turns into the stream flow that we see, but it isn't just the stream flow for the environment. There's a lot of supply, use, demand of that water. So we break it down to help them understand agriculture needs, municipal needs, and give them that broader context to the complications and the challenges with water in Colorado. Within that, they focus on a large lesson plan as well on Colorado water law, so that they really understand that first in time, first in right. And then kind of tied into that social component, they go through a watershed coordination and communication training. That last year was hosted by Carol Acarius and Jeff Crane. And they really help drill in those stakeholder perspectives so that again, when the members are out in their community and talking with agriculture folks, they know what their perspectives are on the river and they know that their needs, because water in Colorado can be contentious, and we really want to help these members to avoid putting their foot in their mouth, which has happened to a lot of young professionals. Moving down the list, the last technical training in there is GIS. We really want these members to come in and serve their programs with the ability to do data collection and monitoring for their projects, past and current. And then they also learn some basics on creating maps for that management of projects. So these trainings are the core trainings that every member receives in that first 6 weeks. And throughout this time, I just want to emphasize that it's a whole lot of hands-on. They're learning the protocols, they're tested again and again, because we can't rely on this data if we don't have the rigor and the quality assurance to go along with it. So after this training, they go out and they serve their hosts, kind of at different capacities, but most of our members are serving about 40 hours a week. We also hold 4 AmeriCorps members for our own restoration crew. So they go on to additional training. Again, they do a fair bit of curriculum because now they understand hydrology, but they need to understand river hydraulics. They need to understand geomorphology for how the rivers change and adjust over time in the dynamic systems that they are. So they really learn about river processes and emphasizing what processes are involved in process-based restoration. Following that curriculum, they go out and they do several weeks of work and implementation on our current restoration projects so that they learn the techniques, the equipment, and the safety. And then once that's completed over about 3 weeks of in-person hands-on training, that crew is ready to go out and help out other nonprofits in the state as that skilled labor crew. And they bring with them equipment, which is another big cost for this program. These are the 11 members that we have currently, and I'll go into each of their services individually here in a minute. But this is kind of their impact over this last year. As they go out and do data collection or projects, we're having them use GIS to capture what they're doing, and it generates this final product here. So across the state, they've done 165 water quality sample collections. They've done 73 streamflow data collections and 44 precipitation data collection. We've partnered with CPW in their aquatic nuisance species surveys as they've transitioned their program to start to include streams as well as the ponds and reservoirs. Our team was really focused on the data collection in the streams across the state, and our team collected 50 different ANS surveys. We have a partnership with CDPHE for PFAS data collection across the state, and the members this year collected 170 surface water samples for PFAS, and they also conducted 120 fish samples at 6 lakes across Colorado. Getting into the restoration projects, they've been all across the state, 7 different projects we've helped out with, and we've implemented over 200 treatments. I don't have the final count, but it's well over 200 individual treatments this year, and thousands of willow plantings as well. Lastly, that's the quantitative, but we also want these members out serving their communities in greater education and outreach components or aspects. And so we also have this qualitative metrics down here, a little harder to tell the story of, but we want members to go out and engage and participate in conferences, roundtable meetings. And throughout the year, they've attended 26 different stakeholder engagements. They've attended 17 different volunteer coordination or community events, and they've helped in different like cross trainings or attended job shadow events across the state with 11. I'm going to get into the members. Again, I could talk for a long time about each member. I'll just kind of classify the members. Most of these are recent college graduates. They've either completed a degree in environmental science, biology, or something similar, and they're coming out of college and they're looking for a way to cut their teeth. So when they come in, they're very motivated. That's not everyone. Some of these are seasoned professionals that want to kind of more sharpen their skill sets and their opportunity to pursue that environmental career that they wanted to as well. So it's not everyone, but it's the majority is that recent graduate. I'll start with Jessie because I've talked about the trainings a lot. Jessie comes to us, she's a past educator, and she's really helped us continue to offer our education initiatives. We have several programs in high schools around the state, and she continues to refine those to provide more opportunities like career fairs to our students. But within the AmeriCorps, she's been critical in helping us refine our curriculum because I'm a scientist. I don't boil things down very well to that digestible level for a new student. So she's been really critical in making all of my nonsense into something that's really that can build that foundational knowledge for a new student. Justin Stover, he's our river restoration crew lead. He's really been imperative as we've gone out and started projects with new partners. He spends a lot of time going out and ensuring that the project, all the logistics are there and in place so that when the restoration crew gets going, that everything is a little bit more organized and effective when the members are ready to get rolling. At the bottom of each slide, every member has had the opportunity at some point in their service to say that there is a specific project that they're interested in doing, and they apply their skills, and we give them a little bit of latitude for them to explore. And Justin's been really focused on a more comprehensive approach for our river restoration techniques and our program for next year. He'll be sticking around as well. Miranda Stormer is another one of our restoration technicians. So she's full-time restoration crew. Within that, though, our restoration this year was the first 2 weeks of every month, the last 2 weeks of every month. But during the first 2 weeks of the month, she would always kind of help out with different data collection for water quality across the state. And she also helped lead the aquatic nuisance species partnership with CPW. And her project focused on harvesting and installing willow. So really comparing the methods and success to kind of help build us a better program going forward so that our willow plantings are more successful. Joyce McLaren is also one of our river restoration technicians. And again, very critical. River restoration has a lot of labor. So I have a lot of appreciation for all of our river restoration crew. When Joyce hasn't been on the river restoration, those other 2 weeks of the month, she's been helping out with PFAS data collection across the state, as well as helping one of our partners, the River Network, with some of their education and outreach. And her project is kind of that lessons learned from our restoration this first year. Bennett Yoke is a water resource technician based with the Bureau of Land Management out of the San Luis Valley Field Office. He has been very busy doing a ton of different data collection all throughout the valley, really helping and supporting that BLM on their past project monitoring. And his project is looking at that San Luis Valley closed basin and that sustainability of the San Luis Valley unconfined aquifer. So very synergistic to the talks today. Bennett is also one of the 4th AmeriCorps members that rotates in and supports the river restoration crew, because we always have at least 4 members out on restoration. And that's true with Virginia too. She is one of those rotating 4th members. But when she's not on restoration, she is a hydrologist and hydrographer with the Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership and CWCB. So in here, she's been doing a ton of data collection throughout that watershed and supporting a lot of the Western Slope CWCB methods and protocols and data collection for the in-stream flow program and the natural lake level program. Her project is a comprehensive report on TMDLs in the Uncompahgre watershed and point sources for mining pollution. So some of these projects start to sound like dissertations. They're very technical. These members have really put themselves in a great position to get some experience. Next up is Shiv Patel. He's also a hydrologist and hydrographer based here in Denver with the CWCB. In his position, he's conducting field work, doing a lot of technical hydrologic analysis, data entry, and all in support of the in-stream flow program and the natural lake level program. His project focuses on the complexities of investigating gauging opportunities to get optimal data to support CWCB in-stream flow water rights. So again, pretty technical. Matthew Fitchett, he is based with River Science in a partnership with CDPHE, where he is our PFAS water quality specialist. He has really led that program this year, doing a whole lot of the coordination and communication that's required to get ourselves ready to go out and collect the data on the surface water samples, and then in partnership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, for all of those fish samples as well. And his project is all about that PFAS contamination in Colorado. Anastasia Daniel, she is a physical science technician with Rocky Mountain Field Institute, but really based with the U.S. Forest Service out of the Colorado Springs area. Again, tons of data collection on past projects from the Forest Service. And really interesting on her, the Forest Service needed help for the wildfires this summer. So it wasn't in her job description or her position description, but she actually went and got trained in her service for firefighting. And then she was actually dispatched to the Windy Gap Fire as part of her service. So it was just a really cool thing that developed. Megan Dager is the River Watch Outreach Coordinator with the Blue River Watershed Group in the Breckenridge, Frisco area. She's really been focused on increasing the local stewardship through education, communication, and outreach, and then building up those groups for the data collection. So she's been really fostering and improving the River Watch program in that area, and then also coordinating and conducting a whole lot of education opportunities around the basin to learn about the current and ongoing river restoration projects. And her project is all about River Watch Volunteer Management Guide to kind of help the next person come in and really keep that leverage going. And then our last member is Avery Cannon. He is an environmental and conservation technician with Friends of the Yampa. He's been doing a lot of data collection, water quality, some water quantity, and then his big task though is supporting the Friends of the Yampa group with their Yampa River scorecard. And then he's also done a lot of education, communication events with the community as well. And that's his project down there, is really focused on the scorecard. In the beginning, I talked about River Science's mission is to provide affordable solutions. And that's one of the components of why we looked towards AmeriCorps. With the AmeriCorps grant and the AmeriCorps structure, members receive a moderate living allowance. Moderate might be generous, but they also receive an education award. And with that, though, the grant and the other funding that comes in makes it very cost effective for the hosts and partners around the state to afford this type of capacity. So it breaks down that the hosts pay somewhere around $11 per hour for these members. And if you kind of look at what they're providing against labor and statistics rates, these members are very cost effective. These are some outdated figures. These Bureau and Labor statistics are several years old, but they were the best I could find to kind of compare what our cost is versus some of these other technicians. With that, I just want to say thank you. I was reflecting about this talk and thinking, man, I'm so thankful for this grant. But then I started thinking about all the other CWCB grants we've gotten in the past and thinking how amazing that has. But it dawned on me that the components that made this program possible is actually leveraged from a lot of the past CWCB grants. So we've had grants in the past for education. We have the Next Generation Water Leaders program that really focused on how we expanded our curriculum, which is a big component in this. We've had grants for river restoration, which has kind of sharpened our expertise with river restoration to the point where we can teach it, and that supports this. We've done a lot of data collection, post-fire monitoring, and then even supporting S&P groups with greater data collection. And all of that really has been the building blocks that has allowed this program. So without being too emotional, thank you for all the past support, and we'll continue to keep moving it forward. Thank you.
Director Vasquez has a question.
I'm very curious about the structure of River Science. So as you went through the members, a number of them are employed elsewhere. It feels like a network. And how did you come to be as a company? And how did you invite and succeed in getting that kind of collaboration?
That's a great question. So as the nonprofit around the state, well, part of it is just the projects that we've been involved in the years. We've built partnerships. Like our post-fire work is how I know Carol Licarius really well, to have her help out with the communication and coordination. And then River Science is in partnership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We run River Watch, and that is a statewide program. And through that network is how we have been supporting a lot of these local watershed groups. And so it was a pretty easy conversation to go to them. We knew their capacity needs. And so we just offered them these trained AmeriCorps, and some of them had the capacity to bring them on and supervise, and some didn't. But we'll continue to expand that network and support.
And do the members who are not employed by you, excuse me, they're paid in a different capacity. So how do you negotiate their time on your projects if they're employed somewhere else?
That's a great question too. All of the members are administered through River Science. All the payroll liability comes through us. And then we have agreements for all of the hosts, the other organizations. And I'm trying to think of the second part of your question. So it's us onto administering it. And then if that member needs to serve additional hours, we have contingency plans. And so that's how sometimes we partner with them. And what I mean by that is members have to reach a certain critical threshold of hours served to complete their AmeriCorps experience. So most of our members have to hit 1,200 hours. And that's a big part of our management, is making sure that they're on track throughout the year to hit that deadline when they need to. Because if they don't, they don't get their education award, and it looks bad on our program. So in the event that some hosts don't have enough service to provide, we're constantly being like, hey, we could use more Riverwatch data. Hey, we have a restoration project they could assist on, because someone needs the additional support throughout the state. We just have to make matchmaker to do it.
So you answered my question. It's quite an art to juggle all of that and make it come together, right?
It's a lot of management and a proactive approach to make sure that we're always on target. You know.
Okay, are there any other questions? Director Camblin?
Yeah, I do. I got just two questions. One, and it's just showing my naivety. What is a Zuni bowl?
Zuni bowl is in a lot of dry environments and ephemeral systems, you'll get erosion head cuts and gullies. And a Zuni bowl will use rock work essentially to build a bowl. So as the flow comes over and crests down into what was being a gully, the Zuni bowl breaks that energy and traps sediment so that you're stopping the erosion in place.
Okay, perfect. And then the other question I had, is most of this on like public ground, federal BLM, or are you guys working with some private landowners?
It's a mix. Yeah, some of our restoration projects are ongoing on private lands, but we support BLM and Forest Service with some of their projects as well. So it's a mix across the state.
Great. And so the private landowners have been pretty receptive to the programs that you've had.
Yeah, very. Because in the past too, one great option for a lot of restoration projects are the strike crews from the federal penitentiary. But a lot of private landowners get nervous about having those folks help out with projects. So that's a very cost-effective approach to a lot of labor for these restoration projects, but it has its own challenges. But the AmeriCorps it is different, and it's been very well received for private landowners.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may, I actually wanted to acknowledge there are the AmeriCorps members in the room here, and you can probably see some unfamiliar faces. So if you all wouldn't mind standing up, and we'd like to thank you for your service.
Yeah.
thank you for indulging me. And I think we are between you and lunch, so we will wrap things up, and thank you so much.
Thank you. So we are going to go ahead and move item 14 to after lunch. And we are going to take 45 minutes for lunch if everybody can come back in 45 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're just gonna wait for a few more minutes. We have a couple of stragglers.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started.
Good. All right. Good afternoon, Elizabeth Scoder, CWCB staff for the record. I'm here with Corinne Anderson to present agenda item 14, CWCB's new Water Funding Explorer. I will briefly walk through the background and vision of this online resource, and then turn it over to Corinne to walk you through the functionality of the site. The Water Funding Explorer originated from a desire for CWCB to better understand and showcase our funding impact across the state. Our grant making is often featured by other organizations, and until now, we did not have our own platform to own and tell our funding story. Some of what you just heard before lunch with Janine's year in review. We originally set out to build an online resource highlighting our water plan grant program on a mapping platform called Esri Experience Builder. This gave staff the capability to build and update the site fully in-house and avoid some of the timeline, budget, and hosting challenges associated with using outside contractor support. In starting to build the water plan grants focus site, we realized we could expand the platform to include all of our major funding programs, including the Water Supply Reserve Funding Program and eventually our loans program. We also expanded the vision of the Explorer to include and centralize helpful resources for prospective applicants, including the history and overview of our various funding sources, frequently asked questions that our regional grant managers often field, and a featured project section that brings our 2-year water plan progress report to life. We know grant writing capacity can sometimes be a challenge for many of our stakeholders, and the Funding Explorer allows applicants to easily find answers to their questions. The Explorer is not meant to duplicate or replace our main CWCB website, but complement it and direct applicants back to the specific funding pages and criteria and guidelines on our website. The Funding Explorer can also be helpful internally as well, as staff often fields questions about funding totals across basins and funding categories, and now all of those aggregate totals and project data is streamlined and easily accessible at the click of a button. These capabilities allow us to show the full impact of CWCB's grant and loan program in advancing the water plan to address Colorado's water challenges. I'm just going to briefly go through the timeline to date. This process began over a year ago with extensive data cleanup of our various funding databases, spreadsheets, and historical grant applications. And big thanks to Corinne for taking on what was a pretty extensive process of data QA/QC. At the beginning of this year, we began to build out the platform with state accessibility standards in mind. And the platform has now gone through several rounds of review internally with staff from different sections at CWCB, as well as with external reviewers. Moving forward, we will continue to update the site with biannual updates synced with our grant approval cycles, and will also include the addition of our loan program data. This platform can serve as a place to house and support the advancement of certain water plan actions with a funding and mapping component as well. The platform publicly launches today and will be a living and nimble tool that we will continue to refine with new data and feedback from stakeholders. It can be found on both our main CWCB website and on our grants page on engagecwcb.org. We hope the board will find it useful and you will send us any feedback after exploring it yourselves. And I will turn it over to Corinne to walk you through the functionality of the site in greater detail.
Give me one moment. I am sharing, but I don't see it. Thank you. Okay. Hello, I'm Corinne Anderson, CWCB staff, as Elizabeth mentioned, and I'm going to do a guided walkthrough of this platform. So let's explore. This is the homepage. On the homepage, we have a welcome message that talks about the mission and purpose of the platform and CWCB's funding programs. We also have a slideshow that shows the history of CWCB funding. This doesn't really exist anywhere else, and we have some pretty big things like the history or the founding of the CWCB, the construction fund, the Species Conservation Trust Fund, both water plans, and also the WSRF and water plan grant program. This has photos, as I'm showing you, but also we have the videos that we made for the first and the update to the water plan, which we're excited to have another place to showcase those. On the homepage, we also have steps for applying for CWCB grants and loans. And we also have a comprehensive grant calendar with the deadlines for all of the programs, as well as rolling deadlines. This also doesn't exist anywhere else until this point. The next page is an overview of our funding sources. This page serves as a central directory for all of our grant and loan programs. Having a centralized page like this with brief descriptions will help potential applicants compare and identify the best fit programs, funneling them to the detailed criteria and guideline pages on our CWCB website. One of our most asked questions is whether or not water plan grants or water supply reserve fund grants are the better choice for an applicant. So we've created a list of special characteristics of those two grant programs and also reminded people to contact a regional grant manager if they have further questions. In addition to showing CWCB funding sources, we have included additional water funding sources like federal funding sources, foundation grants, and also other state agencies like the Department of Agriculture's grant program, and also the DOLA Local Community Funding Guide. This is something that already exists that DOLA has put together, and we've embedded it in this site, and it is also fully functional. So all of the functionality exists. I have a little slow internet, so it's taking a second. Our frequently asked questions page is imported from the CWCB guide, which you all are familiar with. These are all funding questions, and they've been sorted by a broader topic area, and each of these are drop downs. These will all be updated annually when the guide is updated. So that brings us to the heart of this platform, which is the interactive maps. As Elizabeth mentioned, the first one that we worked on were the water plan grants. Up top here, we have the fully funded amount of what we have awarded to date and some other stats like when the program started in 2017. And that brings us down to the map of all of our water plan grants to date. This includes the ones that were approved most recently in September. And I'll bring your attention first to the icons that you can see on here. A lot of times when you see maps like this with point locations, they just are simply squares or dots. Something that we wanted to do was try and make this more accessible for folks that might not be able to see different kinds of colors of dots. And so we have created icons for the different primary funding categories. These that I'm sure you all are familiar with for water plan grants are agriculture, conservation and land use, engagement and innovation, storage and supply, and watershed health and rec. You can see the icons over here in this list, at least a few of them. And there are filtering capacities on this map. So you can filter by basin. So I'll filter and show the Arkansas basin. And this just shows all the projects in the Arkansas basin. You can also filter by funding category. So I'll zoom out for a second and look at watershed health and rec projects. So as I'm doing these filters, oh, and you can also do a basin and a funding category. So you can look at just watershed health and rec projects in the Gunnison Basin, for instance. As I've been doing these filters, you may have noticed that these are called widgets on the side here have been changing as well. Those are responsive to what you're seeing on the map. And the list here shows all of the projects that are currently showing, which right now are all of them. But if I were to click on a single project, that project shows up at the top of the list here. And as you can see with this pop-up, there are some facts about that particular project, like the total project cost, or the grant awarded, the basin, the category, and then also there's a link to the original application if you want to know even more. This bar chart here is the total amount approved by primary category, and if you hover over each of these, it tells you in more detail exactly how much, so you don't have to guess based on the size of the bar chart. And then below the map, we also have more widgets. These also change if you put filters on. Right now, since we're looking at all the projects, this is representative of all the projects. The pie chart is the number of projects by primary category. And again, if you hover over it, it'll show you the total number or the percent of total. And then we have the number of projects by fiscal year. And below that, we have a couple more dynamic widgets. One shows the total amount awarded, and the other shows the total amount awarded per fiscal year with the number of projects. We have some featured projects, which I'll get into in a moment, and a link to the video that we made for the progress report that we presented to you all in January. And then at the bottom here, we have a shout out and a place to really show our regional grant managers and the basins that they serve. This platform we do want that to add capacity to our grant managers. As you all have heard, they're going to have more work in coming years. And so having a place where people can see exactly who they might need to contact is great for them and for us. Next, I'll look at the WSRF map. This has a very similar structure, so I'll go quickly by some of the things, but I want to point out the total amount awarded at the top and the year that the WSRF fund started. And then here's the map of the WSRF projects. You might notice that the icons on this one are different. We don't have the same funding categories in WSRF, so we decided to symbolize them using the water type or water use. And so we have agricultural, environmental, educational, municipal, and other. And you can see a couple of these icons over here. Again, the filters work in the same way. You can filter by basin or you can filter by water use type. And again, those widgets change over here depending on what filters you have and what's shown on the map. I'll take this moment to also show that there are different layers on all of these maps. And so you might see that there's some lines in the background. Those are the river basins. We also have the colors of the river basins if someone wanted to see that. And we have the major rivers, we have Colorado counties, and we also have the tribal boundaries down in the left corner of the map, the southwestern corner of the map. We have the similar pie charts underneath. This is number of projects by water use and number of projects by fiscal year, and those dynamic numbers right below that with featured projects. And because we don't have the same kind of video that we did for the water plan grants, we have a how to apply video for WSRF, which was already done, as well as contact information for the Basin Roundtable members. So I've mentioned those featured projects a couple of times. We really like this platform as a place to showcase exemplary projects from both of these grant programs. And we have already done some work in this space that we wanted to showcase again. I've mentioned that water plan progress report a couple of times. The featured projects for the water plan grant program come directly from that report. And each one of these has its own page. We had some great photos and a little bit longer of a write-up for each of these. So those are highlighted on their own. And there's some quick facts underneath each one, like the amount that the applicant was awarded and if there was any other funding that was offered for that project. And the WSRF projects come directly from the basin implementation plans. So each of these photos will take you directly to the basin implementation plan for the basin. And then the final page that I want to show is the combined impact. This shows the combined impact of water plan grants and WSRF grants. We have just over 1,300 projects between the two programs. And this map is going to look a little chaotic because we have covered a lot of the state with these two grant programs. Again, you can use these filters to filter by basin or filter by category. And each of these filter by categories are labeled by whether or not they're WSRF or water plan grants. We have a total combined amount down here that changes if you filter, and a couple of additional widgets. This is the number of projects by basin, and we have that basin map right below it again because they are color coded. So an easy way to navigate that. This bar chart shows the total amount approved by category or water use. And since some of the categories, like agricultural versus agriculture, are similar, we have a legend right below it that shows which grant program goes to what type of project. Ultimately, we are very excited to have a one-stop shop that showcases the funding impact of the CWCB, as well as the work our partners accomplish across the state helping progress the water plan. Seeing the aggregate impact through these maps and infographics is a powerful tool that can be leveraged both internally and externally. With that, I'll conclude the guided walkthrough. As a reminder, the platform is now available on Engage and CWCB for you to peruse on your own. Please feel free to send us suggestions and feedback that you may have for future updates. And with that, I'll open this up to questions and comments from the board.
Director Vasquez.
Me? I have a question. Are the projects that you have on the map completed, or are there some that are still ongoing? And if they're both, is there a way to indicate that?
They are both, and as of right now, there's not a way to indicate that. Part of our data cleanup required that we did a lot of a lot of figuring out which projects were done or not, but we don't actually have that as a column yet.
Is that enough?
That's something that internally we would have to track internally as an agency from a data perspective before we could funnel that into an Explorer. So that's definitely something that we can consider for future updates.
Director Combs.
Is there a place in there where it shows how many dollars it's leveraged? Or is that not part of this yet? You know, like we put in the, what was it, 248 million. Does it show how many other dollars that then is?
Like match leverage.
Yeah.
That's something that we have considered and again can consider for future updates.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Director Felt?
This is awesome. Really is. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm often in these settings where people just come up to me because I'm the basin director and say, you know, ask me these questions that I may be able to answer if if we were to sit down and spend some time, but we don't have any time. And so probably the normal thing, I don't know how people do stuff nowadays so much, but it just seems like if there was a stack of generic business cards or something that you could just be like, here, it's got the Q code or whatever you want, here you go. And be the same for all of us and anybody who needed them, but this will tell you most of what you need to know. And then what you don't need to know, or what you need to know that isn't there, you've got the regional grant coordinators who are way better at talking about this stuff. So I think it's awesome. I just want to figure out this slickest way for me to hand it off to the website.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
Directress?
Yeah, this is phenomenal. And I'm so excited to personally do the very same thing. It's so nice to be able to have a compilation that you can sort projects visually by category and by basin. And it's just awesome. And I wanted to brag on them because this was all done in-house. So we didn't hire a contractor. It was all Corinne and Elizabeth and their magical storytelling and data skills. So yeah.
I gotta say, not only is it effective and efficient communication, it's beautifully done. So it has that tackiness that once a novice gets in there, they're going to be invited to drill down because of how easy it is to use. So thank you for that.
And in that same way, it really makes us all look like we know what we're doing.
Are there any other comments or questions? Director Wind?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, other parts of your website have a whole host of data. Do you envision applying this kind of new platform to those other places on the website?
So part of the reason we used Esri Experience Builder is the mapping capabilities, and our website, just as a state agency website, doesn't have some of that same ability to be nimble. But we really wanted to build it to complement our website and not be duplicative. So I think that's a larger conversation of how we can continue to bring in more interactive components to our website to make it more accessible for the public.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 15, update in Southwest Colorado flooding.
With that? Yes.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Kevin Hauk, Chief of Watershed and Flood Protection Section, and I'm here to give you an update for agenda item 15 on the southwest flooding that we experienced last month. I'll just start talking. There we go. Okay. With me today, I've got Eric Sky here, as well as Chris Sturm, our Watershed Program Director, who will be joining us online. I heard a lot of talk about this event over the last couple days, and many of you mentioned it during your director's reports this morning. So I'm certainly aware that you all know that this event happened, but you might be wondering, what are we as an agency doing as a result of the event? And this agenda item in the next few minutes, we'll be talking a little bit about what we have found in the wake of this flood and some of the actions that were taken. So actually, if I can go back one slide, just a couple things that I'll mention on this first slide. First of all, we did not time warp 2 centuries into the future. I apologize for the wrong date there. We are still in 2025. But I do want to draw your attention to this picture right here. It's a very interesting story on this. And what you're looking at here is Vallecito Creek, and one site that is a former house along this creek. And the emergency management officials took an approach that is unprecedented to me. I've never seen this happen before, and they did it not once but twice. And that is when it looked like the river was eroding to a dangerous level, it looked like it was going to take this house out, and there was some concern about potential debris issues downstream. So they took the approach of proactively demolishing the house before the flood could take it away. And again, they did this at this location that you see in this picture and one other site as well. It's something I've never seen before. It is an interesting tactic, but it very well may have saved the whole event from further problems caused by debris running into bridges and other issues downstream. So let me tell you a little bit about the event right here. You've probably seen either this graphic or something similar to it already. And this just shows the amount of rainfall that was collected over a 6-day period running from October 9th through the 15th. And there's a couple things that I'll draw your attention to on this picture. Of course, what your eyes will probably immediately go to is the yellow on the bottom of the center bottom of the picture. And that is right around Wolf Creek Pass in Mineral County and extended over into Hinsdale County as well. The peak rainfall that was estimated during this event was about 12 inches during this day, which is a staggering total. I remember we had more during the 2013 flood, which many of you may remember, but I mean, let's be honest, for anywhere in Colorado, that kind of total is a huge amount. The other thing that I think is worth pointing out here is the wide extent of this very high rainfall for the entire western slope of the state here. So although we had 12 inches down in that area, just look anywhere else that you'd like to look to your favorite area of the state west of the divide. I mean, you'll see totals exceeding 3 inches up north of Grand Junction. And so while this event created a problem down in the southern part of the state, this was, I think, a welcome relief for many other areas of the state that we really needed this rain. And I should mention, this event actually followed a summer full of wildfires, as many of you know, and our section does get drawn into those as well. In about the last 15 years or so, we have really gotten drawn into wildfires and the events that happen afterwards with the debris flows and the post-event flooding. That really consumed the second half of the summer, and Chris and I spent a lot of time in both August and December responding to the after effects of many of those fires, most notably the Lee and Elk fires up near Meeker. And it has just been stunning to see the turnaround from the really dry conditions, especially up in the northwest part of the state, to much better conditions, at least relative to that time, as a result of this event and other events as well. All right, so what you're looking at on this graph is a graph of the stream flows. This particular graph shows the San Juan River. The San Juan River and Vallecito Creek were the two rivers that were mainly affected by the stream, along with other tributaries in that area. And a couple of things that I will draw your attention to on this particular graph. If you're able to read what all these 4 lines are, and I know it's very small font, but it ranges from on the lowest level, which is the bottom of that yellow line, is what we call an action level, just kind of getting people's attention. Maybe there's some emergency management procedures that will start taking place, but usually that's not considered flood levels at that point. But then the next 3 lines together go to minor, moderate, and then finally what we call major flooding. And what you'll see here is during this extended event, we hit major flooding not once, but twice. And this was a very interesting meteorological event that took place here. We had the remnants of 2 Pacific hurricanes come in within the same week. It was Tropical Storm Priscilla, which is the one on the left. And then the rivers went way back down, and then right on its heels, we had Tropical Storm Raymond come right back in and bring the rivers right back up to where they were before. So very fascinating event. I'll talk a little bit more here in the next few slides about the impacts of hurricanes and other tropical systems in this area of the state, but to get 2 of them within the same week is something that is just very, very mind-boggling for me. Okay, and here are these historic stream flows. On this particular graph, we're looking at the San Juan River, the Piedra River as well, and Vallecito Creek. Let's see, Director Combs, I think it was you this morning that brought up the 1911 hurricane. You were talking about the impacts in your basin. And if you look at the far left, all the way at the top of that, that's what you're looking at there, the 1911 hurricane. In all 3 of these, you'll see the peak from this event, which was generally either the second or the third biggest event measured in all 3 of these watersheds. The other event that you'll see across all 3 of them was in 1970. And what all of these have in common is they're all hurricane remnants that come in. It's very interesting hydrology down in this area of the state. If you look at these graphs, you'll see open circles and then closed circles. And the open circles represent annual peaks that are the result of snowmelt. And then the darkened ones are the annual peaks as a result of rain. And what we generally see in most large rivers down in this area of the state is a relatively narrow band caused by snowmelt. I mean, some years are clearly higher than others, but for the most part, they're in a relatively tight band. And then punctuated by these rainfall events, which often exceed, even greatly exceed some of those snowmelt events, such as what we saw this year. So when we look at floodplain maps and floodplain actions in these areas, it's typically the rain-induced events that are driving our design and our analyses. And this year was just a perfect example of that. Now, I do want to mention in our group, and I think with our agency as a whole, we typically like to view ourselves in more of the mitigation phase of the emergency management cycle. So we are preparing for these events and trying to mitigate the effects that may be experienced during the events. We are not a response agency. And I would even argue we're not really a recovery agency either. We kind of leave that to others. But over the last few years, we have found ourselves becoming increasingly involved, especially in the recovery aspects. We do make ourselves available, both our staff as well as a technical assistance consultant that we have on board for technical assistance activities. Occasionally, we do get involved in funding, but we are generally very involved in the activities as the local communities do recover from the event. I do want to talk about some of the damages that were observed down there, and our staff were down there on multiple occasions to help with the damage assessment. You can see on this slide the homes that were damaged. There were 3 homes destroyed, 10 homes with what we call major damage. That typically means there's going to be several feet of water inside the home. 58 homes with minor damage, and that usually involves homes that do have water within the living area, but not necessarily very high. So it might just be an inch or 2. And then another 173 homes that were what we call affected. And that usually means that there's water that might be in the crawl space or has washed away access to the building, but maybe there hasn't been major damage to the building itself. There's a couple things I want to say in regards to this list right here. First of all, when I ran these slides by my wife last night, her initial reaction when she saw these statistics were, wow, that actually doesn't sound as bad as they made it sound on the news. And whether you agree with that or not, I guess it depends on what you heard and what you were expecting to see for results. But I actually want to say something kind of on the other side as well. And that is, I've worked for the CWCB for 22 years now. And over that time, I've been involved in numerous flooding events, also numerous assessments for wildfire events as well. And if there's one thing that I have learned, it's that any amount of water, I don't care how much it is very traumatic. Water is very destructive. I don't care if the extent of the water is just that it's in your crawl space. It can be a really big deal for you as a homeowner and you as a person. You may be dealing with loss of land, as many did during this event. You may have mold issues, might impact your belongings. So I would caution anybody that looks at this and says, oh, minor damage or just affected, to think it's not a big deal. This is a very big deal. And there's a lot of people down there that I'm sure this affected their lives greatly at the time and probably still does continue to these days. Numerous public infrastructure damage as well, and a lot of debris still left there. In terms of what the state is doing to try to get federal assistance in for this event, unfortunately, FEMA typically only looks at the destroyed or major damage classification for what they call individual assistance. So unfortunately, this did not meet any thresholds for that. So the state did not request a disaster declaration for individual properties. We did turn in a disaster declaration request for public assistance. We did meet the thresholds that FEMA sets out for a disaster event. That does not in and of itself guarantee that a disaster will be declared. In fact, it's a lot more complicated now than it was just a year ago. But what is interesting is that we also requested a disaster declaration for the wildfires from this summer, mostly from the Lee and Elk fires up near Meeker. And I was surprised to find out that in the entire history of declared disasters, this is the first time we've ever had 2 disaster requests in simultaneously to the federal government. And we're waiting to hear back on both of those. If we do get that disaster declaration, it should bring in a lot of money to help with recovery actions as we move forward. And the last slide I will talk about before I turn this over to Eric here. This was an unfortunate event. It did cause some problems, as I discussed, but there, of course, is a silver lining in some respects. And that is, many of you probably remember just how bad the drought classifications were for most of the Western Slope throughout the summer. This slide shows you how this event changed it just merely from one week to the next. If I had showed you this graphic from, say, August 1st, it would have looked a lot worse than this, especially up in Northwest Colorado. But just take a look from the left side to the right side, and all of this is just from this single event. It's very, very unusual to see this much change from just one single week to the next. For those of you with very trained eyes, I will note that the Vallecito Reservoir and Pagosa Springs are a little bit off their place right there. I did cut and paste this picture from another report. They're not quite where they're supposed to be, but just notice though that the improvement to our water conditions for the western half of the state just made a stunning turnaround as a result of this event. And with that, I'll turn it over to Eric and be available for questions afterwards.
All right. For the record, Eric Sky, CWCB staff. For this presentation, we had the unique opportunity because I live in Pagosa Springs. So we wanted to walk you all through some before and during the event photos, just to give you a context of what this flow actually meant for the town of Pagosa Springs. So to start us off, this here is called Chamber Wave. This is in downtown Pagosa. This is our favorite feature in the Whitewater Park. We love this particular feature, and this was during our big Pagosa Paddle is what it's called, our Whitewater event. This was May 10th at a whopping 510 CFS. We were stoked to even have that particular day. We didn't have the best of snow years, and so 510 during that event was actually pretty exciting. We peaked on May 14th at around 1,090 CFS. What then happened was we had a summer of fires, as you have heard, and then in comes Hurricane Priscilla. This is that very same wave. And I want you to see that parking lot on the far side of the river there. I'll go back real quick. There's that same parking lot, far side of the river. 510 CFS to 8,070 CFS. The amount of water and hydrologic violence going straight through town was a sight to behold. It was absolutely awe-inspiring. And as Kevin mentioned, it's a very emotional thing for folks to see that much water and to be evacuated from their homes. There were a couple of streets that were evacuated. I had some friends, sorry, getting weirdly emotional here. But that was just the first peak of this event. We had a lull for a couple of days, a false sense of security, but we knew that that second round was coming from Tropical Storm Raymond. And Tropical Storm Raymond is really what hammered us. That came in at 8,560 CFS, and it peaked at 6 a.m. So folks were evacuated the night before throughout town just to make sure that we were able to get everyone safe. The forecasts were actually showing a midnight peak, but that was incredibly off by several hours and by several thousand CFS. They were showing a potential peak of 6,000. You can see here 8,560, and it sustained that for 3 hours. Now in town, we were kind of lucky, and before I get into that, I just want to show you how fast this rose on October 11th. The picture on the left there is Centennial Park. This is right next to that stream gauge of the San Juan River through Pagosa Springs. So around 11 a.m., that's 3,030 CFS. My wife and I were walking on the river. We wanted to see what was going on. We went to lunch with some friends, came back that evening at 5:43, and you can see that same sign is now underwater. Over on River Left on the far side, you can see that cliff where the Pagosa Hot Springs has expanded. That is pretty much almost completely underwater at that point. The hot springs themselves did have several pools that were underwater throughout the entirety of the flows. However, they were able to continue to stay open and continue to allow people to soak and relax, which was a very interesting juxtaposition to see during that event. Kevin also mentioned some of the utilities damage, and I want to commend the Pagosa Area Water and Sanitation District. We had a sewage line that went out on Highway 160. We have a bridge that goes over the San Juan. That thing broke and was dumping sewage into the river for a little bit, but Pagosa Area Water and Sand was able to come out, get that patched up and fixed. We also have aging infrastructure both in the sewage line and the water lines themselves. A water line also ended up breaking, but Pagosa Area Water and Sanitation was able to get that fixed during the event too, so they were able to keep people they were able to keep water supplied to folks throughout the event. Now, town is not the only place that suffered damages, of course. Further upstream, we have the San Juan River Village. What you're seeing here is on the upper left-hand side of the picture is actually a recharge pond for their water supply. They've got a headgate or a diversion that's further upstream of this particular picture that actually ended up being disconnected from the river after this event. There was so much shifting of where that fallweg is in the river that that diversion is no longer connected to the river. These ponds themselves ended up getting filled up, of course, with the flood water. When we went and saw them, I believe that was the week of October 20th. They still had enough water for now, but that was the pressing issue for them, was to get that diversion back so that they could continue to recharge and provide water to their residents in San Juan River Village. Here's another shot of that. There is a bridge that goes over the river itself. Thankfully, that bridge was able to stay intact throughout both peaks and the entire event. A lot of properties in this particular river village, as Kevin had mentioned, lost a lot of property itself. So there was a lot of erosion that was happening into the banks. Lots of folks' yards are now somewhere deposited between here or Pagosa and Lake Powell. So it's very interesting to see how this much power of the river and just the fact that the soil was so saturated from the peak before that it was able to carve out so much property in the San Juan River Village. Right now, there's an estimate of $3.1 million in damages in the town proper and around $1.2 million in damages in this particular village here, the San Juan River Village. There is, of course, more damages further downstream of Pagosa, and there's quite a few Forest Service roads that ended up being washed out. As I was driving here, there was actually a road that I like to snowmobile in the winter that is completely gone, where Wolf Creek just carved it out, and there is going to be no way to access that for quite a while. So it was quite the event. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Chris to talk about next steps for these folks and the Vicedo damages.
Thanks, Eric. Chris Sturm, CWCB staff, for the record. Picking up where Eric left off, on the left side of this slide, there is a picture of the diversion to that recharge pond that was completely choked by debris, and the river had migrated away from it. On the picture on the right, you could see the river had moved to the opposite bank. The diversion is up there on the left where that yellow cottonwood is. And took out this poor young family's back porch. And there's some pretty significant concerns about continued erosion in this house falling into the river. So the next steps are for the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection Program to come in and work with local sponsors in what they call a cost share program to do some emergency stabilization that will happen ideally will happen before the end of this winter to be prepared for spring runoff. And then there's also discussions of longer term look at reach scale solutions through the same program to impart more resiliency for these communities. And I would say that the San Juan Village here is one of the highest priorities, and then Vicedo, which I'll show some slides about that in a little bit. But I wanted to point to the CWCB's Colorado Disaster Recovery lessons learned guide. We put this together after we finished recovery from the floods in 2013. So I think this was produced probably in 2018 or 2019. A lot of my team felt that we were maybe doing this for our own edification. I knew always that this was going to be beneficial at some point in time. And it's been incredibly helpful for a lot of folks out of state as we've shared it, including most recently for the folks in North Carolina as they recovered from fall of 2024 hurricane that had similar flooding. We brought a lot of copies of these down to Southwest Colorado and gave them to local emergency management folks and other county folks, and kind of just gave it to them. Said, "Hey, take a look, see what can help in there, and give us any feedback. We'd love to hear it." So far, the feedback we've gotten is, "Can you send more?" So we've exhausted our supplies of these. We'll probably start printing more of them because we've been sending them down there. And the way this is organized is it talks about how to bring a stakeholder group together, how to start responding, the initial response, how to do the longer term planning, design, permitting, construction oversight, and monitoring and adaptive management. It also has a pre-disaster planning piece to it so that as this is fresh on folks' mind, they can think about how to start planning for their communities to be better prepared when they experience events like this again. So very pleased that it was helpful and is going to continue to help folks down there. And I know that my team that put a lot of hard work into this is very pleased that it's being used. Next slide, if you don't mind, Eric. So we're going to jump over to La Plata County and the Vallecito Creek area above the reservoir was hit pretty hard. And the top photo here, this is a pre-flood image of one of the houses that Kevin was talking about that was torn down during the flood. That's the top house there with the red roof towards the top of the photo. And in the bottom of the photo, that's me standing on the bank there where the house used to be. In fact, on the right side there, I think that is a vent pipe for their septic system, which was about 10 feet away from the new bank. So you could see in the pre-flood slide that Vallecito Creek has expressed itself many times. There's a long history of flooding down there. I think as recently as 2016, I heard while I was down there. So it moves around a lot. The community's built on an alluvial fan. And the nature of alluvial fan is that the channels do migrate across them. This is an area that the river has occupied in a while, but it has taken it back over. Next slide, please, Eric. Here's another pre-flood shot, and at the top there, you could see the bank of where we just were. There's that red house. So pre-flood, the river was kind of on the opposite side of its valley. And has moved over to take that property. And then at the very bottom of the slide, you'll see a gray roof, and then the garage is attached to the house. That's actually the slab, the garage slab from the photo that Kevin showed in our very first image at the beginning of this. So hopefully in the next slide, I've got some drone video. Hopefully we can get that to work. And this kind of picks up in the middle of the reach. And goes downstream to the house that was also destroyed during the flood. And so as we're going downstream here, the river was kind of on the left side, occupying the left side before the flood, but it really expressed itself into the floodplain further into the left here and took out some improvements from this house on the left here, which did survive, but they lost a lot of their lawn and some improvements. And then that slab again, that's the garage slide. So the entire house was taken out during the flood. And just right of that slab there, you could see, if you look closely, that's the wellhead for their water supply for that property. So they lost a lot of ground there. And actually kind of on the bottom right there, you could see somebody's snowmobile sitting in the river. So next steps here for Vallecito is that the Flood Protection District has stepped up to be the local sponsor for the NRCS's Emergency Watershed Protection Program, the cost share program. And so they'll be looking to come up with the 25% of that cost share for some emergency stabilization fixes that need to be done before next spring. But I've been very encouraged to hear as I'm attending their meetings that they're interested in a reach scale, an entire community scale plan for long-term recovery. And our advice is really going to be to take a hard look at the areas that the river reclaimed. Think about some bed elevations and where you want the kind of low flow or base flow channel to be, but to not come in with a lot of fill to try to take those areas over and really focus on protecting what's left and giving the creek here as much room to express itself as possible. I think with that, I'll just open it up for questions for Kevin, Eric, or I. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Director Johnson?
Just a quick question, Kevin. Is there data on how many of these houses had flood insurance of 173? Oh, most, I would hope.
Most of them, I think, did, because typically we see houses with flood insurance kind of lining up pretty well with how they sit with the floodplain map. This area was a very heavily mapped area within our FEMA mapping program. So I believe a lot of them did. I don't have a number for you, and there certainly were some that didn't. And of course, this is where I remind everybody that typical homeowners insurance does not cover flooding, and especially in this state, we find a lot of damages often occur outside of the floodplain, and unfortunately, that happened here as well.
A follow-up question with the fluvial hazard zone mapping. I'm not sure if I'm getting that acronym right or the name right, but how did that play into this with some of the work that you and your whole section and Chris and others have done over the years with that analysis?
I might punt that question to Chris if he's willing to handle that.
Greg or Director Johnson, I'm unaware of any FHZ fluvial hazard zone mapping in these areas. It's certainly something that we're going to recommend moving forward as we look for longer term solutions. You might recall that after the floods of 2013, there was a legislative mandate to develop that program with the idea being if we can get as many of these areas mapped as possible, we can avoid developments in the areas. It's really tricky for Vallecito though, because the entire community's on an alluvial fan, and that's a little bit beyond the scope of that fluvial hazard zone mapping program.
Great. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item, Colorado River updates, number 16.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Amy Ostick. I'm Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And we're going to provide a couple of Colorado River updates. Primarily, this will be Michelle Garrison talking about hydrologic conditions. I do want to give an update first on the post-2026 process, but before that, I did just want to take a minute and acknowledge and recognize my amazing staff, many of whom are here today. I've been not present, to say the least. I've been running around like crazy. I've been everywhere except for home. It's been exhausting for me personally. But when I look at the amazing staff on the IFWE, as we call it, team, I just feel so grateful. They have kept things running smoothly in my absence. They have done a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have been able to effectuate had I been here. So I just want to give them all a shout out because they've been really amazing during this time. And I also want to acknowledge the IFWE staff who are unfortunately no longer IFWE staff, including Eric Sky. We're really happy for his move to Kevin's team. happy that he can continue the important work that he has been doing on the IFWE team. But we miss him. And, I can't remember if I acknowledged Carolyn Kemp, who has moved to, this is really embarrassing. Is it the operations section? The operations section. I can't ever remember what it's actually called. The operations section. Carolyn, you might not see her that often, but she does a lot of the IT for our agency. So she's always running around behind the scenes, making sure everything is running smoothly. I chat her way too frequently and say, can you please fix X, Y, and Z that I seem to have broken? And she's always there with a fix. But, as I was thinking about, I frankly, I'm just completely ill-equipped to manage someone like that. I know nothing about IT. So we're happy for Carolyn in her new, not really new role, but in the new section. But we miss her. And as she and Eric now know, you can never truly leave the IFWE section. You're always a member of the team. But I wanted to acknowledge them and all the other amazing IFWE team members today. So getting to the Colorado River, I just wanted to provide a quick update on the status of base discussions. We have been meeting very, very frequently. Like I said, I feel like I spend more time away from home than I do at home. Commissioner Mitchell and the negotiating team have been meeting almost, just all the time with the other basin states. We are very aware that it is past November 11th, sitting here today. We're also very, very aware that there's a lot of interest in what's going on with the negotiations. And what I want to say today is that progress has been made, and progress is continuing to be made. We are working together to define and approve details for a potential agreement. So, there's been a lot of media attention. There's been a lot going on in the outside world. And I just want to say that we appreciate the patience of those who have it as we hopefully get to a finish line here. But for those who want information and who want to stay up to date, I would encourage everyone to go to coloradoriver.com. There continues to be a lot of really good information there about what the upper division states have put on the table and continue to put on the table. There's good information there about the concept of hydrologic shortage, the realities that we face every day in the upper basin. I note that we've been working closely with the state engineer to really understand the impacts of shortage across the state. And, we note that as of August 1st of this year, 40% of West Slope structures were subject to curtailment. A lot of those had pre-compact water rates dating back to the 1880s, 1890s. These are water rates that would not be subject to administration if we were in a compact administration scenario. So, I think that there's a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about how exactly we operate in the upper basin. I think you all know that, but I just have to continue making clear that we have been part of the solution. We will continue to be part of the solution. I will also note, if you go to coloradoriver.com, take a stroll down memory lane to the alternative we put out over a year ago now. And we put on the table parallel activities, upper basin contributions. We've made very clear how we envisioned being part of the solution in the Colorado River. And those are the exact topics that we continue talking about today. How can we conserve water? How can we provide releases? How can we provide contributions to the Colorado River system? And those are the very things that we continue to talk about with the basin states. So I hope to have more information for you about all of that soon. But for now, we're just continuing the work. So I'm going to, with that, hand it over to Michelle Garrison to talk about hydrologic conditions.
All right, good afternoon, Michelle Garrison, IFWE staff. I'm going to go through things you guys have already talked about a little bit this morning. Too long didn't read version. It's been dry with a little bit of flooding and then dry again. But if you look from left to right on this graphic, just a reminder, water year 2024, precipitation was roughly average in the upper basin, but runoff was well below average. And then for water year 2025, precipitation was well below average and runoff was abysmal. Runoff into Lake Powell was less than 50% of average for the water year.
came in, I think, for the water year at 49 and spring runoff at about 42%, which is the 5th driest year on record for the upper basin. And then we had in the southwest portion of Colorado, it's drought, it's flooding, it's drought. But for the rest of the basin, still dry. So October was a little better in some places in terms of gaining a little more stream flow and some storage in Navajo and Lake Powell, but overall still dry. And now November has been exceedingly dry again. In terms of soil moisture, just a reminder of where we've been in the last 5 years from left to right. So the left is a reminder of how bad things got in 2020 that we have just never finished catching up from. And so dry, warm, late summer and fall continues to occur pretty much over and over in the basin at this point. Even 2023, which is the middle one, which was a pretty wet year, particularly in the spring. And the soil moisture caught up some, but then it got dry again that fall. And on the far right is where we are again today. So you see in the southern part of that, the gains we picked up because of the flooding in southwest Colorado, but again, really dry soil moisture across most of the basin. And so next year, whatever we see for snowpack, you will see forecasts for less than that for runoff again. It's just where we keep finding ourselves. So let's talk about snowpack, and then not for very long because there's not very much of it. Snowpack for the year is also very, very low. So on the left, you just see the map of the places that CBRFC uses that snow information to make the majority of their forecast, and everything is well below average except one little spot. And in the middle, you'll see that in a graph form of like where we are this year compared to the lowest 10% is where we've been until just recently. So still far below average. I think we're running at about 12%, not of average, but at the 12% driest year. So that's where we're running right now. Remember that when we look forward to the forecasts for Lake Powell, that we do a lot of things looking at what happens if from here going forward we look at median, but you all have to remember to look at that red line at the 10% driest years, because that's really where we're starting this year. And on the right was just a reminder of where we ended up in 2025, just so far below average across the year. Climate forecasts. So in the next 6 to 10 days, we're showing some possibility of a little bit increase of likelihood of having above average precipitation through the end of November, and some warm for the upper basin. By the time you get out to weeks 3 and 4, and then out to the seasonal precipitation for December, January, February, we're seeing that La Nina pattern, which isn't very strong in Colorado in terms of forecasting. We're definitely seeing to the north of us increased likelihood of being wet, and for the southern end, much higher likelihood of being dry, and then warm across the entire Colorado River Basin across the winter, which is always their forecast these days. So we're not seeing a strong prediction for Colorado, but often in La Nina years, we see the dry in southern Colorado. We don't sometimes see a little wet in northern Colorado, but not always. In terms of drought conditions got worse from 2024 to 2025. So on the left, you'll see this time of year last year, and on the right is this year. You can see that increasing drought across western Colorado and also across Utah and New Mexico. So this is not a surprise if you know how dry it was, but you can see in the drought monitor here that conditions are continuing to get worse. What does that mean in terms of storage? And some of you talked about this morning, but Lake Powell is 29% of full. Blue Mesa is only 48% of full. Navajo had a similar year until those floods, and then it picked up a little bit. So it's currently at 60%. And then if you look at the forecasts for next year, it's really early for the forecast for next year to mean anything. But what you'll notice is that at best, we're looking These are based on, if you look at today's conditions and then average conditions from here going forward for precipitation. So from here through next year, average conditions, the best you would expect out of average precipitation is 81% of runoff into Powell. And so that's what these really mean, is that CBRFC and everybody else is aware it's been really dry. We're not likely to see good runoff off of next year's snowpack. That's really all these forecasts are telling you. In terms of looking at Lake Powell, you can see the minimum probable forecast is the one on the far right in the red. It looks very, very much like the same volume that we got last year. So if we were to have another year like last year, then as we look forward to what that means for Lake Powell and Lake Mead, you're looking at the red line, not the green line. But even the green line is supposed to be below average, 80%-ish of average. And then on the right, just to remember, just a reminder of the releases that have been occurring. 2024 was a 7.48 release, 2025 was a 7.48 million acre foot release, 2026 is also a 7.48 million acre foot release. So that's where we are. And as a reminder, as we look at the graphs for Lake Powell, this is just a list of all the interim guidelines and all of the other agreements and plans that were put together to get us through the end of the guidelines. They're all down there. They all help decide what reservoir operations for Lake Powell and Lake Mead will be from now through the end of water year 2026. The graphs go out into 2027. They made an assumption that you would continue running the reservoirs the same way because that's the only operation rules they have, but we know for certain that won't happen. So when I show these next graphs, anything past October, anything that starts in October of 2026 is not real. They just have to produce. So I just left this in here to remind people, don't look at the gray shaded area. It's complete fiction. It's bad enough that we really don't know what hydrology is going to be, but also we know the rules that put these graphs together after that are completely fiction. So please ignore that. And then if you look at this slide, this was the October 24-month study. So in July, we had triggered projections for what Lake Powell would look like in water year 2026 triggered DROA discussions. So reclamation and the upper basin states sit down and talk about what the forecast looks like for Lake Powell being low and what the options are. And so if you look at the green line, which is a little hard to see, you can see this really small dip in early 2026. Winter and spring is always the lowest content in Powell, unless you have a disastrous year. Then it picks back up after runoff. And so that's what we were seeing, is just this little dip. The first thing that DROA does is consider adjustments in monthly releases out of Powell. And so that is the plan going forward. If that's not sufficient, we can talk about the rest, but that's what triggered these discussions about DROA. And so as a reminder, what happens first is you look at whether or not you can fix it with adjusting the monthly releases from Powell. You release less before runoff, you release more after runoff. You don't change the annual volume that's released. It's still 7.48, and you just hold Powell higher until runoff comes in, so you don't dip down below 35.25. That's what we're planning. If that is insufficient, if we go through this winter and it's really dry, the next thing that DROA would consider is releases from the upper initial units, which we saw a couple of years ago. Then you look up towards Flaming Gorge, Aspinall, Navajo. Do they have water that could be sent down to help prop up elevations in Powell? If that's not sufficient, that's DROA. And then there's another process because of Reclamation's most recent SEIS and ROD for operations of Lakes Powell and Mead, where Reclamation can work with the states to look at dropping the annual release out of Powell to help protect Powell. Those discussions are going, but nothing is planned for anything at this time except the monthly releases changing out of Powell, because at this point, that's the only gap that we're trying to fill. So the table looks like this. You don't have to read the whole table, but the green and the red Those two red boxes were the predictions for Lake Powell dropping below 35.25 in March and April of 2026. A couple columns before that, you see 600,000 acre feet of water that was planned to be released before April being pushed to being released after April. If you do that, then the green is the projected elevation you would get instead. And those projections keep Powell above 35.25 until runoff next spring. And so the new projections for Lake Powell are on this graph that came out earlier this week. And you'll see now the green line stays above 35.25. And if we get something close to average runoff, Lake Powell kind of bounces back, recovers through the runoff season, and stays above 35.25. But if you look at the red line, Lake Powell continues to decline. And so if we're getting something that looks more like the red line, then you're dropping below 35.25 in the summer, and in the fiction into 2026, you're actually dropping to minimum power pool. So if those things continue to be projected, if we're getting hydrology like that, then those other options will have to be discussed in the spring when we know better what we're actually looking at for runoff. So what else is going on? The Upper Basin has been engaging in activities through the UCRC. And some of those you'll hear about in another presentation, but staff have been working on getting additional eddy covariance towers installed throughout the Upper Basin, including in Colorado, new weather stations, new stream gauges, and you'll hear the presentation on the diversion measurement devices. And so the Upper Basin has been working on collecting more local data to give us better and better estimates of water use at a local level throughout the Upper Basin. And also with the UCRC, the states have been working on provisional accounting. And if you'll recall, those of you who are around, when we did the System Conservation Pilot Program a few years back, for several years, System Conservation Pilot Program looked at the amount of conservation that occurred at the point of use. And so people who opted into that program agreed to conduct a specific conservation activity, and the savings were estimated at that point of use. And no effort was made to account for that water as it moved down through the system. With the provisional accounting MOU, there will be pilot projects in all of the Upper Basin states where we will take that next step, and we will look at that same, conservation activity, the amount saved at the point of use, and then some accounting for what happens to that water as it goes downstream, with the idea that if in the future there were to be credit for that type of conservation downstream, we would be working to make sure the states could come up with something comparable between states. We have 4 different state engineers, 4 different sets of statutes, all those things. And can we come up with something that reclamation finds to be sufficient to keep moving towards that goal? So those are the other things going on in the Upper Basin. So now we'll go to the Lower Basin really quickly. Lake Mead, you can see the graphs for Lake Mead here. And for 2026, Lake Mead will be operating in the level 1 shortage condition as they did in 2025 and have had several of the last few years. Being in level 1 shortage condition is frequent these days. And then if you look out, then there may be, and you'll see, you won't see if I didn't show up, compared to what we saw in July, for instance, the additional contracts that are coming on in the Lower Basin for conservation activities will bump up those future projections of Lake Mead. So as the conservation projects come online, reclamation adds them to their modeling, and you see the effects in these projections. So here's the table as a reminder of what level 1 shortage looks like across all the things that they have agreed to do through 2026. So there are shortages under the guidelines for Arizona and Nevada. There are minute 323 delivery reductions to Mexico. And then there are also additional contributions from their drought contingency plan. And so you'll see those totaled here. All told, 613,000 acre feet for the lower basin when they're in tier 1 shortage. And this is just a couple of slides. You don't need to look at them carefully, but just that reminder of how projected conservation in the lower basin is added to the those projections. So through 2026, that cumulative that they're showing from 2023 through 2026 is over 3 million acre feet. And a reminder, we may see when all the books are closed for 2025, what we saw in 2023. When big storms, like the tropical storms that hit southwestern Colorado, when those hit the lower basin, if big storms hit and they turn off some of their diversions because of it, that gets credited as conservation for the lower basin in Lake Mead. So you will see sometimes then all of a sudden a big jump in the amount conserved when those big storms come through in the lower basin. And that is the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Director Vasquez?
Back maybe 6 slides or so, you had a table of Powell levels, and in the headers, you had an acronym, MOST.
Sorry.
What is that?
Sorry, I'm glad you asked. Most is most probable. And when they say
thank
most
you.
probable, they do not mean most likely to occur. They mean median. So
Got it.
I think is very poorly termed. But when they say most, they mean that green line that is average.
Thank you.
Director Haas?
Yeah, can you talk more about any of the provisional MOU projects yet, or are they still being
I can a
developed?
little, yep. For Colorado, we have one that we're pretty certain is moving forward, and that is a project with Pueblo Water. It would be very similar to the project they put forth in the System Conservation Pilot Program, where they would cease diversions through their Ewing Placer ditch, which takes from the headwaters of the Eagle over into the Arkansas. So they would close that as they did in SCPP. That water would run down the Eagle and into the main stem of the Colorado, and Division 5 would do accounting of that water. We're working on potentially another 1 or 2 small projects, but we don't know yet what those will look like. For the other states, for example, Utah is working on their demand management program, and New Mexico has had their lease with Hickory Apache Nation that for the past few years, they've been releasing mostly at times when it's beneficial for the San Juan Recovery Program. They take that water and release it whenever, like either on the peak or to support base flows, whatever's most helpful for the San Juan Recovery Program. But now that will be their provisional accounting project for 2025. And Wyoming's working on some things, they looking at maybe some reservoir releases and things like that. But yeah, more later, but there's
thanks.
a tease of what's coming up.
That was going to be my follow-up is what about other projects in Colorado? So thanks.
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you. So we'll move on to the West Slope Diversion installment program number 18.
Sorry, I thought Bear Creek was next. All right, good afternoon. I'm Brian McPherson, Senior Colorado River Technical Specialist in the Interstate Federal and Water Information section of the CWCB. We also have Anna Reichen in the back, who's also managing this project. The agency has recently launched the Diversion Measurement Installation Program, which is a pass-through grant program to water users on the West Slope for installation of a measurement device such as a flume or a weir. This is an informational agenda item with no board action required. So at the end of 2024, the Bureau of Reclamation through the UCRC authorized $7 million for diversion measurement structures in Colorado.
The purpose is to implement the 2019 drought contingency plans through measurement of uses in the Colorado River Basin. The funding comes from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is also funding projects such as stream gauging, airborne snow observation, at equivariance towers and weather stations. This funding comes at a helpful time when DWR is implementing rulemaking about diversion measurement on the west slope. We are working to integrate the two efforts with DWR. To understand the need for measurement structures in Colorado, DWR queried its database and created this map with 2,802 active diversions identified that do not currently have a working measurement and are greater than 1 CFS, often requiring water commissioners to use estimation techniques to record diversions. Of those structures, the majority have diversions less than 3 CFS. So the vast majority of mid to large users already have measurement devices, but this program will help finalize coverage. I will also talk about DWR's measurement rulemaking in a couple of slides and the need that creates. Beginning in September of this year, the funds became available for the program and expire in 2029 with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The funding is for installation of a free measurement device, such as a flume or weir, for water users on Colorado's west slope. The measurement devices will be installed at or near the point of diversion by a qualified subcontractor at no cost to the water user. Interested and eligible water users will apply and be ranked by CWCB in coordination with DWR and our contractor, SGM. Either at this time or in the coming years, all water users on the west slope will be required to measure their diversions with an approved measurement device. This is a financial burden on water users, and a goal of this program is to assist with that burden. To assist with implementation of the DWR measurement rules, we are taking several steps to coordinate with DWR. For one, we're using a geographic-based rollout following the order of rulemaking processes. Divisions 6 and 7 have measurement rules finalized, and that is where we have opened applications for 2025 with installation in 2026 planned. Divisions 4 and 5 are still in the rulemaking process, so applications are planned to be opened in 2026 for 2027 installation. We will have additional rounds through 2029. We are also coordinating with DWR in criteria and selection of projects, and we're using design principles authorized by each division's rulemaking process. And finally, DWR staff will be verifying installations and collecting data. To be eligible, water users must divert water from Division 4, the Gunnison, Division 5, the Colorado Main Stem, Division 6, the Yampa White and Green Basin, excluding the North Platte. Sorry, Barbara. Or Division 7, the San Juan Dolores Basin. The water user must have a missing or faulty diversion measurement device at their point of diversion and be out of compliance with current or future measurement rules. The water user must have legal access to the installation site, either through proof of ownership or easement. And finally, the water user must be willing to sign a landowner agreement, agreeing to take ownership of the structure once constructed, maintain the structure, and provide data to DWR pursuant to the measurement rules. Here are some photos of improperly maintained measurement devices, courtesy of DWR, which can lead to inaccurate measurement and non-compliance with DWR's measurement rule standards. For the basins we are currently focused on, the user will complete and submit the application on the program website. The application is as simple and streamlined as possible, but with enough detail to be able to determine eligibility and suitability. A team from DWR, CWCB, and SGM will review the applications, and then applicants will be notified about their status. The selected projects will need to go through an environmental review and a historic places review with reclamation. SGM will work with a contracted installer to install the structure based on DWR standards. Once constructed, the structure will be owned by the water user through a transfer agreement with the CWCB. The top row of this slide shows the year-by-year timeline of the project through 2029. Starting this fall and into next year, we are in round 1, in which divisions 6 and 7 are eligible for projects. In 2026 through 2027, we will run the program in divisions 4 and 5. Rounds 3 and 4 in 2027 through 2029 We'll loop back to prior divisions depending on interest, with all projects complete by 2029. The bottom row shows a more granular view of the current round one that we're in. We kicked off the program in September and just conducted outreach meetings in Craig and Durango in the past 2 weeks. The application is open on our website and will stay open through the end of January. Over the winter, we will conduct the environmental review with reclamation and hopefully start installation in the spring through fall of 2026. Annual pattern. Here are some screen grabs from our website at cwcb.colorado.gov/diversion measurement. We have lots of information about the program, including virtual links to our outreach meetings. We have a frequently asked questions section, which we updated after receiving questions at the outreach meetings. And finally, we have both a statement of interest form, which is geared toward interested water users in divisions 4 and 5 at the moment, to stay updated about the program, as well as the application for water users in divisions 6 and 7, which will remain open through January 31st. Thank you. We have an email address at dnr_diversionmeasurement@state.co.us, as well as our website. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you. Director Combs?
Brian, thank you. So on this, the funding of this, was it part of the federal money coming through and going?
Yep, this is IIJA fund that came through the UCRC to Colorado through a subaward, and the CWCB is sort of the pass-through agency that's administering the project.
So my question is, not to alienate everyone on the board, but it's interesting that we're funding this at this level. That there wasn't I guess when it was first presented, I was thinking this was kind of for some unique situations where there were some hardships, I guess, but this seems like it's a wholesale compliance with the need for rules. And we haven't traditionally done this in other basins, like when there's groundwater rules or when there's some other compliance. Part of owning a water right in Colorado is you have a measurement structure that you report. So how are we balancing that against, I know Director Sakata and I have talked a lot about how difficult it is with aging infrastructure and some of the responsibilities of owning a water right and taking control of that. So how do we actively work through this program without setting a precedent where all of a sudden CWCB is a funder for compliance?
Yeah, so, the actual language of the BIL funding for the Upper Basin, or sorry, I should say IIJA funding, they're the same thing, had to do with implementing the 2019 DCPs, drought contingency plans. And part of that is about monitoring and data collection in the Upper Basin. So really that's the authorization for the funding is to implement the 2019 DCPs, which is just a Colorado River thing, which is why this is not available to the East Slope or the Rio Grande or the North Platte. So it's sort of a secondary good timing that rulemaking is in place. But really fundamentally, this is to implement the 2019 DCP in the Colorado River.
So if I'm understanding this is to get data collection first, and coincidentally, we're doing ground rules, so it works in great from.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's exactly it.
Thank you.
Director Hawes?
Yes, thank you, Brian. So in one of your early slides, you had some numbers like 2,802 active. Basically, you had two sets of numbers, and you said if I'm doing my math right, it looks like there's like 970 measuring devices that you'd be targeting. Is that what I was understanding? It looked like you had some criteria by which to say, we're not going to really look at these small ones.
Oh, no. The point of that slide was, I can go back to it, was just to say what the need is.
I couldn't really follow what this meant.
Yeah, sorry. There's 2,802 active diversions on the west slope without measurement. And of those, 1,823 are less than 3 CFS. So the point is that the majority of these structures are the small water users on the west slope. The vast majority of large and mid-sized water users already have
good ones.
Yeah, so
right.
So actually we're
so you're targeting
the smaller
ones. Okay, that's super helpful. And then just one quick follow-up. Will you be looking to have electronic transmittal? Like most of these flumes are out in the forest and random places. So is that going to be part of the requirement, is ability to transmit the data?
Yeah, telemetry will not be a requirement. We're really going by each division's rules. And in most cases, telemetry on a 1 CFS ditch is overkill. Typically, we only telemeter the very large structures in Colorado. So we'll be essentially funding what's required of the measurement rules, which is often a small flume, a staff gauge, and that's it. And it could either be water commissioner or water user reported data from there.
Okay, and are you also requiring, so the diversion and then also the return flow? Are you looking, so you'll want both?
No, sorry, I was nodding, but I was going to say no. Just the diversion. Yeah, so basically what's subject to the Division of Water Resources rulemaking is just the diversion from the river. We don't typically, or they don't typically require measurement of return flows. There are some drains that are measured, but those aren't typically part of the rulemaking.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Vasquez?
Yeah, this is a little off the wall question. In our roundtable meeting this week, we had a presentation on what's called steady flow gates. Are you familiar with those? They're a new device
Yeah.
that is all mechanical, doesn't require power, and you can set a steady flow based on a float, so the flow doesn't vary with head pressure.
Yep.
And it looked like it could also, if it were validated, be a useful measurement tool. So you'd get 2 in 1. You'd get your head gate function and you'd also get a flow measurement.
Yeah, I was gonna, that made me think, this is not for funding of head gate repairs. So there's.
No,
this
I'm
is
not
yeah,
saying
I
you would do it
I
for
know, I
this,
get it.
but
Um,
it may be, if it could ever get validated, it would be a much cheaper alternative.
Sure.
And the price that I saw, of course, was before the concrete work that you need for the installation.
Sure.
But it looks like it'll be a very low cost solution and totally mechanical.
Yeah, that would be a great thing. I don't think Director Ullman's here, but for DWR to be aware of as a possible, something that would comply with rulemaking. Yeah.
Director Camden?
One of these slides in here, I seen you guys require NEPA. Who's doing the NEPA on that?
Us with the UCRC and reclamation. That will not be any sort of a burden on the water user. You know, we're asking for some pictures of the location of the diversion structure. That'll help us with the preliminary screening to work with reclamation. And we are working, we're going to try to work through categorical exclusions for the vast majority of these with reclamation, but we'll be taking care of that on our end and with the contractor, not with the water users.
Yeah, and then the time limit of that NEPA, I mean, usually you're looking at, over a year, up to 2 years on that. Is that going to be a problem with like Division 6? I mean, they're going to start tagging these head gates.
Yeah, so we're in a very expedited process with reclamation to do this. We've already gone through several categorical exclusions for our other projects, like for weather stations and eddy covariance towers. And we were able to get those done in a matter of weeks or
Oh, good.
weeks, essentially, or months. The shutdown didn't help, but
Mhm.
yeah, they're very well aware of our crunch, and we're on a very expedited categorical exclusion process.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have weather modification updates.
Good afternoon, Board. Andrew Rickert, CWCB staff for the record. I'm going to give you guys a quick update on everything weather modification going around in the state of Colorado. So basically, I think we're all pretty aware of this, but how cloud seeding works is a minute amount of silver iodide is sprayed across a propane flame that is vaporized. We use winds and orographic lift to get that up into the cloud base. That acts with the natural precipitation in the cloud, grows big enough to form ice crystals, fall out of snow. There's a couple different types of weather modification methods. I'm going to get into some of them more in a little bit, but there's aerial that has airplanes that have ejectable flares or burn in place flares. In Colorado right now with our cold season cloud programs, we solely use ground-based remote, and manual generators. So here's a couple pictures of some of the generators we have around the state. The one on the right and the middle are both remote generators. The one on the left is a manual generator. The manual generators you usually find in people's backyards, agricultural producers. My contractors work with them. You have to physically go out and turn these on. So they're usually pretty close to the house because in the dead of winter, they can be hard to get to. So silver iodide in the environment, it's a naturally occurring inorganic solid material, usually bright yellow to grayish in color. It's had some multiple uses over the years, photography, antiseptic. Obviously, today we're talking about it in cloud seeding, but it's not bioavailable, so it doesn't bond with any other molecules. Inorganic, solid, water insoluble, that's key. But basically silver iodide is the same molecular structure as ice. So that's what makes it so highly efficient in cloud seeding. And there's just a basic range of the temperatures that we will look at and to decide when to seed. The WMA position statement, Weather Modification Association, I always just like to read this into the record. So the published scientific literature clearly shows no environmentally harmful effects arising from cloud seeding with silver iodide aerosols have been observed, nor would they be expected to occur. Based on this work, the Weather Modification Association finds that silver iodide is environmentally safe as it is currently being dispensed during cloud seeding programs. So what does CWCB do with weather modification? We don't operate programs, but we support local initiatives with grants to extend operations, support program upgrades, conduct studies and modeling, and conduct period evaluations of our programs. Here's a basic breakdown of our funding. We get about $500,000 through the CWCB projects bill. We have our local funds, ski areas, water conservancy districts. We have a bunch of participants, but they're the other third, basically, roughly 400,000, changes a little bit annually. And then the lower basin through our Colorado Programmatic Weather Mod agreement with those 4 entities, we can get up to 500,000 annually. Last year, we got 490,000. This year, we just completed the exhibit. We also got another 490,000, so we're right up against that 500,000. But this was the last year. It expires in 2026, so our council group is currently working on being able to extend that. And then we also did get $800,000 from the Bureau of Reclamation. Those funds have been fully allocated, not spent, but we did 2 projects, one in the CCMRB program, our Central Colorado Mountain River Basin program, and our St. Vrain programs with NCAR. They're doing basically a study of all the generators, if they're in good locations, going back looking at years of storms to just see if we're running the most efficient programs we can in those 2 areas. And then we use some of the remaining money and CWCB money to purchase 3 Desert Research Institute remote cloud seeding generators. So here's a map of all the current programs around the state of Colorado. The purple is the San Juan, the light blue, Gunnison, yellow, Grand Mesa. The green is our Central Colorado Mountain River Basin. We call it the CCMRB program. You can see kind of those 2 little spots inside the green. That's actually a separate permitted program, our Vail Beaver Creek program, but they're housed within the larger CCMRB program. The little orange area up north is our North Platte program near Walden, targeting the Never Summer Mountain Range. And then the orange is one of our newest permitted winter programs. That's the St. Vrain left-hand program. And you can kind of see on the northeast corner, the little green triangle. That's our newest permitted program. It's actually Colorado's first warm weather rain enhancement program. And I'll be talking about that a little bit more brief in a second. To just give you an idea of how we set up these generators or where we site them, we have our target areas represented by the darker circles or ovals. And then basically our contractors work with private entities, public to decide with private landowners to decide where we can site these, trying to site them in the most efficient spots we can. The remote generators are great because you basically control them from a tablet. So you can put them in higher elevations, places you couldn't typically get to in the dead of winter. unless you had a snow machine. But they're usually about 10 to 15 miles away from the target area, allowing that silver iodide time to get up into the cloud. Give you an idea. So, I mean, the size of these, this is one of the DRI remote generators being towed by a DRI truck. You know, that chimney folds up. You can see it has the solar panel, anemometer for wind speed, wind direction, but these are really nice because all the solution is housed within that box. So you don't have to worry about any leaking into the environment. The only thing that's external would be the propane tank that we work with various companies to set up near the generators. But these are also great because with those tires on them, you know, and being able to just hook them up to the back of a truck, if we're ever dealing with wildfires, you know, we can get people up there, tow them out of danger quickly. Just another example, this is one of the ones up in the Never Summers. We can put these fences around them to protect them from any wildlife or humans. This was actually just taken on Tuesday. This is one of our YMCA generator sites. So this was actually, if you were a board member back maybe a year ago, we had our board meeting at that YMCA mountain resort range right outside of Granby. So we have one pretty close to there. You can see there is a little bit of snow. Gives you an idea of the propane tank. I think they're 250 gallons. Another one, it's up in the same kind of area. We call this the Otter Creek. But yeah, just you can see how that chimney extends up. But these DRI ones are really cool because they don't need to be plugged in or anything. They just completely work off of the solar panel for all the electronic equipment, and then to ignite the propane flame and so send up the silver iodide. Just again, another example. You can see they take the tires off, and then we put down those 4 like braces into the ground, and then we also use the steel ties to make sure they're very secure. You know, those stakes are 3-foot stakes that we hammer into the ground, so they're not going anywhere during the winter. This is an example of North American Weather Consultants. They're another contractor we work with. Theirs are similar to the DRIs. You can see the chimney extends up a little bit higher. The problem with these, only thing is they have to be plugged in, so we can't make them as remote as we'd like, but they're still considered a remote generator. They operate off of a tablet. You don't need anyone to go into the field and turn them on or off. This is our Idaho Power Company. We have 3 of these around the state. These are great generators as well. Idaho Power IPC stopped making them, or at least selling them to other organizations. The only thing you can see with these is they're pretty elaborate to set up. You need a boom truck, so taking these down is not fun. We had to move a couple of these over the years. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of manpower. This is a video, Anna Porter. I don't know if you can play it. So this is just taken, I was up in Granby 2 days ago. Just give you an idea, the propane flame, you can't actually, you know, when the silver iodide gets vaporized by the propane flame, you can't actually see anything coming out of the top of the chimney, but you can see the flame inside the chimney. Okay, so now our newest permitted program is that you can see, again, that little green diamond. But it is from a company out of Florida called Rain Enhancement Technology. It's pretty cool. They came into Colorado really excited to demonstrate this technology. They work with people around the area. It's in the county of Weld, in the town of Gill. But basically how it works is an electrical charge is generated through this, they call it the WEDA, Weather Enhancement Technology Array. You can kind of see it. I have some more pictures later, but it's that thing in the bottom left corner. Basically, naturally occurring aerosols are blown past this. The aerosols are ionized. Ionized is basically when a atom or molecule becomes electrically charged through gaining or losing an electron to become negatively charged. These ones are gaining an electron. Then that floats up into the sky, into the clouds. The ion plume enhances cloud condensation nuclei. Basically, those little ionized particles act as the nuclei which the precipitation bonds onto, causing precipitation growth. Once that growth gets big enough, falls out as rain. We don't have to go into all this, but give you an idea of that structure. 29 feet wide, 26 feet high. Again, this doesn't take any power. It's completely powered by a solar array. So this is a picture. I was up there about a month ago. This is it lying down. And then just a little bit closer. And yes, so that's what it looks like completely standing up. So again, doesn't take any power, but this is pretty cool because this company came in, completely funded the entire project themselves, didn't ask for any other funds. And no chemicals are used, no aircraft. It's in a fixed location. They're constantly monitoring the weather. They can turn it off in a moment's notice in case, any thunderstorms, flood hazards, anything. So they're constantly monitoring our suspension criteria and the field monitoring. But yeah, again, no government funding. They're hoping to just demonstrate the effectiveness of their technology. They think they've done studies, double-blind trial study in Oman, where they did it over the course of 5 years and found 15 to 17% additional rainfall annually. So the agriculture producers in this area, in the target area, are really excited to see if it works. And they're just hoping that they get, so much approval from the people participating in this project that it spreads to other parts of Colorado. This is our radiometer. This identifies super cool liquid water in the clouds. It's an expensive piece of equipment, so we only have one. So I try to rotate it around the basins annually so everybody gets to use it. But basically, you can log in and you can see if there's super cool liquid water in the clouds, which is the primary ingredient you need to be able to seed. Right now, we just moved it down from Walden. They were using it up there, and now it's a part of our St. Vrain study with NCAR. So there it is. It's actually that earlier picture of the North American Weather Consultants generator. This is actually very close to that, but it does also have an azimuth drive, which allows it to completely rotate. So it can see any cloud deck around the area in a 360-degree view. Now to get into some of Colorado's suspension criteria. So obviously, me and my contractors constantly monitoring every storm that comes through during the seeding season, any flood advisories, blizzard warnings, avalanche hazards, severe thunderstorms, constantly checking. And then built into the permit is this exceedance of the snow water equivalent, or SWE. So there's certain percentage thresholds monthly throughout the winter. And if we go above those, we will also suspend cloud seeding in that area. This is a helpful tool that's created by NRCS. Snow tells around the state, they go from green to yellow to red. If those red ones are in the target area, we will suspend in that area. We also get a lot of help from CAIC, Colorado Avalanche Information Center. They have this map. This map, if you just log in, is available to the whole public, just different basins and basically what we're looking for in terms of danger from avalanches. You can see it goes from green to extreme, the black. So we do look at that, but if you actually have an account with CAIC, you can get into this. This is all the highways around the state. This will go from notice to warning to hazard. So this is an important tool. Me and my contractors are constantly looking at all winter long. And, as soon as it starts getting into that warning, we'll be keeping a very close eye on it. Once it gets to hazard, then we will suspend operations in that area. I don't know if any of you remember this, but this was last January 2024. This is birth at pass. So these are the exact types of things we are trying to avoid. During this, my contractors and me had talked. We shut off all seeding in the Granby Winter Park area well before this, just because the avalanche danger was getting extreme. So we know we didn't contribute to this avalanche, but these are the kinds of things that we're monitoring all season long, making sure that we're not making any conditions worse. I did want to briefly touch on this. I get this question a lot, condensation trails, more often probably referred to as contrails, but these are not caused by cloud seeding. They're streaks of condensed water vapor created by airplane at a high altitude. So that water vapor condenses on aircraft exhaust to form tiny water droplets. So basically the soot from an airplane exhaust acts as the nuclei, which the condensation precipitation binds onto. These droplets freeze into ice crystals, and that's where you see the long streaks. I field this question a lot from people, and sometimes they think their government's spraying us with harmful chemicals, and I always just ask them, why wouldn't they just spray it on cloudy days when nobody could tell? Just some quick updates. We had a PO about 2 years ago for 3 backpacks from DRI. Basically, what these backpacks will do is they'll go on to manual generators because remote generators are expensive to fabricate. Basically, these backpacks turn a manual generator into a remote generator at a fraction of the cost. So we're excited to we're going to try to get these out in the field as quickly as possible. There have been some issues that have arisen just because these manual generators, all of them are built very differently. So making sure that their equipment fits on to these older manual generators has been a process, but we're getting close to getting those backpacks out. As I mentioned earlier, with some of that Bureau of Rec funding, we purchased 3 new DRI remote generators that should be done in early 2026. Just recently, we put out a new generator for the St. Vrain program and the Gunnison program to North American Weather Consultant generators for those programs. We're still trying to work on bringing Vail Resorts back. You know, we have Telluride, Purgatory, Winter Park. They're very active in our weather modification, but Vail suspended funding in 2020 due to COVID, they said, which was a bummer because they had the oldest permanent project in Colorado dating back to 1976, I believe, and have had that continuously. So we're trying to bring them back on board. We recently worked with Desert Research Institute to get these 3 weather equipment suites, we're calling them. They're really cool. They're state of the art. They have an anemometer, which just does wind speed, wind direction, air temp sensor, heated lens webcam, and relative humidity sensor. So we have 3 of them. So we're trying to, we want to get these as high up as possible. That's why ski resorts would be perfect for it. But just been trying to get everyone on board has been a little bit of a process as well, but we're working through that. Kind of trying to use it as a little bit of a carrot to try to get Vail Resorts back involved. I talked about the Bureau of Rec grant. It was initially 2.4 million split between Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. So we got 800,000. The NCAR study. We are using a little bit of the funding for a DRI soil sample study. We want to show the public that not only are we running safe or efficient programs, but we're running safe programs as well. So slowly, as DRI has been doing work around the state, they've been taking soil sample studies from around the generators a little bit farther away and in the target areas. So we hope to get together a statement of work that they can actually go in and look at all these different soil sample studies to show that we're not exceeding any background levels of silver iodide in the environment. We have a Yampa white-green feasibility study that should be ready in the next month or 2. And most recently, we're working with DRI for a Arkansas River Basin feasibility study, focusing on the Purgatory and Kucharis systems, but we're excited to see the results of that as well. That's all I have for you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Director Vasquez?
Yeah, Andrew. Do you have some numbers for us on the average amount or weight of silver iodide used in an average winter year by your ground-based automated?
I'd have to look into those numbers because it changes annually, obviously, depending on
the storm systems that you can see.
Exactly.
Right.
So if we have a very, active storm season throughout Colorado, we'll use more silver iodide. But all those numbers are available. All my contractors are required to submit annual reports at the end of every season that has every generator, the runtime, and the amount of silver iodide that was dispensed. So I could get you those numbers.
I'd appreciate that. And of course, the soil sample you had talked about in your previous presentation to the board, really looking forward to that data to address concerns about heavy metal contamination, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just, so we've already started collecting all the soil samples. We're still just, diving into exactly what we want that statement of work to look like. But we're ahead of the game that we've already collected a lot of the soil sample studies that we'll be using.
And my other question is, have you ever measured the noise level at these burners?
I know it sounded loud on that video, but they're really minute, minimal noise when that flame is on.
Yeah, I was just asking, do you have numbers in terms of decibels? It would be interesting in terms of any wildlife impact.
Sure, I can look into
Thanks.
that.
Director Johnson?
Right. A couple quick things. First of all, this is great, Andrew. Wonderful job. So much good information. And I guess start with a comment just to, because not tooting your own horn enough, but so a couple weeks ago, I was doom scrolling as one does these days on social media, and swear I'm not watching cat videos, highly educational stuff, but all of a sudden, Andrew comes up and it's CBS, and he's just this great piece, a couple minutes long, with, a lot of, obviously condensed very much, but really good work. And no, definitely, yeah. So we should send that around. And then, from talking to you recently, it sounds like there's been a lot of media attention lately. So just that's question number one, if you could just speak to some of the media
Sure,
attention.
yeah, there has
that's
been a
going.
lot of media attention around. I mean, just last week we did Telluride Magazine and Bloomberg. I recently just got asked by the Discovery Channel. They're having an ex-CIA agent work on basically myth busting different conspiracy theories, and some of the stuff around weather modification was going to be one of those. They want to do some filming in December, and then just like, yeah, local news stations, KUNC, CBS. It's been pretty active, been fielding a lot of interviews.
That's great. And then quick second question to the contrail piece. Have you seen a trend one way or the other in kind of the, where things are going? I know there's been a vocal opposition for quite a while, and, is that getting stronger or lesser? Or?
I haven't noticed too much of a difference. I don't know if any of you are aware, Marjorie Taylor Greene held a committee a couple months ago on cloud seeding, and one of the people there was from the EPA, and he referenced his website basically that has some of the information about cloud seeding. But if you go to that EPA site and look at their contrails part of it, it's actually has very good information and pretty much dispels the myths around it.
Oh, that's great. Thanks.
Director Combs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Andrew. Very informative. I know a person from Rainmaker Technologies has been going around to some of the roundtables making presentations. Have you guys taken a look at that technology at all?
I was just up in Oregon like 3 weeks ago to look at their facility in Pendleton. So they took us around. They actually took us to their warehouse, showed us their drones, everything, tried to explain what they're doing, and then took us out into the field, and we actually got like a demonstration. And their drones are pretty cool. I mean, they're completely autonomous. They basically go up very high in the sky on a computer program and then run strafes back and forth. I'm just still waiting until I can see some, a little bit hard data on what exactly they're doing. They're doing a huge project in Bear River Basin between Idaho and Utah, doing like 40 drones this season. So they should have some very good data from that. But still, like the silver iodide powder that comes out of the drone, it hasn't been as well tested as doing with the propane flame. So I'm just waiting to get some more data before we look more seriously into it.
Hey, Director Sakata.
Thank you. I was going to ask about the Rainmaker too, because we're the same person. They were talking about they have some data to prove some of their yield potential. They're starting to quantifying their yield disparities, and I don't know if you had looked at that.
So I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I think they had a test program in Oregon and Utah last season, but I haven't seen any data from it. But that's something, I mean, I have meetings with them all the time, and it's something I'm always encouraging them to show me, because I think it could be something that could revolutionize the weather modification industry. It is expensive, but yeah, until I see some hard data on exactly what they're thinking happens with the silver iodide powder, if it's working, what kind of gains they're getting, we're just kind of playing it safe.
Okay. And excuse me, my last thing is what's the most wackadoo call you've got about changing the weather?
Some people are very angry and they just kind of leave messages calling me names. But I feel like most people in Colorado, like if you actually take the time, even if they have no idea what cloud seeding is, don't believe in it, if you actually take the time to talk to them, and like most people are just so thankful that I even, will talk to them, explaining what we're doing, what we're not doing. I feel like most people really come around and start viewing it in a better light.
Director Vasquez.
Yeah, it's easy to find some humor in all of this, but I want to take us back to something really serious. We talk about climate change. You've seen the news about Tehran and other cities in Iran who are talking about evacuating millions of people because they're running out of water, and they're doing cloud seeding themselves. I'm not sure if it's the same as you do. And I was just wondering, do you have people from other countries approaching you for knowledge?
Yeah, that's funny you should ask. Just recently, we had someone from Chihuahua, Mexico reach out and looking more into Chihuahua. It's like one of the very few areas in Mexico that they actually get snow and can make snow. So they recently reached out. They're trying to come out here a little quickly and they wanted like tours of all the generators. So we kind of pushed that off until summer so we can have a little bit more time to set everything up. But yeah, they were inquiring. Just recently we had some people from France inquiring. Yeah.
And if we get everybody in the world doing this, is it a zero-sum game?
I don't know. I mean, again, cloud seeding is great. You can do as much storage and conservation as possible, but it is one of the only ways to actually add water to a basin. But again, it's not going to solve everything. It's just
Yeah, of course. Do you know of any study where there's been cloud seeding kind of at multiple places in the storm track?
I think the closest they've come to that was the Snowy study they did in Wyoming. But that was really one when, they set up radar and then when the correct storm came through, they flew a plane through it in a zigzag pattern and you could see that exact nucleation, precipitation forming in that zigzag pattern. So that was a pretty groundbreaking study for the field.
Yeah. No, I know that it works. I've seen the study. I just meant in terms of depleting sequential seeding.
Downwind effects?
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing I'm constantly fielding is that we call it the robbing Peter to pay Paul. But really, only 6% of precipitation falls out from a natural storm. And we're trying to activate another 10% of that. So 6.6% total. So there should be ample precipitation downwind. And actually they've done studies on this. And if anything, they found that it actually cloud seeding increases precipitation downwind.
Yeah, any other questions? Thank you. I know everything is going to the cloud now. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll say 12 because it's 3:18, so.
So we're gonna say 3.
3:30.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and resume. And I know we have most of the board members are back in the room. So if everybody can take their seats. Okay, we can go ahead and get started.
Ready to go, Madam Chair? Good end of board meeting to you all. I'm not sure who I got in trouble with to get put at the very end of the long board meeting, but happy to be here. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief, and we're going to jump into this and hopefully move through this stuff a little bit quicker than we even planned. You should have received by email the cash flow analysis that I do every board meeting, and I will share with this board there is nothing in those first 2 pages of significance. The only thing I want to highlight, and you're going to hear certainly more about it, and that's the $150 million loan to Fort Collins that gets inserted into my model, my cash flow model, and you'll see it in the severance tax space, and also right beneath that in that projections column. For future loans, I'm still looking at possibly another $30 million coming in for the rest of this fiscal year. Traditionally, I take a look at this and say, this is how much we have available. Now I'm saying, board, and we talked about this at the Finance Committee meeting, we're going to push the envelope and try to utilize our money better. And that, in this particular case, we're going to ask the board for approval of that very large loan that will actually force that negative number that you see at the bottom. It's $109 million beneath the covering everything. If everybody came in tomorrow and we handed out every non-reimbursable, every project bill grant, every loan that we have on our books, if it all happened at the same time, we'd be $100 million in the hole. I can assure this board, it takes project a long time when they're very large, and I'm taking advantage of that. We have information that projects will not need their money in the near future. We use projections, and so I'm going to have you skip forward if you're looking at that particular document. The last page is where I look into the future, all of the things that we continue to harvest in projections and knowledge about loans and repayment, interest earnings. Can any of those change? Yes, but all of them changing at the same time is highly unlikely. But we look into the future with knowledge of the past and future potential loans, and we come out of that negative number over the course of the next few years. There may be situations where I come in front of the board in the next couple of years and say, we're comfortable in this negative space, and maybe there's another large loan on the horizon. And so I'm just here to share with you, rest easy, even though that is a negative number. I've been doing this a long time, and I've always felt uncomfortable working in this extremely conservative space. And I want to take advantage of time, project timing. So with that, I'm happy to close out, answer any questions, and then move on to the next item.
Are there any questions? Hearing none.
Very good. So next agenda item is 20B, and this is routine business. Every year we have the accounting firm Clifton Larson Allen to provide us with the financial compilation. They just take a look at how we're conducting business, make sure we're not missing any details that are normal in the business. And so they've given us another clean bill of health, and we'd just like to get this on the record in front of the board. But beyond that, there is nothing of surprise in any of that that looks different than previous years. So everything is good in that space. But I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? No questions.
That one's more of a placeholder than anything, and getting it into the system. All right, so next items are project loans, and I'll let my staff jump up here.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Zachary Salin on behalf of CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 21A, a water project loan request for the Hyatt Lake Dam rehabilitation from the Farmers Highline Canal and Reservoir Company located in Jefferson and Adams counties. This project is to rehabilitate Hyatt Dam by constructing replacements for failing elements of the dam's outlet and drain works. This project will address issues that led to a storage restriction, which were put in place by the state engineer's office. We'll talk more about that later in this presentation. The Farmers Highline Canal and Reservoir Company is seeking a loan of $611,050 from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. The terms for this loan will be 10 years at an interest rate of 2.35%. In reviewing this project and preparing this memo, I've worked with Michael Bollinger, the general manager of the Farmers Highline Canal and Reservoir Company. So you can see here the service area of the Farmers Highline Canal. It's that red line that stretches from Golden just upstream of the Coors Brewery and ends in Westminster. Hyatt Lake is the lake circled in red and is one of several reservoirs filled by the Farmers Highline Canal. The Hyatt Dam was originally built in 1863. As the name suggests, the Farmers Highline Canal and Reservoir Company was originally formed to serve agricultural interests. However, the current share ownership is primarily municipal. The city of Westminster, at the eastern end of the Farmers Highline Canal, owns nearly 50% of the company's shares. The last major modifications to Hyatt Lake Dam took place between 1988 and 89. And they included some upstream slope improvements, including vegetation removal and riprap repairs, and then downstream slope improvements, which included the installation of a 4-inch tow drain. The need for this project relates to recent inspections by the state engineer's office. Back in May 2018, they identified greater than normal seepage at the toe of the dam. And then in October 2018, Hyatt Lake was placed under a storage restriction, which restricted the water elevation in the lake to a staff gauge height of 14 feet. Corresponds to a storage capacity of approximately 420 acre feet and a loss of approximately 340 acre feet of volume. In January 2024, a follow-up inspection by the state engineer's office identified continued seepage from the north tow drain. It identified a small void at the tow drain outlet, and they also noted undercutting of the banks at the dam outlet. Through this, Hyatt Dam was the subject of a comprehensive dam safety evaluation, which included a potential failure mode analysis in 2025, and that was the basis for the scope of work that is proposed here under this loan. So the proposed project seeks to rehabilitate the dam and remove the storage restriction, which would allow for full use of the company's storage rights in Hyatt Lake. As shown on this slide, the project includes new tow drains. So those are the red lines that run roughly parallel to the dam. Those will be 8-inch, so much larger than the current tow drains, and they'll be placed within a 2-stage soil filter. The current tow drains which are largely clogged, don't have that 2-stage filter. There's also going to be a new tow drain discharge pipe and measurement weir. The measurement weir was actually shown on that first slide of this presentation. That very old rusted V-notch will be replaced with something much more modern and functional. They'll also regrade and realign the downstream channel. So they'll remove the bends that you can see here in the aerial image. Removal and abandonment of the north outlet of the dam, and a new concrete channel, measurement flume, and bypass pipe on the dam's south outlet. The project will also remove vegetation that you can see encroaching along that south outlet channel, which will improve their ability to maintain the dam and observe dam conditions. The project design for this is complete, and the company is proceeding with implementing the project scope of work. During my visit to the site, I observed contractors uncovering the north outlet for abandonment, and then I just heard from Michael Bollinger that they successfully, I believe, plugged that outlet up today. or tomorrow, sorry, they cleaned it out today. Construction work for this project is expected to be complete by the end of 2025. So this is a pretty fast moving project. Here are the project financials. The total cost for this project is $672,000. The total loan amount is $611,050, which is inclusive of the 1% service fee. The loan terms will be 10 years at 2.35%. Our financial ratios indicate that the Farmers Highline Canal and Reservoir Company is a strong borrower. They have one existing loan with CWCB, which is in good standing and is on track to complete repayment. We estimate that repayment of that loan will complete prior to initiating repayment of this next loan. So we're confident that this borrower understands our requirements and is able to work within our constraints. The collateral for this loan will consist of a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant and the project itself per CWCB policy number 5. Finally, here's the staff recommendation for this project as stated on the first page of your board memo. If this board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Michael Bollinger and Bob Krugmeyer with the Farmers Highline Canal and Reservoir Company are also present to voice their support for this project, their appreciation for the opportunities this board provides, and to help answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions, Director Combs?
So on the replacement of that tow drain, is this all from the top down or is there a slip lining or how are you doing that?
I believe the old tow drains will be excavated and removed, and then there's going to be a new trench that the new tow drains will be placed in.
Are there any other questions? Okay, hearing none. So I entertain a motion.
I'd move for staff recommendation on agenda item 21A.
Motion made by Director Combs. Do I hear a second?
Second. Oh,
Director Wind, thank you for the second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Those opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff with the finance section. And this is agenda item 21B, water project loan request for the lift station number 2 renovation for the Redlands Water and Power Company in Mesa County. The Redlands Water and Power Company supplies water to residential and agricultural users in the Grand Valley near Grand Junction. The company is seeking approval for the loan to renovate its lift station number 2 in the amount of $1.2 million. The terms are 20 years at 3.25% interest rate. My contacts in preparing the board memo and presentation were the staff and the board members of the Water and Power Company. Okay. The company uses 3 lift stations to send water uphill to the shareholders. Lift station number 2 was built in the 1950s and has received very few upgrades since then. The lift station has 4 pumps and 4 fixed speed drives to power those pumps, all of which have reached the end of their service lives. This past summer, one of the pumps failed and sent water cascading across the pump room floor through live electrical components. At the time, there was no emergency shutoff. Power shut off, and the staff had to cut the electrical box and forcibly remove electrical components in order to shut off the power and actually fix the pump from there. This event was the catalyst of the project, where the electrical components will be updated to today's standards and moved to an adjacent building. Additionally, the 4 outdated pumps and drives will be replaced with 3 new pumps and 3 pumps, and also the drives will be replaced by 3 VFDs or variable frequency drives. Here you would actually see electrical components within the pump room. You can also see standing water around electrical components, and this is actually considered dry conditions. Here we have the pumps and drives. You can see them. These are for the lift station number 2. To give you a sense of the outdated equipment Redlands has been working with and honestly doing their best with, when I was touring the facility, I noticed these drum fans pointing at each of the drives, and that is actually to keep the drives from overheating. And you can see those with the right two slides, or right two pictures. Okay, earlier I mentioned that the company is replacing their old fixed speed drives with VFDs, or variable frequency drives. In the fixed speed drives, they are either off or fully on at a fixed speed. The only way to throttle the flow rate is to use valves to constrict the flow. This means that if you want 50% of the flow, then you're using nearly the same amount of power as if you were wanting 100% of the flow, resulting in a huge inefficiency here. Additionally, when starting up the fixed speed drives, there's a sizable power spike to get them going. All of this results in increased energy costs for the company. Whereas VFDs allow for a soft start or an easier ramp up of power to avoid a huge power spike. And as you've likely guessed, the power needed to drive the pumps is based on the percentage of maximum flow needed. Meaning anytime the company pumps at less than 100%, there is a savings compared to how much the fixed speed drive operates. So much so that the company has estimated that their annual savings will nearly offset the actual annual loan cost repayment for the whole project. They are currently actually under construction because of the short off season compared to the length of construction and the long lead tight items. The company has already started the renovation, so they can be up and running again in April to avoid disruptions in service. These photos were taken 2 weeks ago when I was attending their board meeting to help explain the loan and the process. Here are the project financials. The project is estimated at $1.3 million. The company will contribute $110,000 and requested a loan for the remainder with a service of $1.212 million. The blended interest rate for the borrower is 3.5%, but because they opted for a 20-year term, we reduce it by 0.25% to bring it to 3.25%. Lastly, here is the staff recommendation as it stated in the front page of your memo, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? Director Camblin?
Maybe I missed it, but what is the lift station? What are they, I mean, what's it for?
Oh, sorry. So they pump water off of the Gunnison before it actually enters into the Colorado. They send it through their hydroelectric plant. They also send it uphill to their shareholders, municipal and agricultural shareholders up top of the mesa.
Okay, thank you.
Director McLeod? Yes, please.
I move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Okay, motion made. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Hawes. Motion made by Director McLeod, second by Director Hawes. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so next we have item number 22.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recuse myself from this agenda topic. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is still Zachary Salen on behalf of CWCB staff. Before I proceed with this loan presentation, I would like to remind you that this is actually the second projects bill loan that this board has approved. You approved a $20.16 million loan for inclusion in the 2026 projects bill to the Lower Latham Reservoir Company for the Juergens Reservoir construction project on May 22nd, 2025. So this will be the second projects bill loan, but the only one presented today. So this is agenda item 21A or 22A, a water project loan request for the Halligan Water Supply Project. It's coming to us from the city of Fort Collins, located in Larimer County. The Halligan Water Supply Project would develop approximately 8,200 acre feet of new water storage that would be put to municipal use. The city of Fort Collins, acting by and through its water activity enterprise, is seeking a loan of $151 million from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. The terms for this loan will be 30 years at an interest rate of 3.95%. In reviewing this project and preparing the memo, I've worked with Carrie Ishmael, a senior analyst with the City of Fort Collins Water Utilities. So we'll talk about the things that are shown on this slide, but before I talk about that, usually when I talk about the planning for projects, I'm focused on the details that relate to the future. However, I want to note that for this project has been in progress with the City of Fort Collins for well over 20, I think almost 30 years. The original agreement to purchase Halligan from the North Poudre Irrigation Company dates to approximately 1993. And the city has been making payments according to that purchase agreement since 2004. Going forward, the city expects that the construction on this project can proceed in late 2026 or early 2027 and will last for approximately 30 months. So now I'll get to use these really nice 3D rendered images to talk a little bit about some of the features of the expanded Halligan Reservoir. This project is completed 60% design. And I think that these renderings do a really good job of showing some of the different things that are notable about this project. The number one question I received about this project, and particularly when I show this image, is what's going to happen to the old dam, which is a really good question. I'm happy to report I have some answers. The old Halligan Dam will act as a coffer dam during the construction of the new dam, and then following the completion of the new dam, the old Halligan Dam will be demolished approximately to the level of the outlet works. The outlet works will be sealed, and then the remnants of the former dam will act actually as a sediment trap for the new dam intake. So I thought that was a kind of smart feature that I really liked. This new dam will be constructed from roller compacted concrete, which will be placed in steps 4 feet high. And then this project will also include construction of a new operations building and generator, which are indicated by that arrow on the right-hand side of that image. I also want to mention the inundation map shown at the top. This project will increase the depth of the reservoir by approximately 25 feet on average. However, expansion of the reservoir throughout the project will inundate new areas. It'll increase the surface area of the reservoir from 253 acres to 391 acres, and the storage capacity will increase by 8,200 acre feet. That water will also be the source of the protected mitigation releases that were presented to this board yesterday, and then will serve future increased municipal demand for the city of Fort Collins once they are past the qualifying stream reach. So there are some additional features in this design that I'd like to highlight. And then also as a side note, I'd just like to state on the record that these 3D renderings make it really fun to tell the story of a new dam. I know not everyone gets excited about that kind of thing, but when I see this kind of image, I'm really excited to present a project like this. So this dam will have adits at each end and one near the base of the dam on the right abutment that lead to the interior gallery that will span the entire 1,000-foot length of the dam and connect to the valve house. The spillway will be 204 feet wide, capable of a maximum capacity of over 104,000 cubic feet per second, corresponding to a 1 in a million year storm. That spillway will release water into the 120-foot long, 150-foot wide stilling basin that you see there at the base of the dam. The dam will withdraw water for releases through an intake tower, which you can't see in this angle of the rendering. Operators will have the ability to select the zone they're removing water from using a number of different slide gates at different elevations. And then that intake will be controlled by a 72-inch knife gate located in a gate chamber just upstream of the valve chamber. The outlet works for this dam will utilize a 42-inch, accidentally put 48-inch there, but a 42-inch and a 24-inch diameter jet valve with impact basins. And then those will also include generators for small scale hydropower production. Downstream of the dam, the project will construct a new crossing across the North Fork of the Cache la Poudre for access to the far side of the dam. And then finally, the project will also design and construct a new diversion structure for the North Poudre Irrigation Company downstream of the dam. Due to the remote location of that diversion and the known difficulties with adjusting those diversion flow rates, we understand that new diversion structure will incorporate telemetry to allow for remote operation and finer control of that diversion. So here are the project financials. The total project cost is approximately $287,700,000. The total loan amount for this is $151 million, including that 1% service fee. And I'm sorry, that should be $151,500,000, including the 1% service fee. The loan terms will be 30 years at 3.95%. The financial ratios and other assessments indicate that the city of Fort Collins does have the ability to support and repay the proposed loan, and our ratios indicate that they are a strong borrower. The collateral for this loan would consist of a pledge of enterprise revenues backed by a rate covenant, as evidenced by annual financial reporting per policy number 5. And then finally, we have the staff recommendation for this project as it appears in your board memo. And if this board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We also have Carrie Ishmael and Darren Parkin, and I think perhaps a few others with the city of Fort Collins who are online with us and are happy to assist with answering questions from this board.
Director Johnson?
Yeah, just a quick comment, and then I'm ready to make a motion whenever we're ready here. But really interesting to see the RCC, the roller compacted concrete. Of course, that's what we're using on the Gross Reservoir expansion that I showed the pictures of this morning. I will not begin to get into it because I am not a dam engineer, but I know dam engineers get really excited about that. And we've given a whole lot of tours, really interesting technology. So really cool to see. And the cofferdam piece is also fascinating. So yeah, super interesting to see that and ready for a motion.
If I could respond to that briefly. If you are interested, there's a design report that has pages and pages and pages of details on exactly how they calculated the mix for the RCC, the step height, the amount of detail that has gone into this. It's really incredible.
That's great. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it.
Director Vasquez?
Did you call me? I'm sitting right next to you. I should have understood. That was my name. Apologies. I am not Robert Sakata.
Can I call you Director Sakata?
A side question, you mentioned the facility will have a small amount of hydropower capability. What's the offtake plan?
I'm not sure about that. I think that's part of the future design work, so I don't have a ton of information on that. I'm wondering if Carrie or Darren could speak to that.
Yeah, Zachary, can you hear me? Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, I was curious about the hydropower capability that was mentioned in the summary we just heard, what the plans are for that.
Yeah, so we've sized it for a 57 kilowatt unit. It's a micro hydro unit that will provide on-site power, just base level power for the facility, especially in the wintertime. We have these mitigation releases that will happen 12 months out of the year, 3 to 5 CFS base level. And so the hydro unit is sized to operate down to those low levels up to a high end of about 50 CFS releases. That initial low flow range will always run through this hydro unit, provide on-site power for telemetry, instrumentation, and non-occupational heat in the wintertime of associated support structure, valve house, and buildings.
Thanks so much. So it's for all for on-site use.
That
nothing
is,
beyond
yeah, we will not be exporting any power at all. We do have FERC approval for our on-site power use. So yeah, it's all an off-site, off-grid, it's an off-grid 100% facility. Currently, there is a single-phase power line that will be used during construction, and then that will be decommissioned, and we will be 100% off-grid with operations on this facility.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion.
To make a motion for staff recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Felt. And just a reminder that we did, that Director Nguyen just did recuse himself and he stepped out, so he is not included in this vote. But is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Great job, Zach, and congratulations, Board. That is the biggest number that we have ever presented, I think, across at this agency. So that is certainly a big number. I remember back in, I want to say 2006, we were in awe about the $60 million loan we made to Aurora. And so we've come a long ways, 100 million, actually we're up to 155 million on Chimney Hollow. And yeah, so we're getting to do some big stuff, big impacts to these communities, and we're fortunate we can help Fort Collins through this. And we've got the opportunity here. So the next agenda item 23A, we're going to start or finish the day talking about projects bill closure. And just a reminder to maybe those listening that don't participate in these routine board meetings, September's Finance Committee was held, was that Durango? Is that right? Durango. And many of the items that we're going to speak of were presented there and kind of cleared out some of the preliminary things. And so a lot of times when we get to this board meeting, we move fairly quickly. And because it's the end of the day, I think we're always willing to provide the board more. It's somewhat of a judgment on my part to figure out what is enough and what is too much. Sometimes you've heard it over and over again, and I apologize for that, but we'll try to thread that needle today, this last agenda item. So just to walk real quickly through those that are listening online or have not been part of this. So the annual projects bill of the Colorado Water Conservation Board serves two major purposes. One of them is it provides us the appropriations to do the things that we do for those things other than loans under $10 million. So anything we've done outside of the operational activities of CWCB have at some point in time gone through a projects bill. This next year's projects bill is no different. The application process for non-reimbursable investments and projects bill grants, that application due date was back August 1st of 2025, moves through the process of review. The Finance Committee met in September, as I indicated, and now we're at the board meeting in November. And so this is the official approval of those items that go into the projects bill, and I should say for recommendation to the sponsors to be put in the projects bill, because this is their bill. And then once we get to January, we will present kind of the summary of all those items, and there may be some tweaks here and there that may not be necessarily money related, but maybe some modifications to statutes that we've come up with that maybe need some attention. And then the staff submits to the bill drafters in February, March timeframe to produce that bill and work it through the sponsors' review. All right, so this is really more of a graphic than necessarily a super detailed display, but those that are curious how we determine how much money we have for this non-loan, also known as non-reimbursables and projects bill money, we per policy want to invest and keep our buying power such that we can stay up with inflation. So our buying power today should be available to the future years for similar investments. And so that graph shows you how we've continued to grow at that just under 4% construction inflation number that we traditionally utilize out of Engineering News Record to stay on course to that maintaining that buying power. This is the details of how we come up with how much is available for the non-reimbursable projects bill items. And again, as Zach just presented, the $150 million and then the prior loan we did, those are not included here because those are cycling back into the program. So you can see, actually it's a little bit fuzzy for me to see from here, but the top part is how much money, new money comes into CWCB traditionally. Some of it is estimates based on averages, last 10 years severance tax revenue, the last 10 years federal mineral lease, gives me a number. And that number, I subtract out the operational activities and sweeps that maybe have occurred in recent legislation, and then some of the items that are automatically removed from the funding available that are in statute. And then also the WSRF in typical years. This next year it's another story, but that would be in that list as well. And then you can see I need about $39 million for growth to reserve that'll continue to go into the loan program or stay in the loan program. Gives me about a $20 million number to use for the project's bill non-reimbursable items. So at this point, we're going to have 3 items that will be presented. The list that you see on the screen are the 11 items that will go into the project's bill if the board approves this. The slight modification I would make to this table, I failed to include the word continuation on, I believe it's item 8, 9, and 11. No, I'm sorry, 8, 10, and 11. Those are actually continuation. And I like to include that typically for this board to know that previous boards have already worked through maybe some of the details if it gave you more comfort in the process. But I did ask 3 of our staff members to present 3 of these items. And it's really, as much as anything, just to highlight some of the work that we're doing with this money, and maybe give the board an opportunity to ask some additional questions if there's some that have surfaced since our last interaction on these items. So I need to log back into my computer here to scan through these. Okay, so I just wanted to run quickly through, and by the way, the board memo includes all of the data sheets that gives you the summary, kind of a 1-page summary of what the details of those activities are. First item, satellite monitoring and maintenance. We've been doing that for years. DWR manages that money very well, maintaining and upgrading the satellite monitoring system, gauging stations around the state. Floodplain risk management, that $500,000 has been routine in the past. Last year, I think we were at $1 million in order to deal with some issues that had developed last year, but we're back down to a $500,000 refresh. Actually, I take it back. That is not a refresh item. So that's a straight $500,000 available for that. Weather modification, you just heard Andrew's presentation. This is where that money comes from every year for that permitting program. Litigation fund, and I'm going to stop here and have Lane Leoniak of the Attorney General's office come up and talk about the additional money needed this year that's a little bit different than prior years. Our prior years have been $2 million. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and the AG's office have asked if they could up that. So Lane, I'll turn this microphone over to you. Do you have anything on the screen?
Good afternoon. Twice in one day. All right, so thank you, Kirk. So I do believe that I had provided a presentation to you all in September about kind of our current funding status for this fiscal year that we're in right now. I do believe that we have resolved those issues internally, looked under the couch, things like that, and found enough to squeak by, while still, I think, providing quality legal representation to the state as to interstate streams. The one thing that I do want to touch on today, also coming under section 376121 2.5A as it pertains to the litigation fund, is as to next fiscal year 27, where we would like to request for an additional an increase to the maximum cap for that litigation fund. It's currently set at $2 million. It's, I think, been our experience the last couple of years that costs have finally sort of risen and met our budget cap. Over time, it's been set there for several years, and so it's probably time for an increase. We're also noticing increased activity across the state with more actions, that require negotiation and litigation. And so we are requesting, similar to the request made at the September board meeting, to allow for the increase in the request for the litigation fund to move from 2 million per fiscal year to 6 million per fiscal year. This doesn't mean that the Attorney General Weiser would seek that maximum amount in the next fiscal year, but that way we feel like this provides us enough flexibility so that when things come up off cycle, before we can make our request in the fall for modifications in the following year, we've got the flexibility needed if something comes up beyond our control to adequately represent the state. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Director Haas?
Thank you. Council, is it travel? Is it expert witnesses? What's in there?
I would say that right now the biggest expense is been through the Rio Grande litigation, where we've got court-ordered costs and fees for the special master, for the mediator, and that includes conference rooms and travel and lodging. Those have been the biggest expenses so far. But then, absolutely expert consultants, technical consultants.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Director Vasquez?
So in your opinion, Lane, would that cap be large enough with all the risks that have been outlined for the Colorado compact negotiations and other compact issues around the state?
Right now, I mean, we think the costs are adequate and this would be for representation for all matters, negotiations and litigation across the state.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Director Combs?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask a similar question, but just reiterate that the Rio Grande is worth it, so. That was my question.
I would get you with Rio Grande.
Spent double, we're worth it. No, I was gonna ask the same thing Director Vasquez did, so thank you.
Any other questions? Director Kemblin?
So what I'm understanding though is it's going from 2 to 6. So it's almost tripling.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a lot of inflation.
Been really dry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? No other questions?
Thank you very much for your
Thank-
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, this is Kirk Russell again. I probably should have pointed out that I'm proposing that we do this in one block. So after all the presentations and discussion ends, we'll go back to the motion or the staff recommendation. But to follow up on maybe answering some of these questions, we did a little sticker shock in the shop as well, going from 2 million to 6 million. I will share with this board that tracking this over the years, and it's a clumsy way to do it. The AGs present their budget in May. Well, we will already be done with our projects bill prior to that. And so I always watched, they would come into the board in May, give us a number, and I'd see that, rightly so, they were spending about 75% of that estimate, that there was always a potential. You had to protect that. And then when this showed up, I actually expected to probably bump that up to 3 million, just in an anticipation that costs haven't gone up over the years. I don't think we've increased this for probably 7, 8, 10 years. So it was probably time to bump it up to 3 million just so that there was enough cushion. And then all of a sudden, I think all of the items that Lane has presented in that data sheet showed up at one time. And so I've asked them, is this something that we'll see routinely? And they've assured me, I shouldn't say they assured me, they assume that this is not necessarily a routine request, that there was just a big lift in the situations they're in right now with state, neighboring states. Yes.
I thought we were being asked to increase the cap so that any future years, if that needed to be spent, it would be available.
This is an item that is presented every year and it's in the projects bill. So this 6 million will be there if we work out with the Attorney General's office between now and next year's version of this, that they actually didn't spend close to 6. They only spent 3. We might just bring that back down to 3. We only pay for what they do. And so it's really just providing that threshold that they can work within and be assured that they could come back to the board at any time during the year with an, oh no, here's what we need to modify the budget that we shared with you in May. So again, it's just that cushion. And it worked out with the available funds in the construction fund this year. So timing was good. And I know they've got a lot of work ahead of them. And this is one thing that if they don't have to worry about, I'm sure is beneficial.
Okay, Director Camblin has a
Sorry.
question.
I don't have a question. I just, I appreciate the explanation. That's what I needed. I mean, we are spending taxpayer money here, so we got to be responsible to a certain degree. So thank you.
Good. All right, let's see, the next item in my list of data sheets is the Mesonet enhancements. And we have been funding this at about, actually it was 150,000 up until last year or the year before. And again, inflation and cost of doing business, we are now funding that at 200,000 again this year. Obviously a very important component for all of the water providers around the state. Water Forecasting Partnership is again routine business. Eric Sky's program that went up from prior years. Last couple years, it's been 2 million. The 2.5 increases in cost and some of the other uncertainties, I think, with some federal money are causing that to go up a little bit this year. Colorado DSS, routine business that the staff utilizes consultants on for the decision support systems around the state. And I've got the Fish and Wildlife Resource Fund that we've talked about of recent, and that's again a continuation, refreshing that fund for its opportunities. And then the next item is the Water Plan Action Advancement, which Kat presented at the Finance Committee, and it seemed like the board was good with the actions there listed. Let's see, that one's at 1.35 million. And the next item, we're going to have Chris Sturm. I believe he's online and available. I wanted to just, again, highlight, I try to focus on maybe some of these larger dollar amounts. I think they should be highlighted. And so he has agreed to message that he provided at the Finance Committee, but I thought it was good for the general public as well to hear what he's up to with that $5 million.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chris Sturm, CWCB staff for the record. This request is to fund the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program. You may recall that last fiscal year we made a similar request that was approved for $5 million. All of it in anticipation of the needs associated with the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. We have 23 active plans right now. Actually, 5 of those are complete. And each of those plans is identifying millions, if not tens of millions of dollars worth of actions. And this will be a great help to begin checking those boxes on the high priority actions associated with those plans. This funding could also be used for more planning and technical assistance associated with the program. Just some examples of projects that we might see are some wet meadow restoration to attenuate flood flows and debris off of fires. Oftentimes those types of projects are being done in tandem with fuels treatment projects that are funded through other programs, including some programs that DNR might have. And there's a lot of that type of work being identified across the landscape. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Hearing none. Oops.
All right, the last item is the UCRC planning efforts, and I'm going to have Amy Ostick come up and present that to the board.
Thanks, Kirk. Amy Ostick, Interstate Federal Water Information Section. So the UCRC planning effort, as Kirk said, this is a continuation. This is something that has been funded for quite a few years now. And as you all know, Colorado works closely with our neighboring states in the Upper Basin. We think we tend to get the best results when we're all aligned. So this funding will support and has supported technical work that the Upper Colorado River Commission does. Some examples would be, providing support for the post-2026 effort. We have really great capabilities in-house. Brian and Michelle, you know them well, do a lot of great work for us. But this just makes sure that we are aligned with the other Upper Basin states, that we're sharing the same information, that we're all doing the same analysis. Another example would be support for other types of programs like the Provisional Accounting MOU. Sorry, the words were lost for a second. But efforts like that are really upper division state efforts. So those are the types of things that this funds. Happy to take any questions.
Questions? Hearing none.
Thank you.
And very good. Thank you, Amy. All right, so we're going to wrap this agenda item up, and take it back to the staff recommendation. And so all these items as presented, staff is recommending for approval to be submitted to the sponsors to be added to the 2026 projects bill. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any final questions.
Any questions, or I can entertain a motion?
I move we accept the staff recommendation for non-reimbursable project investments.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Do I hear a second? Is that Director Johnson? Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion passes. Thank you. And we have come to, oh, do we have two more? Oh, I was trying to get us off. Okay, I know.
Janine Shaw, CWCB Grant Section Chief, and I promise mine is very quick. This is the appropriations and for the projects bill for water plant grants, and we are recommending that that you appropriate 37.7 or support an appropriation of $37.7 million for the water plant grant program.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay.
It'll be the same.
Yeah, do you have a staff recommendation slide, or?
I do not.
No. Okay.
Yes.
Sure. So there's a staff recommendation in the memo,
Okay,
but that's all I have.
all right, well, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I make the motion to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 23B.
Thank you, Director Combs. Do I hear a second? Who's gonna second?
Awesome.
Thank you, Director Hawes. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Again, this is the last item, and it does seem kind of odd, that agenda item that Janine just presented, because it's the Prop DD money, the gambling money. It's not part of the construction fund and severance tax, so it's kind of has its own, but it goes into the projects bill for an appropriation. So that's why that kind of feels a little clumsy. All right, the last item of the day is agenda item 23C. It's probably the one I'm most excited about, although I was excited about the $150 million loan. This item has been in the works for a while, and going back, looking at the history of where the board's limit was put in place back years ago, and I have a history in the memo. I remember back in about 2004 when I started, the loan limit was $1 million, and the staff at the time was saying it's become inefficient to have borrowers come in August, go through the finance committee, go to the board in November, wait another 6 months to get the project's bill approved before they could be assured that they could start their project. And projects back then a lot of the project cost $100,000 easily. And over the years, the amount of money we have available and the cost of projects has both increased. And this effort right now is probably past due. We probably should have done this about 10 years ago. So the last time it was increased was 2007, and it was moved up to the $10 million limit, and it has served the water providers that borrow our money well. It's not like it was failing, and it was only until about 2 or 3 years ago that we saw projects that was just discussed earlier, the Juergens Reservoir project, where a borrower comes in and the timing of that 10 million, I think in that case, they need about 13 million. They can only get 10 in this urgent fashion. And then we have to wait to get the last 3 million approved in the project's bill. And we tell them, we can't guarantee that. We don't control the project's bill. And so it requires them to go get partial financing, because we aren't going to let them start the project until they're guaranteed that they have the money to complete the project. So it just puts us in this clumsy cycle of maybe even coming back to the board, amending the contract once it goes in the project bill. And so I did some research and determined that $10 million back in 2007 is now a $22 million project. And so it's not going to be long until the $22 million project will be in that $30 million range. And so I grabbed the 30 million. Maybe we can live in this comfortable space where anything, I will say this, anything over 30 million, and I said this back in 2007, anything over 10 million is usually going to have enough lead time and development time to not have to worry about that gap between us being able to approve it and get it through a project's bill. But now that 10 million doesn't give us that comfort, and we're able to do a lot more with a lot more money. And so all of that adds up into a request to the bill sponsors to include this, and we're looking for board's support to give you the opportunity to loan up to $30 million, or at least ask for that opportunity. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions, but it's really about servicing our borrowers in the best way we can with what we have available. And I think we've done a really good job, and I don't want to have this restriction if we can avoid it. Happy to answer any question.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'd make the motion to propose the increase to the 30 million loan limit, or agenda item 23C.
Thank you, Director
I'll
Combs.
second.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank
See in
you.
January.
So we do have public comment, and Director Hawes did want to make a comment.
If I can think straight. Well, I just want to follow up on what I mentioned this morning of just how can we help, how can we as leaders help with repair? And I've of some of the relationships that have been just frayed, damaged, whatever you want to call it, but just to help get things back on track. So I don't know how to do that. Following Shoshone. Sorry, again, my brain is a little fried. But Lauren, I may just put you on the spot too to see if you think there's anything we can do or CWCB can do to help with that.
You know, I appreciate the sentiment. I can say, you know, on the staff side, we've already exchanged some emails back and forth about, you know, what the conversation looks like going forward, and would the Colorado Forum folks be willing, you know, to actually be paid this time, but to continue in mediation, you know, in that process. So I guess I have high hopes that we will still find a good compromise and solution, even outside the water court process. But I do appreciate your willingness to have those conversations, and I guess I don't have any other concrete ideas except that I think that in this community, that's how it goes sometimes, and we sort of understand that, and everybody, I think, is professional, and I don't know. I just think that we'll be okay.
So is there any public comment? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On another topic, and I don't think Director Gibbs brought it up, was the future of severance tax and water funding task force is going on. So we've had 2 meetings so far. We're really wanting to reach out. They've hired the Colorado Water Center as the third party to develop the report. And they really want to interview anybody that has ideas about the topic. And so Nate Pearson is leading up this effort. Reach out to Nate Pearson. You can reach out to me. You can reach out to Karen Schlatter at the Water Center. But if you have anything that the task force can consider on how we manage the severance tax issue, the fluidity of it, the issues of it being always being swept, the task force is really wanting to look at that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments?
It's
Director
just
John.
simply want to say to Director Hawes' comment, you definitely appreciate where you're coming from and agree, obviously, it's a tough time. You know, it was interesting, a couple of years ago, I think it was Amy Moyer, who had started organizing in Denver Water and Colorado River District happy hours at Water Congress, which was great. You know, Amy, of course, worked at DNR for years. That's not something we did this year with everything going on, but yeah, and there's no quick solution, and it is a tough time, and of course, you know, just kicking off the whole water court process. But yeah, appreciate the comment, and yeah, a lot of good work to be done moving forward.
Director Sakata?
Thanks. Yeah, that's great comments. Thanks. The one other thing is I'd like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and happy birthday to our chair.
Next week.
Oh.
Next Wednesday. So with that, thank you. I do.
You can join Greg.
Yeah. We're gonna go celebrate ourselves. Me and Greg. So I do want to, last comment is wish everybody happy holidays. Please be safe throughout the winter months. Check on your relatives, and just be safe on the roads. Take care of yourself and your mental health. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Director McLeod. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Director Felt. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Meeting is adjourned at 4:33 PM. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you all.